Azoth by Zeitgeistic. Summary. Now that Harry is back at Hogwarts with Hermione for 8th year, he realizes that something's missing from his life. And it either has to do with Ron, his boggart, Snape, or Malfoy. Furthermore, what exactly does it mean when one's life is defined by the desire to simultaneously impress and annoy a portrait? Harry has no idea. He's too busy trying not to be in love with Malfoy to care. Chapter 1. Purgation. Azoth is the essential agent of transformation in alchemy, name given by ancient alchemists to Mercury, the animating spirit hidden in all matter that makes transmutation possible. Purgation. The purification or cleansing of someone or something. Christmas 1998. It was Christmas Halls that Harry first recognized his platonic marriage to Ron Weasley was in the final, anticlimactic throes of death. The realization sent him reeling like a bludgeon to the face. 7 years, and this is how it ends, he thought. His brow furrowed as he tried to understand what the loss of a best mate would mean to his life. The Weasleys were ignorant of this sudden bout of inner hysteria, and as happy as they could be, short one member. He and Hermione, fresh off a portkey from Australia, sat at one end of the Burrow dinner table and felt distinctly out of place.
"I passed the lost character assessment on Friday,"
Ron was saying, a fork of Christmas screws paused halfway to his mouth.
"Can you believe it? I'm a real aura trainee now. Just 2 years to go. The class is pretty small, actually. You never think so, with it being such a brutal jolt, but—"
Hermione leaned into Harry, her shoulder pressed against his, warm and solid. "No second thoughts," she whispered. Harry shook his head a fraction, and made a show of shoveling peas into his mouth before Ron noticed their side of the conversation.
"Not without dudes."
They'd had this conversation before. The first time after Kingsley suggested letting all 3 of them into the Aura program on their names alone, and Ron had immediately said, "Brilliant," before either Hermione or Harry could get a word in. He was happy for Ron. Happy he would be first of the 3 of them to be in Aura. The early start would give him a chance to make friends and prove himself without being in Harry's shadow, which was all to the good in Harry's opinion. Let Ron have his gushing. It was just that he'd never been apart from Ron for so long, and Ron was doing well in the program. Really well. Without Harry. Without Hermione, even. What did that mean?
"And I'll find out who my training partner is at the new year. I hope it's not Michael Corner."
"Michael Corner's in the Aura program?" Ginny asked, rather too interestedly in Harry's opinion. But then again, it wasn't like it was his business anymore. He lost that privilege the moment he told her he didn't want to try again, and she'd frowned at him and said, "I figured this would happen." He was still trying to figure out what she'd meant by that.
"Unfortunately,"
Ron said around a mouthful of mash,
"and his mate Goldstein will prick."
"Run out," Mrs. Weasley said.
"Sorry, Mum, but he really is,"
Ron added to Harry and Hermione. As if they'd never met Goldstein before, or had classes with him for 6 years.
"Oh, hey, how are your parents?"
Hermione froze. Harry reached beneath the table and clenched her hand in what he hoped was a comforting manner. Of course this topic would come up. It was just that neither of them had expected it to come up at the dinner table only 30 minutes after their arrival. In hindsight, they should have known better. Swearing would come any minute now. Harry tensed in anticipation. It had been 8 months since the final battle, and 8 months since her vocabulary shifted, but he still wasn't accustomed to hearing swear words from Hermione's mouth. They seemed fine. Hermione stared at her plate. The silence around the table was tense enough to make Harry's skin crawl. Ron didn't notice. Harry wasn't sure he'd even noticed the swearing yet, actually.
"When are they coming home?"
"Ron," Mr. Weasley said, picking up on clues his son had not. "They aren't, as it happens." Hermione's voice had risen slightly in pitch, but she still didn't look up from her food. She took a sip of water and avoided looking at anyone.
"So, who else is in the Aura program?"
Harry asked desperately. Anything to get them off the subject of Hermione's parents. It had taken her 6 months just to find them, and then, with being back at Hogwarts, she hadn't had a chance to go fix their memories until Christmas Halls. Ron might have known this already, but he'd had aura training and couldn't take the time off to come with.
Why not?
Aura training that apparently didn't extend to perception training. Hermione slammed her glass down, spilling water all along the frayed tablecloth. George winced, but said nothing.
Because they don't remember me, you oblivious git!
There was the swearing. She shoved back from the table and ran from the house, so quickly that she'd almost made it to the door before her chair finally hit the floor. A rush of cold wind whirled past them as the door slammed shut. For a beat, silence. Then Ginny ran after, and the cold air sailed over them a second time. Harry tipped his head back and wondered if he believed in God, and if so, would God give him the strength to bear the things he could not change, etc., etc. He looked back to find every assembled Weasley staring at him. He sighed.
It didn't work, Ron. That's why she's here. And not, home with her mum and dad. We couldn't reverse the spell. And then the Wilkinses called the police on us.
The what?
The auras,
Harry bit out, and shoved his own chair back from the table. It remained upright.
May I be excused?
He said to Mrs. Weasley, but it wasn't really a question. The door slammed behind him as he left. Ron did manage to see them to the station on the day they were to return to Hogwarts. He'd apologized and felt ruddy awful about hurting Hermione's feelings, and he'd accepted it, as she always did. Things were fine, if stilted between them, but fine was a long way off from before, and a change in their relationship was something Harry still wasn't sure how to deal with. Was he allowed to be sad after dissolution was such a slow, quiet thing? Wasn't yet at the point of no return, was it? Could he save it somehow? He didn't think so. Didn't know how such a change in their relationship could have happened without anyone seeing it. Or maybe someone had. Maybe Hermione had, and just hadn't said. She'd started doing that sort of thing after she and Ron broke up, when the three of them didn't have anything but the past cementing them together anymore. On the train, they took a cabinet with Susan, Neville, and Millicent, who Hermione had bizarrely befriended after McGonagall roomed them together back in September. Harry had never been more pleased to room with Neville, as the only other boys who'd returned for 8th year were Malfoy, Goyle, Zabini, and that overly happy Ravenclaw Boot. It wasn't that Harry didn't want to room with Slytherins. It was just that he didn't want to room with them. This year the whole lot of them had been cordial and polite. When Malfoy did that sort of thing, it made Harry think of how shit it would have been to have accidentally killed him in 6th year. And the expression he'd worn when Harry returned his wand, and what his sweat smelled like when brought forth by the heat of fiendfire and terror. Sometimes he replayed that moment in his head and tried to figure out if the ghost memories of Malfoy's fingertips pressing against his sides were real or imagined. But like everything between them had led to that one moment, that their entire history was distilled into the sound of Malfoy panicking against Harry's neck. When he compared that feeling to the thought of his tired, fading best mateyness with Ron, he wasn't sure if the changes originated in himself or in Ron and Malfoy. While he and Hermione had only grown closer in their belated 7th year, Ron now seemed like an entirely different person. Maybe he was a different person. Was this what he would have been like all along if he hadn't been friends with Harry? Confident and self-assured and happy? The thought disturbed him. Beside him, Hermione and Millicent took up a heated debate that included Basilisk's quick repartees and repetitive utterances of Euclid and elements, and once the volume of their argument had risen, 12 fucking full way and set theory and asymptomatic arithmetic analysis for Merlin's sake. Neville and Susan, pointedly ignoring the discussion, were sharing a letter from Hannah Abbott, which made Harry nauseous just to look at. Couldn't even think of reading on the train without getting motion sick. No help from that corner, then. Thus adrift, he leaned against the window and determinedly did not think of whether his friendship with Ron had been detrimental to Ron's life, or whether he could define the entirety of his acquaintance with Draco Malfoy with a single broom ride.
Atheists,
said McGonagall that evening,
will be meeting monthly for their former heads of house for a final career preparation session. As Professor Switch is only acting head of Gryffindor, I will see to you three myself.
She eyed the 3 Gryffindors, and there was a warning in there somewhere. Probably to be prepared and not make her life difficult by having no idea what they wanted to do with their lives. Hermione was practically falling off the couch in her excitement. He was good at compartmentalizing in a way that Harry truly envied. He was still miffed about the Ron events over Halls. She was already throwing herself into life beyond permanently erasing herself from your parents' memories. If only he could do that, and maybe he'd be able to look at Malfoy without wondering if he'd really not recognized him that night at Malfoy Manor, or if Harry had just made that up on the witness stand because his subconscious wanted to believe that the world wasn't black and white.
We did career prep in 5th year,
Susan said. He was the only Hufflepuff, the others having been proactive and Hufflepuff enough to secure apprenticeships or positions last year, while there was a war on. McGonagall pursed her lips.
I not forgotten, Miss Bones, thank you. Remember that you will be competing with the entirety of 7th year class for positions. As your circumstances are somewhat different from other students, we've decided that in addition to nude studies, extra help would not go amiss.
I heard Professor Slughorn was going to host networking parties, said Daphne, even for students who learned in the Slug Club. Is that true?
Quite true,
McGonagall said. Daphne and Pansy grinned at one another. And there went Boot, being happy about something.
I've already been asked by Miss Granger, so I will remind you that Hogwarts masters do take on apprentices, but we generally require the prospectives engage in a gap year between Hogwarts and apprenticeship to ensure that students are knowledgeable of worldly affairs.
He paused and eyed them shrewdly.
I suspect that you all have enough knowledge of worldly affairs to be going on with. Therefore, the board has agreed to relax the requirements for 8th years. Any of you who wishes to apply for apprenticeship at Hogwarts must submit your proposal in writing by no later than 1st of May.
As if there will be any apprenticeships left open for us,
the beanie muttered, but the room was quiet enough that McGonagall heard it.
Things change, Mr. Zabini,
she said.
I would remind you to remember that. Now, I'll say good night.
The portrait creaked as it closed behind her. There was just the 12 of them alone, in the common room together, as if they'd never been in 4 different houses, or, in Harry and Malfoy's case, never tried to both kill and rescue each other. Neville scooted in, his mouth stretched with a grin.
Do you think Professor Sprout taking you on?
Obviously, Malfoy drawled. Hermione Neville turned to him, mouth parted, and too surprised by the veiled compliment to remember he didn't do so well looking at Malfoy, Harry followed. Next to him, Zabini had his head leant back against the bricks, an expression of exacerbation on his face. Harry could well understand that. He was waiting for the punchline himself. It didn't come.
Really?
Neville said, probably before he could catch himself.
Really, Longbottom?
Millicent said brusquely, not looking up from her arithmancy book.
Honestly, one would think you didn't slay a 20-foot snake with a sodding mythical sword.
Neville smirked as he picked himself up from the couch.
True. Well, I'm off to the greenhouses. Ta!
With no Ron to distract him with more entertaining pursuits, Harry worked steadily through his charms homework. Yet McGonagall's pronouncement about additional career counseling nagged at him. He would ask him if he was still on track to be an Auror, and he would talk about his improved marks and potions, especially now that he was under his 2nd year with Slughorn. And then there would be an awkward silence where she expected the meeting was over, and Harry refused to leave because he was bursting to scream, "I don't want to be an Auror," but was too chicken shit to actually say it. The common room had cleared, save for the Slytherins still huddled together in their protective formation by the fire. They seemed to negotiate homework help like prize Abraxans, and tonight was no different. Millicent was driving a hard bargain with Goyle that involved things Harry'd rather not think on. They were far enough away that Harry could voice his thoughts to Hermione and not worry about sniggers from them at least. Watch her calculating out some horrific-looking mathematical expression and try to decide whether or not to bother her. He was sure it was a stupid question, but it just wouldn't leave him. "What sort of career do you think I might have done, if there hadn't been Voldemort?" he finally asked. It was a credit to Hermione that it didn't even faze her enough to look up from her arithmancy. "I don't know, Harry. So much of you." She broke off, looking horrified. "What?" Slytherin started cackling across the room, and Harry's face turned red, even though he knew they couldn't hear him. That meant maybe it was Hermione's reaction that was causing it. He had no idea why she'd stopped talking, but the look on her face told him that she'd just realized something horrid. Something where he was found wanting. Hermione shook her head, set her parchment aside. "What did you love before Hogwarts?" He shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know. Not much. Going to the play park, science, math a bit. There was a spider I quite liked." The expression on Hermione's face remained pain. She said, carefully, "You are very altered by your experiences with Voldemort. You were so young, and you didn't have a lot of stimuli before Hogwarts." There was a pregnant silence. It took him a moment to parse the treacly words and find a meaning beneath. "So you're saying that none of me is me, and I'm just what Voldemort made me?" Hermione pulled her legs up beneath her bum. "It was her 'we'll be here a while' pose." She shook her head a fraction. "I don't know, Harry. Do you think you had a proper chance to learn to love different aspects of magic? You've always had to judge magic on how valuable it could be to you in a fight, not how much you liked doing it. But there's so much more to magic than defense. So many more amazing, transcending aspects to it. Things you'd never get a chance to study without devoting years of your life to them. And you didn't have that chance. You could only learn what you needed to learn. I don't know what you might have liked if you had the chance. I don't think you know either." He frowned, staring down at the growing splotch of green ink on his charms essay. "What kind of magic do you think is best?" "All of it," she said with a wry grin. Supposed he should have guessed that. Gave her a tentative smile back, and she added, "Arithmancy, I suppose. You can do so many brilliant things with it. Spell creation, curse breaking, ward setting. Amazing, unlimited magic." Harry frowned. "I'm not particularly good at any one branch of magic." "You haven't had the time to get good at any. 7 years and no time. It seemed ludicrous. Of course he'd had the time. It was just that he'd always placed more value on other things, on the war, on Ron. Couldn't say that it had been a bad choice. Their friendship was fading now, but for 7 years it had been the brightest thing in Harry's life. Now it was soft and worn, but where the knowledge of it had once made Harry warm, now left him with a clammy, resigned feeling like he was developing a cold. Maybe he could get good at one field of magic this year, one that would fill the hollow Ron's presence had eroded into him. He still had a term left, and he could decide what he wanted to do. It was never too late, and all that rot. The door to Hermione and Millicent's room swung open, and Millicent's white cat spat out, yowling. It had something red wrapped all around its face. Hermione made a pained noise. "Are those your knickers, Mill?" Pansy asked, cackling. Millicent had already jumped up and was trying to corner the cat. "No, they're Granger's." Hermione swore under her breath. Harry was frankly impressed with the variety of words and combinations thereof that Hermione could come up with when she put her mind to it. However Hermione wanted to deal, Harry was on board. "How does Mill know what your knickers look like, Granger?" Zabini called. "Peep!" Millicent bellowed. The cat dashed through her legs and tore out of the portrait hole as Neville was coming in, nearly knocking him flat on his bum.
"Someone's knickers are on the cat,"
Nev said, cocking a thumb over his shoulder as the portrait shot behind him.
"Red ones."
Hermione made that pained noise again. She jumped up. "I think I left my arithmancy notes in the library."
"Coming with?"
Harry said quickly. The 12 of them did all right on their own, even considering their different houses, but he didn't think it was looking good for the rest of the night. "How bloody humiliating," she said when they were out of the common room. "No doubt some enterprising Slytherin will find them on the Quidditch pitch in the morning. A sticking spell later and everyone will know my bum size."
"We could check the map for Peep."
Merlin, what a stupid name. Hermione snorted but shook her head. The cat was long gone by now, probably in Slytherin territory. "I hate that bloody cat. Leaves white fur all over my robes and he's afraid of everything. This morning my Wonderland burst and he tore down one of the hangings from Millicent's bed trying to escape. Crookshanks loves him. No idea why. I think they might be, well, friends," Harry suggested hopefully. She shrugged. "Crookshanks is an adult, and however he likes to spend his time is his concern." They trundled down the stairs, both skipping a trick stair out of Heartland habit. Harry wasn't sure where they were heading, but he wasn't in a hurry to get back. He liked the change of pace from always having something that needed his attention. Hermione wasn't untensing, though, so he supposed he was going to have to broach the forbidden subject, if only to get it out of the way.
"Was that an elf from Ron I saw waiting when we got in?"
She pursed her lips, then gave it up and sighed instead. "You know it was, Harry."
"What's going on with that?"
She gave him a wry grin, then made an abrupt change in their direction down the corridor that led to the north wing and the disused necromancy classroom. Peeves refused to go near it, which made it altogether more appealing to the upper years who weren't afraid of residual haunting. "Nothing, as usual. Another apology for being a buck at Christmas, an impassioned treatise on the value of hit wizards, no doubt a result of Alistair Gumball's brill target classes, and a closing reminder that he's sorry we didn't work out and he's glad we're still friends." Harry snorted. Say that Ron and Hermione didn't work out was like saying Crookshanks and Mer people got on well enough. Somehow, despite their never-ending arguments while dating, and sometimes Harry cringed to remember the particular nights at Grimmauld Place during sex, their breakup had been swift, clean, and with minimal crying, all on Ron's part. "I just get the feeling that he's apologizing for something he hasn't done yet. It makes me twitchy." They were well past the old necromancy classroom and very near the Merlin Portrait Gallery when Harry got the courage to bring up something Ron had told him over halls, in a dark, silent time when they were both trying to fall asleep but couldn't yet. Due on Harry's part, because the Chudley Cannon's posters, spellotaped to the ceiling, were covered in luminous in the dark quaffles that zipped around in bright orange relief.
"Did you know Lavender applied for the Aura program?"
Hermione stopped. Her footsteps echoed a bit longer, probably due to the residual necromancy classroom hauntings. "No."
"I suppose you definitely didn't know she was accepted then?"
he added. "No," she said again, quieter this time. Her brow furrowed as if she were taking this in and trying to process it. She exhaled heavily. "She fought really well in the final battle."
"She took down that werewolf, that—"
He broke off, unsure of how to say it.
"Mauled her neck and half her face.
Didn't seem appropriate, nor did turned her. It was so bland as to be offensive because what the werewolf had really done was destroyed everything she'd ever valued. But then Lavender had got up and decided to value something different. Ron saw something fierce and attractive in that. Harry couldn't very well blame him. He saw her too, just didn't want to sleep with her. Ron will be an exceptional Aura, Hermione decided. He's very good at Constance Vigilant. Harry choked.
"Hermione,"
he said, but he was laughing. She shrugged one shoulder, unrepentant, and they pressed their lips tightly together as they passed a glaring portrait of the Lady of the Lake. And then another, and by the time they'd cleared the gallery, he was pretty sure they were both back to wishing Ron was with them, even though they both knew he was better off with the Auras. Sometimes It was just so unnatural to be without him. Like they'd all been made from the same molecules, and even when he was far away, they could sense him in a way that they were incomplete themselves. "I don't want to be an Auror," Hermione said sometime later, and Harry knew it wasn't because of Lavender or Ron or anything like that. Hermione was just tired of fighting all the time, and Harry could understand. "I never did." "I know," he said. A scuffling sound caught their attention, and they jumped as if they were still 30 years out with the map and no common sense. Hermione giggled and slapped her hand over her mouth, eyes wide. Why did things have to change, Harry wondered. In moments like this he remembered the magic and novelty of Hogwarts, and how it had always felt like home. The only place that had felt like home. He could close his eyes and hear Hermione giggle, and it would be the first year all over again. I could close them and see Malfoy's wide, frightened eyes, and feel his knees digging into the outside of Harry's thighs, as if he were the one controlling the broom, not Harry. The scoffing came closer, followed by a harassed meow, and just for the hell of it, Harry lifted an eyebrow at her, questioning. He nodded, and they took off running, as if Mrs. Norris could actually get them in trouble these days. They rushed down the back stairs, took lefts and rights without thought, no care whatsoever where they ended up, but enjoying the game of losing Mrs. Norris. Up ahead there was a classroom door ajar, with a faint blue light seeping out in the hallway. He grabbed Hermione's hand and tucked her in. They fell against the door, breathless, laughing. She turned her head to him, a little smirk on her lips. "You silly bugger!" He laughed. It came out breathy and exhausted and happy. He didn't look on his other side. He wouldn't notice that it was just the two of them. "You followed." He remembered the blue light as he regained his breathing. Hermione was already looking around for the source of it. "Oh, this is where they used to teach some pathetic magic. Look there, the little wax dolls on that shelf over there. It hasn't been taught in 200 years after some unfortunate incidents with muggles. I read about it in Hogwarts. Merlin's beard, what is that?" "A wardrobe," Hermione huffed. "The mirror, you twit." It was reflecting the blue light from the wardrobe, making the whole room light up in a soft, eerie glow. Shuddered to gaze and immediately recognized it. "Oh, for fuck's sake, this bloody mirror!" "You recognize it. What does it do?" But she was already walking towards it. Before he could pull her back, Hermione was in front of it, squinting up at the letters along the top. "I show not the truth, but what in the world?" She peered into it and then took an involuntary step back, eyes wide. Her mouth trembled, and then she forced herself to look away. He rushed over and enveloped her in a hug. "You saw them?" he asked. He felt her head shake against his chest. No, that's what's so awful. I just saw myself as a master with Monster with a book deal, and I had a partner, and Crookshanks, and you were there, and Ron too. I didn't see them at all." "But they're safe," Harry reminded her. "You saved them, you loved them enough for that. Just because they aren't in one glimpse of your heart's desire doesn't mean you're a bad daughter." "They don't have a sodding daughter," she muttered. He half wished she would cry. She hadn't done even once. But maybe she really didn't need to. Wars changed people, as Hermione's vocabulary could attest. "What do you see?" He looked over her shoulder, stared in confusion. Hermione felt him stiffen and pulled away to look, so she would be able to see the same thing he was seeing. What is it? I don't think it's working for me. I don't see anything. Anything at all. It's blank. I just see me, right now, like looking in a normal mirror." She elbowed his ribs a bit. "Something you'd like to share with class, Mr. Potter?" He shuddered. That sounded entirely too like McGonagall. Gross. Behind them, the wardrobe shook violently, and for the second time of the night, Harry was startled by a ruddy, creepy noise. He was a grown man, and he defeated Voldemort for Merlin's sake. A rat in a wardrobe should not make him jump a foot in the air. The wardrobe rattled again, and this time he could tell that it was definitely not a rat. "What do you suppose that is?" Hermione asked. He was already reaching for her wand up her sleeve. "Hermione, really?" he said. they were getting a bit old for this fool's rush-in sort of thing. Although he couldn't deny that he didn't also have an alohomora on his lips. Nothing like a good mystery. Hermione's wand twitched, and the wardrobe door swung open. Something slumped onto the floor, and Hermione screamed, then slammed a hand over her mouth to dull it. The Grangers were on the floor, bloody and half-decayed. He gagged at the smell, covered his mouth, and pulled Hermione away.
"Boggart!" he gasped out. "Just a boggart! At least they're still my greatest fear, if not my heart's desire,"
she muttered, but he wouldn't look back at the corpses, even to dismiss it. He nudged her aside and approached the boggart. But then it moved and—
"Fucking hell!"
Hermione turned at his exclamation, but she was far enough away now that the boggart didn't notice her attention. He heard her gasp.
"Harry,"
she whispered.
"Yeah."
That was pretty much the sum of it, because his boggart was himself, right now, like looking in a normal mirror. He stood there frozen, heart pounding. Boggart's self stared back.
"Ridiculous,"
said Hermione. The boggart transformed into Harry and Malfoy snogging, and Hermione sniggered. It should have been funny, Harry thought. It really should have. It was just that it sort of gave him a bit of an erection instead. He was so wrong-footed by the unexpected reaction that it took him a moment longer to comprehend the enormity of what just happened. His heart's desire and his greatest fear. He swallowed.
What does that even mean?
Hermione hesitated, swished her wand, and dismissed the boggart Harry Malfoy altogether.
"I don't know.
The mirror and the boggart can show deep thoughts, but they can't put them into context. Only you really know how to pass the images."
"Right," he said, nodding. "But how can I be both my own greatest fear and heart's desire?"
She didn't have the answer for that. Chapter 2. Sublimation. A change directly from the solid to the gaseous state without becoming a liquid.
"If not in order, then how about a healer?"
2.5 hours into their career prep session, and McGonagall was exacerbated.
"No," Harry said. "I don't want to watch people die."
He kept hoping to see Dumbledore, but both the frames behind her desk were empty, and there was no white beard or purple robes hidden in any of the other headmaster's portraits. He checked like some magical "Where's Dumbledore" game, where the headmaster would have been hidden at a tea party wearing a red wizard's hat and striped robe.
"Perhaps you've a creative streak you'd like to express. There's a respectable market for magical art and fiction."
"No creative streak, unfortunately. Unless one counted the disturbing Malfoyish scenarios he'd entertained since seeing Hermione's ridiculous. He'd been unable to stop replaying the detail of every interaction they'd ever had. Right back to the moment Harry had met him in Madame Malkin's. Right up to that infinite moment in the Room of Requirement, where he'd thought he was dying right then and that he'd live forever. Tandem broom rides, and heat, and breath, and adrenaline, and hands around his waist, and—
"Mr. Potter,"
McGonagall said,
"with your history, you could, quite frankly, do whatever you like, so long as you apply yourself to it. You must, however, first apply yourself. And how will you do that if you can't decide what you want to do?"
He shuddered.
"That's what I'm afraid of." "I don't follow." "I don't want to be hired just because I'm me."
McGonagall looked a little sad at that. She opened her mouth, hesitated. Then a house elf popped in, breaking both of them from the uncomfortable situation it were.
"Headmistress must come right away. Naughty beef, naughty students."
"Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Potter, stay here. I will return, and we will have you sorted before you leave my office today."
It was more command than a motivational speech, but he nodded just the same. The office hadn't changed much, in that it was still 3 stories, circular, and had windows facing the Quidditch pitch. In every other regard, it was McGonagall's office in the Transfigurations wing, transported right down to the little wool and catnip niffler and jingly ball placed tidily in a cat bed by the desk.
"I admit this has been the most pathetically amusing of the Gryffindor career preparation meetings. Granger and Longbottom at least had some idea what they wanted to do. I,
find myself unsurprised that you do not."
Harry snapped to attention. He'd almost forgotten what that voice sounded like.
"Professor Snape."
The portrait sneered, and Harry was pleased to see that the artist had captured that remarkably well. Perhaps the colour chosen for his skin had been overly flattering, but otherwise it was spot on.
"You're looking refreshed." "Spare me,"
Snape said. He crossed his arms over his chest, stared at Harry for a moment, passed good manners, and then crossed to the stool at his painted potions laboratory work table.
"You don't have the patience to be a healer, Potter, nor for artistic endeavours, or rather anything at all. I do wonder, will you manage to contribute to society at all?"
Harry's fist clenched, but he kept them by his side and out of Snape's oily gaze.
"Easy for you to talk about patience when you're dead."
Was either that or hex the bloody portrait. He'd already contributed to society. Snape waved a hand, dismissing the argument and probably Harry's existence as well.
"And yet, I somehow managed to develop and maintain a vocation prior to it. How very Potter-esque of you to make every effort at becoming a man of leisure. Your father will be proud, of course."
"I think I deserve some leisure after last year."
"Oh, yes, of course. How silly of me.
I'd forgotten you were the only wizard to suffer from the war. Grow up, Potter. And in the meantime, get a job."
"I plan to,"
Harry bit out.
"Praise Merlin. Perhaps Rosmerta's hiring, since we appear to be without any nascent Dark Lords, and you have no other marketable skills."
Harry scowled.
"I'm done with that. I want to do something unexpected."
It wasn't until he said it that he realized how true it really was, and then he paused, mouth parting slightly in understanding. That must be what his boggart meant. He was afraid of staying the same. But his heart's desire, what was that? Snape was sneering vitriol at him, but he ignored it. What could he both fear and desire at once? Even as he asked himself the question, the answer came to him. And really, he should have known it all along. He just wanted to be himself. No boy who lived rubbish, no Voldemort, no Death Eaters, no prophecies. Just Harry. But who was Harry Potter, really? It wasn't who he was right now. He was still living the life that Wizarding Britain carved out for him. He was getting his nudes. Then he'd probably end up at the orrery, whether he really wanted to or not, just because it was expected of him, and that's where Ron was. Then he'd marry Ginny, and they'd recreate the tragic, idyllic family immortalized in marble down in Godric's Hollow. He cringed. Did it really look rather like his mum? But it was expected of him, and he was terrified of living his life like that. What wasn't expected of him? That's what he wanted. The door opened. The sound of Hogwarts drifted in behind the taps of McGonagall's boot.
"I do apologize, Mr. Potter. We seem to have a boggart infestation in the North Wing. They must have got in before we patched that side up."
He looked up at her, nodded vaguely. Snape was still leering at him, nasty as ever and just as disgusted.
"Unexpected, my ruddy ass."
Harry heard him mutter things under his breath that he was almost certain included the word
Dumbledore.
McGonagall's nostrils flared, but she otherwise ignored the portrait Snape.
"Perhaps row-making,"
McGonagall said, picking up right where they left off.
"or professional Quidditch. You have the skill for reserve, and with a few years practicing, I've no doubt you'd make starting. Montrose Magpies, if you don't mind."
"Patience,"
Harry said, staring right into Snape's abyssal eyes.
"I want to be a patience master."
The office went quiet. Even the dozing Hatmaster stopped snoring. McGonagall blinked at him.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I think I may have misheard you. I thought you said patience," he repeated. "Yes." You can't be serious,
Snape said, affecting boredom, but he left the oil-based stool and was now pressed against the front of the portrait, staring down at them both from his better vantage point. He craned his neck towards the portrait next, as if Dumbledore were hiding just beyond the frame and would pop out and tell Harry how much madness this was, but Dumbledore didn't come and probably would have been well amused at this turn of events anyway.
I am, said Harry. It's what I want.
No one would ever expect that. And then he'd show Snape, and he'd still be alive. It was hard to be the better patience master when one was dead, Harry suspected, and he was damned if he let Snape make him feel inferior when he was rotting.
Mr. Potter, I do commend you for your, determination, but apprenticeships and potions are incredibly hard to come by. There are so few masters left in Britain, and Professor Slughorn won't be taking anyone. He's retiring. I don't want Slughorn. I want Professor Snape.
McGonagall paused. She looked at him like he might truly be losing it.
Mr. Potter, Professor Snape is dead. I am right here.
They both turned to look at the portrait. He was at the front of his frame again, glaring down at them through beady, peridine black eyes. The artist hadn't even bothered to mix the color with another, just let it fade out where the painted green light from the wall sconces hit his eyes.
He's still a master, Harry said. Doesn't forget everything when he dies, does he?
He turned to Professor Snape, smirking.
Oh, you didn't forget, did you? Of course not.
Harry turned back to the headmistress.
I want to be a potions master, he repeated. That's my choice.
She sighed, caught a furious look towards the portrait behind her, seemed to now realize how neatly Harry had crawled him into nearly agreeing to something he'd no doubt hate. Good. She returned Harry's gaze with a weary one of her own.
You seem quite adamant.
Yes. It will require an O in your potions, Newt. Do you think you can learn 7 years' worth of material in 5 months?
No.
Yes.
Snape snorted. McGonagall's expression was pain.
Mr. Potter, perhaps you might prepare a contingency plan in the event that, well...
They looked at one another for a long moment, neither speaking the thought that it was very likely his contingency plan, if any, would indeed come into play come June. That he could be a potions master was laughable at best. That he would end up being in Aaand's debt was horrifying. He hadn't really considered it so thoroughly until now, but now that he did, he knew he wanted no part of it. He had to be good at something besides defense.
I'll go into PR, he said, shrugging. People like listening to me talk, apparently. I thought you didn't want a career in the public eye.
She was right, he really, really didn't.
More motivation to succeed. Can I apprentice with Professor Snape? That will be up to Professor Snape,
she said, blinking quickly. They both turned to the portrait, who was staring back at Harry with an unfathomable look. The silence spent longer than living people felt comfortable with, but which was probably nothing special for a portrait. Finally, Snape said,
If Mr. Potter is, by the grace of Merlin, and perhaps God, able to secure an O on his Newt, then I shall accept him for apprenticeship, if for nothing else than the entertainment value. After all, as you say, Mr. Potter, I have quite a lot of time on my hands.
But you won't, remained unspoken. Harry beamed at him, trying to remember if this had been his idea or if he'd been confounded. At least he wouldn't have to be in aura. Even being forced to spend time with Snape's portrait sounded better than that. After all, he could wash his hands of Snape after 3 years, but he'd be in aura forever. What would Ron say when Harry and Hermione both confessed they had no intentions of joining him at the Ministry? Would he be sad? Relieved?
This is rather unprecedented,
McGonagall was saying, but she looked too frazzled by his 3-hour-long career prep session to keep trying to talk him out of it.
But
If Professor Snape agrees, if you can meet the qualifications for apprenticeship, then...
She shrugged, a wholly uncharacteristic gesture for her. He won't, Snape said, in case anybody had any doubts about it. Perhaps Mr. Potter should stop by 12 Fits for a new set of press ropes this Hogsmeade. Harry glared at him. Enjoy your bobs now, Professor Snape. They won't be as funny to you when I'm putting on apprentice ropes instead. Snape chuckled nastily. We shall see about that. Harry stepped off the gargoyle staircase and straight into Malfoy. His chest was warm and solid. Their mouth had nearly touched for a moment. Was it weird that he was sort of attracted to Malfoy simply because Malfoy hadn't turned him into Voldemort when the Snatchers got them? Or maybe he'd always been attracted to Malfoy, but he was such a prick that the attention was sucked away, like Malfoy was some kind of attraction dementor. Or was it that he hadn't been attracted to Malfoy at all until that moment when Hermione's dark sense of humor showed him what could be? Harry didn't know, but he wanted. Oh, well, fuck. His brain caught up with itself and hovered between panicking and lashing out defensively. He was attracted to him. He was attracted to Malfoy. Malfoy shoved him back and he stumbled against the wall. Took him a moment too long to remember that he didn't like that, and by then it would have seemed absurd to make a fuss. "Watch it, Potter," Malfoy muttered, but there wasn't any feeling behind it. He was too preoccupied with craning his neck around Harry to look up the spiral stairs. It annoyed Harry. Merlin, why would he care? Probably because Malfoy wasn't paying attention to him. Old habits returned easily. Malfoy being suspicious wasn't hard to react to. "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" Malfoy returned his attention to Harry. "I have an appointment. You aren't a Gryffindor. Well spotted, Potter. Next you'll tell me I'm not a Weasley." Harry rolled his eyes. Fucking wanker. They couldn't even have a bit of British small talk without Malfoy saying things that were not exactly insults, but because they came from Malfoy were insults. Pushed past him, and tried to push him from his mind as well. He took the back stairs up to the 7th floor in a bit of panic. Had he really just said he wanted to be a potions master? Wasn't anyone going to remind him that he was rubbish at potions? For him to learn all the concepts in 5 months was going to be... He swallowed. It was going to be impossible, even by Gryffindor standards. That is, unless he had a particular book. Harry detoured. He stopped at the dancing troll portrait, stared at the blank expanse of wall across from him. Would the room even work anymore? He paced. I need to find the Half-Blood Prince's book. A door appeared. He approached it warily. The air round it was warmer than the rest. Laid his hand over the wood and it felt hot and dry. Door handle was ironed and too hot to touch. He stepped back, swallowing heavily. He considered this, paced again. I need a place to learn patience. A new door appeared. He approached it. It was hot. The handle too hot to touch. He paced. I need a place, any place. A door appeared. The air was hot. The handle too hot to touch. Damn it! How did one learn patience without the Half-Blood Prince's book? He was so buggered. In 8th year common room, Hermione was reading another letter from Ron with a distracted frown on her face. She looked up when he entered and her expression changed to exacerbated. How does one handle post-relationship friendship with a Weasley? She asked. I'm sure I've no idea how it's done. Neither did Harry, obviously. Don't blame you. They turned to frown at Malfoy, who was now entering the portrait hall, looking entirely too pleased with himself for Harry's liking. Why couldn't Harry be pleased with himself too? Bloody well deserved it by now. If it helps, I could get rid of him for you. You're not killing Ron, Harry said. Malfoy gave him an inscrutable look. Funny that should be where your thoughts first went. He turned back to Hermione. If you really want to get rid of him, hint that you're sleeping with me in one of your many prophet interviews.
I'd wager that it'll get you down to a cot at Christmas and birthdays.
To Harry's annoyance, Hermione's lip twitched at the corners.
You're disgusting, Malfoy. What would be in it for you?
He shrugged, smiling.
Annoying Weasley without having to actually do anything.
He paused, gave Hermione a look.
And I would not be doing anything, Granger. I don't do witches. Don't fall at my feet.
He perked up, and it annoyed him that he did so. Malfoy swam through Hogwarts as if his entire family hadn't just been on the losing side of a war, while Harry spent half his fucking waking moments and a full third of his sleeping ones wondering just what the fuck he was doing with his life.
Why are you so happy, Malfoy?
Malfoy smiled. A sly pull of his lips that exposed a row of brilliant, not quite perfect, white teeth, and possibly Harry's heart too. His canines were pushed a bit too far forward, and how had Harry not realized before how erotic that was? His stomach dropped. Tandem broom rides, winged fire, panicked breath on his neck, clammy hands clenching around his abdomen, pointed teeth nipping at his earlobes. Merlin, he was absolutely batty.
Because I'm free now.
But so am I, and I'm not happy, Harry thought as Malfoy sauntered off into his and Cole's bedroom. He turned to Hermione.
I'm free too, right?
Hermione stared at him. Oh, Harry. Oh, that wasn't the right response.
What's Ron have to say?
He asked quickly. She knew what he was doing, but she let him do it, explaining his training partnership with Lavender in great detail. Why does he think I care what pastries she's best at baking, and which days she brings crullers and which days she brings tarts? Harry crinkled his nose.
It's like she was made for him. Gross.
He added, thinking of the sorts of kings they might share. Hermione grinned a bit. How did your session with Professor McGonagall go? Didn't she talk you into going into healing?
Definitely not.
He stared down at his books, cursing himself for being such an idiot. There was nothing wrong with being an aura. It was the sort of thing he did. He could be good at it. It could be fine. It would be boring. It would be exactly what Wizarding Britain expected of him, and he didn't want anything to do with their expectations.
Professor Snape was in his portrait, though.
Hermione smiled, but she looked confused. Is he well?
About as well as you can be for dead, I suppose.
He's got a lab in his portrait. I'm sure he's pleased.
I was thinking about what you said last week, about how I might be good at something if I had the time to try, and I think I want to do that. I don't want to be Harry Potter, the boy who lived and was only mediocre at everything else, though I thought I might be good at potions.
The look on Hermione's face froze.
But you aren't. That was McGonagall's response too. I think the only person who hasn't wigged out about it is me, and I'm nearly there. Snape's insulted that I'd even consider his profession.
Hermione finally found her voice. But Harry, you don't... How are you going to... But Professor Slughorn's not taking apprentices. He's retiring. Harry smirked.
Professor Snape's not retiring. He's well past that.
Hermione dropped her quill, and purple ink began to drool out onto her notes. She noticed and cast a hasty spell before all her pages were ruined. Harry, are you out of your mind? He considered this.
Maybe. Probably. I just know that I don't want to be an aura because everyone expects me to, and I want to know what it's like to really love magic like you do. I think maybe I could learn to love potions. My boggart says I'm afraid of being like I am, so maybe what I'd really love is something I never would have guessed before. I have to know I can't stay the same.
Hermione frowned. She had that look on her face that she got whenever she read something sad in the paper. All right, Harry. If this is what you want, you know I'll support you. And of course I'd never be upset with my best friend for deciding to be academic. How are you going to catch up enough to get an A, though? He grimaced.
Studying, apparently. I went by the room to see if the half-blood princess spoke.
Harry, you didn't! She whispered, leaning in to keep any of the ever-present Slytherins from hearing their conversation. He shrugged, feeling defensive.
I didn't open the door. I think it's still on fire.
Of course it's still on fire.
Well, whatever the case, I've got to start at the beginning, he said. Remedial potions. I feel like I've come full circle.
She grinned at this. The last time you took remedial potions, it was an unmitigated disaster. There was that, yes. But he didn't have to dwell on the past. The future was now, and all that rot. I can do this, Hermione. I know I can. Hermione sighed. You'll need to know the theory behind potion-making if you're to have any hope at all, and Snape only assigned that sort of reading in first and second year. Harry shuddered. If I read 7 years' worth of textbook before needs, will I have hope? Probably not, Hermione said, not without an apologetic look. Potions-making isn't just a science, it's an art. There are rules, but the rules are so vast and detailed and bendy that it would take a lifetime just to learn the ones involved in a simple pepper of potions. Potions masters understand the theory and use their instinct for the rest. How do people learn this stuff then? He said. Life was too much sometimes. He fell back against the couch cushions and sighed. If he had to be an aura just because he wasn't good enough at potions, he would probably go Lockhart. It's not a subject that can really be learned on one's own. You should learn from a master or someone who really understands the theory. Lockhart's one of the only masters left in Britain, I'm afraid. He scrunched his nose. A really good tutor, maybe. Zaghorn was difficult to digest in large doses. It was exhausting to be around him. She bit her lip. There are really only 2 students at Hogwarts who understand the theory well enough to teach it to someone else, and I'm busy with my own studies. Hermione prevaricating was a terrible sign. Great. Which leaves? Hermione's lips curved. It was definitely a smirk. Malfoy. Extracurricular time with Malfoy was a horrible idea. For one, he'd probably enjoy it. Right up until Malfoy made some smart remark about Hermione's parents, which was an even more forbidden topic than before. Could he stand to be around Malfoy and keep his weird desires under wraps in the interest of the greater good, or at least his own greater good? Could he hide his attraction long enough to learn from him? It wasn't a prospect that Harry relished, to be sure, but the longer they sat there with Hermione worrying her lip as she scanned his face for reaction, the more obvious it became that this was something he had to do. He was an adult now, and he needed the help if he was going to achieve what he needed. When the decision came, it was almost freeing in a way. He was terrified of undertaking a patience apprenticeship, but it felt right. He would be defined by this moment, he thought, where he abdicated the part of him that was rubbish at potions and became only the part of him that was great. Chapter 3. Calcination. Calcination. A thermal treatment process in absence of air applied to ores and other solid materials to bring about a thermal decomposition, phase transition, or removal of a volatile fraction. For all his determination, he was sort of terrified of actually approaching Malfoy. But he'd sorted well, and by the end of the week, he'd convinced himself to get it over with. It was a nightmare about being an aura that finally settled matters. Anything was better than that, even potions, even 3 years as Snape's apprentice. Malfoy tended to grab his dinner and take it back to the common room, which had always been great in Harry's opinion, since he didn't have to share a table with him, but now he wondered what it would be like to be around him, play Snap with him, talk Quidditch with him, be his friend, be more. Dangerous thoughts. But then he'd always got a bit of a high from danger. Harry waited for him outside the great hall doors in the interest of avoiding onlookers. Even while walking, Malfoy's table manners were flawless. He was tearing off a piece of bread, buttering only that piece with a floating knife and butter. Malfoy, wait! Malfoy looked back but didn't stop. He was wearing his reading glasses. Why Harry never noticed whenever he wore them before, he couldn't say, because they were rather fetching. What is it, Potter? He fell into step beside him. The little butter knife kept following them, but Malfoy had stopped eating. Actually, now that he was doing it, he really had no idea whatsoever how to ask Malfoy for help. It wasn't like they were mates. I need help from you. Malfoy frowned. How horrible for you. Harry closed his eyes briefly. This was a stupid idea. I told McGonagall I wanted to be a potions master, so now I need to get an O on my potion newt, and Hermione is busy, and you're the only other person smart enough to explain potions theory to me. He hesitated. The next words were painful to say. "I'm begging you. My future depends on this." When had he become so neurotic around Malfoy? Malfoy stopped here, and the butter knife stopped with him. He unscrewed the cap on a posh glass water bottle and took a sip. He said, "Potter, have you lost your mind? You're rubbish at potions." Harry pursed his lips. "Are you, Aaand?" Malfoy shrugged. "True, but I'm preparing for a transfiguration apprenticeship. I don't have time to teach you potions, nor do I care to." So that was what he was seeing McGonagall about. "I'll pay you." Malfoy looked incredulous. "What would I do with more money?" "I'll pay you in another way." This made Malfoy pause, and it was a moment before Harry realized what he'd said, and his face burned. Malfoy looked Harry up and down, like he was a racehorse he was considering purchasing. He smirked, and it wasn't a nice, amused one like Hermione's. "I meant I could help you with something too." "Are you any good at transfigurations?" Malfoy asked. He sipped his water again, as if this was the dullest thing that had ever happened to him. Harry wanted to scream. Why could Malfoy have asked for defense help, or snitch-catching help, or surviving Dark Lord's help, or even not being a git help? Any of those things Harry could help with. Reluctantly, he said, "Average." Malfoy shook his head. "Not interested. See you, Potter." "Wait!" Malfoy paused, but he didn't look pleased about it. He didn't care. He still needed to get an O, whether he got to satisfy his morbid curiosity about Malfoy in the interim or not. "Wait, could you just maybe tell me where I could start then? A book that would explain the foundations to me in, I don't know, Muggle-born terms?" Malfoy snorted. "Merlin, Potter, you're as mad as a centaur. But it will at least be interesting watching you fail. You do that well enough. Try Dosage by Paracelsus. It explains the importance of balance, measurement, and ingredient preparation, or foundations of brewing. Are you sure you can understand things like centimeters and milliliters?" He already turned the corner when Harry passed out the insult and remembered to yell out, "Thanks, Malfoy, but fuck off, Potter," came floating back anyway. Madame Pince appeared aggrieved when he asked where the potions section was. She pointed wordlessly, and Harry followed the gesture to the north corner of the library, where the wall sconces seemed to be struggling against the shadows. The wizarding cataloging system had only helped to stomp out whatever Ravenclaw tendency he might have once had. It took him 20 minutes to find Paracelsus, who was not located near any other P authors, but instead under a subcategory of German and Swiss wizards who wrote on alchemy, potions, poultices, and transmutation, sorted by year and relevance to modern magic. When he'd asked for Muggle-born terms, he's meant modern Muggle-born terms. Dosage was written in the most obstructive, archaic language Harry had ever had the misfortune of encountering. He took lots of notes as he forced himself through the first few chapters, but he wasn't sure they helped, and he really had no idea what an Azoth was or why it was so essential to alchemy. "Get a plan," Hermione said. "Work backwards from the big potions you'll need to know for the newt, and subcategorize them into details of things you need to relearn, or learn altogether." It sounded great in theory. Hermione's own research into the matter of newts 2 years ago confirmed that students were always asked to brew 1 of 6 standard potions and answer questions on 3 of the other 5. Heart Helper Potion, Draught of the Living Death, Cold Cure, Suntan Solution, Liver Repair Elixir, and Memory Tonic. You would need to brew 1 of those perfectly, without aid of notes. Each of them was so complex, convoluted, arbitrary, and time-consuming that it would be impossible for anyone to really remember the recipes by heart without actually understanding the way the magic of potions worked. He wrote each of those at the top of a piece of parchment with lines breaking them down by ingredients, preparation, base, cauldron, brewing style, and time, and underlying theories. Off to a good start, he thought. In his notes he scrawled, "The first step of brewing a potion is to determine the appropriate base. How?" Bases separated into 7 categories. 1. Distilled water. 2 aqua vitae, 3 aqua regia, 4 aqua fortis, 5 cinnabar. Maybe it should be used in nutrient potions since it sounds like it tastes good at least. 6 vitriol, no doubt what Snape made all of his potions out of. 7 sal ammoniac. Determining the base. Okay, he made a note. He would need to cross-reference that before he left tonight to find a text more focused on that sort of thing. He was making progress. He was at least learning how far behind he was.
Well. Charm me surprised. You're actually reading.
Harry tensed. The skin on his shoulders felt warm and tingly. Malfoy was right behind him. He could almost feel the warmth of his skin. He turned.
Malfoy.
Malfoy inclined his head.
Oh, I thought you were having me on, I admit. But here you are, studying potions.
Here I am, Harry agreed. Can I help you?
No, as we've already established.
Nevertheless, Malfoy moved around the table and pulled a spare chair on. The loss of his body heat in the air around Harry was palpable and aggravating. Malfoy was like Finfire, probably. It was not good to be near him, even if he did warm Harry up. Malfoy dropped a copy of Metamorphosis on the table and sat. It was at least 5 inches thick, and therefore unlikely the one by Kafka that Hermione read in 3rd year.
You definitely not want to use cinnabar in a nutrient potion,
Malfoy said offhandedly. He flipped the page.
It's another name for mercury, moron.
How do you know when to use which base?
Malfoy rolled his eyes. How do you know which arm movement to use with a new spell?
Harry scrunched his nose.
Some movements just feel right.
Malfoy looked up at this part.
Interesting. So you are intuitive? I'd wondered.
Seemingly realizing he'd sort of complimented Harry, he concluded.
At least you have that going for you. I'm a Gryffindor. It's what we do.
Malfoy muttered something unflattering under his breath. Then,
intuitive magic user Potter. Really. It's all in how you direct your magic. About half of all wizards can intuit the right spell movement or the right potion prep or what have you. The other half have to learn each part for everything they do, using a tried-and-true formula instead of their own innate understanding of magic.
They do much worse on their exams generally. The table seemed much smaller all of a sudden. Malfoy's voice had a way of reverberating softly off the walls and books of the library and coming back to Harry's skin. He felt warm. He wanted to know what Malfoy was like around his Slytherins, when it was just them and their mythical weekend hedonism fests. Maybe he could trick it out of Millicent. It became apparent that Malfoy had no intention of speaking to him anymore. It was just after the good lightning at Harry's table. That wasn't acceptable. Harry cleared his throat.
So, transfigurations?
Malfoy made an agreeable noise, which was a good sign.
Why? I didn't even know you were good at transfigurations. I thought you were good at potions.
Malfoy rolled his eyes.
I can be good at more than one thing. Just like you can be average at more than one thing. I'm good at Quidditch.
Malfoy turned the page, didn't look up.
So go play Quidditch.
Harry huffed.
I want to do something unexpected. I don't want to be average. Well, I do, but not at magic, just at personality. I assure you, Potter,
said Malfoy as he jotted down a note in green ink, the same colour ink Harry liked.
You are average at personality, too.
Harry narrowed his eyes. Malfoy was just being a twat, which was nothing new. Why Harry supposed Malfoy might have changed was beyond him. Or rather, Malfoy had changed, just not in the way that Harry wanted. What he wanted, he could admit in the abyssal corners of his mind, was Malfoy's attention. He was making a fool of himself trying to get it.
That's not what I meant. You said it. You know what I meant,
said Harry, staring angrily at his own green inkwell.
I don't want to be only good for Dark Lord defeating and printing gossipy stories about.
The silence stretched, but when he looked up again, Malfoy was looking at him, his eyes strangely bright.
I know.
The intensity of his stare left Harry momentarily breathless. There was just something about Malfoy that made Harry feel volatile, like a potion one stays a spell away from explosion. Malfoy was already back to his book, staring intently at the animated daguerreotype of a witch morphing into a bat and back again. His bottom lip was caught beneath his 2 correct canines, and it was perhaps the most sensual thing Harry had ever seen.
"You were trying for your animagus form."
Malfoy nodded. His lip remained caught. Harry stared at his mouth, paying only half a mind to the words coming out of his own.
"Hermione and I did a bit of that last Christmas. She had a book on it, and we were trying to keep our minds off Ron."
Malfoy, of course, had no idea what he was talking about, but it seemed to get his attention anyway.
"How far did you get?"
"Indigenization," said Harry. It was the third step behind meditation and visualization, and the last step before an initial partial transformation.
"We learned our forms, and then Ron came back, and we had a lead again, so we stopped."
Because there were more important things to worry about again. Malfoy pushed his book aside.
"What's your form?"
Harry smirked.
"Not saying." "Must be stupid, then," Malfoy said. "Are you fluffy?"
Harry didn't even have a problem with his form anymore, but he'd finally got Malfoy's attention, and he wasn't going to relinquish it so quickly.
"Tell me yours first."
Malfoy scowled.
"No."
The way he looked at his inkwell, then his fancy 10-galleon quill, then Madame Pince made it clear. Slowly, Harry grinned.
"You can't do it, can you?"
"Of course I can."
"You don't even know what yours is going to be. You can't visualize it, can you?"
"I only started trying a couple of months ago," Malfoy said hotly. "It's not as if it's a weekend flu parlor renovation."
"I got to the third step in under a month. I bet I know why you can't do step 2, said Harry.
Malfoy sighed, pushed his book to the side.
"Potter?" "No, really," Harry said. "I had trouble with visualization too until I realized what I was doing wrong. If you help me catch up on potions, I'll show you how to transform."
Malfoy paused. His eyes lifted, met Harry's. They were cold, mercurial, mutable, like cinnabar.
"Fine, Friday, in the spare dungeon classroom, but I warn you, I won't be a pocket potioneer. I'll give you advice, but you have to do the work."
Harry turned back to his book and notes, but he couldn't help the stupid smile crossing his face.
"Okay, good."
Malfoy merely hummed in response, but that was okay. That was good. "Know your base," Dosage said. Harry understood that passage now. Potions were a bit like him and Malfoy. Volatile ones needed volatile base. Fortifying ones needed a fortified base. Life-giving ones needed a life-giving base. Cinnabar, aqua fortis, aqua vitae. Malfoy was probably all those things to Harry. The more he understood Malfoy, the more he understood potions. Chapter 4. Exuberation. Exuberation. The overflow and abundance of distilled parts into a potentially stable amalgam of air. Harry was only taking 4 classes this year. Potions, Transfigurations, Defense, and Charms. But he was buggered if he could remember anything Flitwick or the new defense teacher said. He couldn't even remember the defense teacher's name. All of his attention was divided between potions, where he was becoming more and more fascinated with the vagaries of effects between pewter and gold quadrants. It was amazing what he'd learned with just 2 chapters of Gold Quadrants, the arc of the coveting and other potioneering myth. And Transfigurations, where he tried valiantly to follow along with Professor Switch's lecture while not letting Hermione catch him following Malfoy's wand movements instead. Malfoy really was graceful at it, and assured. Watching him transfigure clocks into candelabras, and those into camels, was irritatingly arousing to both mind and body. Professor Switch dismissed them, and Hermione had to kick Harry under the table before he understood what was happening. He swished all of his things into his bag without even ensuring his ink was capped. Potions was next, and he could always use a siphoning spell. "Harry, wait!" Hermione said as he sped off. Legs ran quite as long as his, and she was glaring at him as he turned around. "Honestly, one would think you were looking forward to potions."
"I am."
She eyed him distrustfully. "Yes, I suppose you are. Oddly." They fell into step, and she took the shortcut through the dingy service passage that came out near Professor Snape's old office.
"Potter!"
He grimaced. They stopped and faced the John William Waterhouse of a nude siren brushing kelp from her hair against a dramatic water break. Snape's face and manner of dress were incompatible with the pre-Raphaelite art, and yet he soldiered on. It was very like Snape to be so determined and so utterly ruinous of an otherwise agreeable scene.
And Granger, I see. No Weasley. The heavens rejoice.
Hello, Professor Snape. Hermione was the only person he knew who could remain absolutely polite under the most uncomfortable of circumstances. Oh no, Malfoy probably could too.
Yes, Professor,
said Harry, who could do without the small talk, all things considered.
I saw your little makeshift laboratory in the spare potions classroom. Very quaint.
Harry clenched his fists. He hated being mocked.
Thanks. It's really better for fumes, I've found. Plus, the stable temperature provided by the windowless, draught-free dungeon climate is ideal for brewing sensitive potions.
Snape rolled his eyes.
You think you're clever now that you've done a little background reading? An acceptable, average first-year Hufflepuff could have taught you the benefits of dungeons for the brewing process.
Harry scowled.
I'll get to know, he said. I'll brew all of them perfectly, and then we'll see who's smirking.
Snape smirked.
I assure you, it will be me. All the Grangers in the world couldn't prepare you to brew even one of the nude potions on your own. Good thing I've got Malfoy helping me now too, then.
Snape's eyes narrowed. There was a silence, during which Harry hid how pleased he was that he'd rendered Snape speechless.
Enjoy this game while you can. I will, Professor. The next 3 years. Hope you're as excited as I am.
With a roll of his eyes, Snape disappeared from the siren's speech, and she looked much relieved by it. Hermione waved to her, ever polite.
Harry, you really shouldn't antagonize him so. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Should you have a backup plan? You know you could still go into broom-making without a potion snoot. He tossed his things down on their normal bench and frowned.
No.
He ignored her sigh. Professor Slughorn was late and still munching on a brandied pineapple when he exited his office into the classroom.
Cauldron's out, everyone. I hope you all remembered to bring your bronze ones today, because we be starting the Sunton solution. You'll all thank me for this in June when you're holidaying in the Mediterranean.
Harry unshrunk his bronze cauldron and set a low fire burning beneath. Hermione, who had finished just before him, eyed him as he adjusted the flame height with a scowl. The burner at his desk was emotional, and it didn't care for Wednesdays. Never noticed that before last week.
What are you doing?
He bit his lip to hold back a yelp as the flame jumped up and scorched his fingertips.
Fixing my flame. Oh? It's faulty. It'll burn my potion if it doesn't settle down.
He jabbed at the burner with his wand and directed a strongly worded thought at it. There weren't particular spells for this sort of thing, only annoyance and magical power. Finally, it settled down into a stable, low burn, although not without resentment.
How did you know? Studied, he said. Haven't you seen me?
It had been all he did for days now.
Well, yes, but I didn't think you'd retained any of it.
You'll see, he said. Harry could do more than defeat evil. He could be talented too. Probably.
I've seen you wrangle that burner into submission, Mr. Potter. Good show, good show. That desk always been finicky on Wednesdays.
It annoyed him that he'd been sitting at this desk for 7 years. Not once had Snape ever mentioned a finicky burner. But then the budding potions aficionado in him said that it was Snape's way of weeding out the ones who didn't care or have the talent. After all, it was obvious that this flame bounced around more than the others. Shouldn't he have noticed it himself before now? He was defending Snape, and it made him sort of hate himself. Hermione returned with their basket of ingredients, and he set to work finely slicing the herbs per the book's directions and chopping the animal bits with less finesse to save time. On his newts, he'd only get a set amount of time to brew his potion. He knew now that he could save time on the fatty bits because of the way fat reacted with other ingredients. 20 minutes in, both his and Hermione's potions were a steady buttercream color. Stir thrice, widowshins, reverse, stir thrice again. He did so. His neck prickled as he set his staring rod, glass not wood, down again. When he turned to look, Malfoy was staring right at him with the most intense look Harry had ever seen on him. The steam rising from his own cauldron made his face flushed and damp. Across the room, someone's potion hissed warningly. Malfoy smirked at him before returning to his own. Harry swallowed. For a moment, all he could think of was that this was probably what Malfoy looked like during a shag. One timer chirruped at the 45-minute mark, and he checked the text for the next step. Decant 1 os, check send for ambiguities. If odor vague, lower heat. If odor decided, raise heat. What? He decanted an ounce, sniffed it. It smelled... Well, it had a smell. Sort of coconutty, sort of pineapple-y. Only why Slughorn was so excited about this one today. But was it a vague scent or a decided scent? He looked around the room and saw that roughly half were upping their heat and another half lowering theirs. Malfoy was lowering his. Hermione was raising hers. 2 paths, each equally valid in different circumstances. But what was his path? This was entirely too poetic for his sensibilities. His wand buzzed once with a 30-second warning. Up or down? He sniffed the decanted potion again. He was undecided about the smell. His wand buzzed for 15 seconds. Up or down? Up or down? Vague, he decided, and quickly lowered the heat. In another minute, his potion would either turn white and goopy or bronze and creamy. He looked around the room again, watching cauldron after cauldron turn the warm bronze of a well-made suntan solution. Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass were already dabbing some on their hands to test and giggling at the patches of sun-bronzed skin it left behind. He turned around again. Malfoy was focused on his buttery potion, the steam making his hair fall around his face. An alarm buzzed on his hawthorn wand, and the potion turned a shimmery bronze. Malfoy looked up at him, the corner of his mouth pulled up in something that wasn't quite a smirk. Harry's wand chirped again. Hermione inhaled sharply. He was afraid to turn around. Would his be the only white, goopy potion in the whole class? Would this be the determinant in his life, this one failed potion that would be on his newt and prevent him from apprenticing? Malfoy craned his neck to see into Harry's cauldron. He looked back, expression muted. When their eyes met again, Harry knew. Even without any outward expression, he could read Malfoy, he realized. Better even than he could read Hermione's gasps. He turned around. The potion was bronze, creamy, and smelled decidedly of coconut. Closed his eyes and couldn't stop the relief from washing over his face. Slughorn called, "I'll have a decanted sample on my desk before you leave, then a 12-inch essay on the process due a week from today. And don't forget that you're all invited to my little party this Saturday evening, 8 p.m. Come dressed for success and fun." Chapter 5. Fixation. Fixation, a process by which a previously volatile substance is transformed into a form that is not affected by fire. Separation of a substance before being recombined into another shape at a subatomic level. Friday may have only been 5 days away, but those 5 days took 5 years to actually pass. Harry, you aren't obsessing over my ridiculous, are you? He stopped short, one hand already pressing against the back of the portrait. What do you mean? Hermione pursed her lips and craned her neck up to confirm that no one else was lingering near the balustrade at the top of the stairs. You've had that obsessed look about you again, like 6th year all over. And you've been looking at Malfoy all week. And now you're leaving to meet with him. Don't pretend like you're surprised I figured that out. I was just teasing you. You don't need to sneak around to see him. I don't mind that you want to be friends. I know you're not into him. That's what you think. He said he'd help. Hermione's look was decidedly sardonic. In exchange for what? Did anyone think he had anything to offer? He is stuck trying to get his animagus. It was guaranteed to get Hermione's mind rolling in another direction, and it worked like a charm. Oh, we really should finish ours. We were so close. Are you sure you want to finish? He asked, smirking a bit. My film isn't that bad, but she was frowning. It's very practical. Harry smirked. Brings back memories, I'm sure. Then, do you think it would bring back memories for Bulstrode? She'd probably try to exorcise you if she ever found you in her room. Millicent's first pet, Dark Lady, hadn't died until the first week back for 8th year. Upon first seeing it in her room that first night, Hermione had sent Harry a frantic message that required 6 rotations of the Protean charm on his galleon. It's her cat. Thought it looked familiar and visualized. Exactly same marking as Bulstrode's fucking cat. Must have been PJP. Somehow changed my DNA when taken. Now thinks actual cat is my animagus. Bollocks! Millicent, for her part, was not one to linger, and had replaced Dark Lady with her physical and metaphysical opposite by the weekend. Peep was wide, frequently terrified, and annoying as fuck. Just go, Harry, he said, throwing a quill at him in exacerbation. But do try not to obsess over Malfoy this year. He's almost certainly not up to anything except getting his newts, and even if he is, that is Ron's problem now. By some miracle, he managed to get to the spare patient's classroom before Malfoy, and even had his practice cauldron set up on the fire, carefully heating to a rumbling simmer. Whatever the fuck that means, Harry once would have thought. But now his potions-making knowledge was coming right along, and he knew the difference between a low simmer, a rumbling simmer, and a boil. Malfoy came in, looking harassed. There was disarray, and his mouth was set in a brooding line. Lines above his nose softened as he noticed Harry at the front desk and the soothing, minty smell steaming up from his cauldron. "Cold cure?" he asked. "Yes, it's tricky." Malfoy frowned. "Tricky is not the word I'd use." He set his things down next to Harry's cauldron, and they regarded each other for a moment. It was only then that Harry remembered that they were not exactly friends, no matter what his mind might suggest to him at times. He couldn't get his mind off Malfoy. Did it mean he was obsessing, or did it mean that the world was trying to bring to his attention something wonderful and profound? Something that could maybe be, if only they could just distill like one of Harry's new potions. "Tip for tip," Malfoy said. "That's how we do this. Me first." Harry nodded, pulled down a smile. Of course Malfoy would want to go first. Malfoy looked as though he expected more argument from Harry and was discomfited when he didn't receive it, though he recovered soon enough. "Good. I do fine with the meditation, but when I try to visualize, I don't get anything. I know I'm doing it right." "Nothing?" Harry asked. "Not even a hint?" Malfoy crossed his arms. "No." Harry leaned back against the table behind him, thinking over the desperately lonely Christmas he and Hermione had endured last year. Save for their terrifying run-in with Nagini, they'd been thoroughly alone and trackless. What had it been like when he first saw his form for the first time? Maybe seeing wasn't the right term for it. It was more that he understood it. Understood it with the same bitter acceptance that he'd understood the meaning of the messages on Dumbledore's snitch the night he walked into the forest. But he was past that now, and he could see the value in things he'd have once spurned, like his animagus form. "What do you feel when you reach the end of the meditation stage?" Malfoy shifted. "Restless." Harry stirred. Restless, skittish. Death, death, death. He remembered those feelings as if it had been just yesterday and not well over a year ago. "Anything else?" Malfoy shrugged. Need to run." He looked away. "Meditation isn't supposed to make you feel like you're caged." "I felt restless too," Harry said, and was more sure than ever that he knew the reason Malfoy couldn't complete his visualization. "It was part of my animal's instincts." "What's your animal?" Harry smirked. "Nope. I'll show you mine when you show me yours." Malfoy frowned. "I can't even get to the visualization." "You're overthinking it," said Harry, who was grateful Malfoy apparently hadn't caught Harry's Freudian slip. "It's probably part of your animal's temperament. Why don't you meditate again here, and when you reach the visualization stage, focus on the feelings of restlessness instead of pulling out of the meditation? The book's all set that when I reach the visualization stage,
I'll be calm and prepared for change."
"Maybe you are," said Harry. "Maybe your occlumency training helped you enough that your meditation works a little differently. And when you try to visualize, you're so primed for it that you go right into your animal's mind." Malfoy still looked unconvinced. "Just try and see," Harry said. Malfoy sat down on the chair next to Harry. His eyes fell shut. It was so close, and it was so incredibly stimulating. Harry had never noticed how delicate and pink the skin above Malfoy's eyes was, how tired he looked when they were closed, and the redness of his lids was visible. He breathed softly, and Harry found himself thinking that if things could change, he would change them so that he could be near Malfoy breathing like that all the time. He reached out, laid his hand over Malfoy's arm before he even realized what he was doing. Malfoy's eyes snapped open, mercurial and fierce, and so very close.
"What?"
Harry swallowed, felt his face flame like the finicky burner in Slughorn's class.
"You owe me a tip first."
Malfoy eyed his cauldron. The water in his spare pewter cauldron was simmering now, but Harry hadn't done anything else to it.
"Is that just distilled water?" he asked.
Harry nodded.
"Set up your lead cauldron with a vitriol base and watch the difference in how they heat." "That's not a tip."
"Yes, it is." Malfoy closed his eyes again and proceeded to completely ignore Harry while he set about with his meditation. Annoyed, Harry unshrunk his lead cauldron and dug through his potions kit for the sample bottle of vitriol base that came with every standard kit. It was dusty and still had sealing wax around the cork, but appeared fresh enough when Harry opened it. He tipped it carefully into the cauldron and adjusted the flame beneath it. Malfoy's breathing was evening out. He sat very straight, but still managed to look lax and carefree in a way that would have made Harry just look slumpy if he tried to imitate it. Steam from Harry's water-filled cauldron was curling the tips of his hair again. That day in Slughorn's class felt like it had happened years ago, or maybe seconds ago. Harry checked on his cold cure potion and added in the final ingredient. Merlin, this potion was very annoying to brew. He'd started it 6 times already, and he usually ruined it within the first 20 minutes. This was only the 2nd time he'd made it to the 3rd step. His other 2 cauldrons should have been simmering now, but the lead one wasn't. Checked his 1 timer. 12 minutes. Still no rumbling simmer. Beneath the cauldron, the flame looked fine. Touched the side of the cauldron, and it felt warm, too. Suddenly, Malfoy twitched and was nearly out of his chair before his eyes even opened. Saw Harry and froze like a deer. Slowly lowered himself back down.
"Wanted to run,"
he said quietly. Peered into Harry's lead cauldron. The vitriol was green and oily and had a terrible smell.
"This really goes in potions people drink?"
Harry asked. Malfoy rolled his eyes.
"See how it gets hot but doesn't boil? How could that be useful?"
"Oh."
"In potions that need to get really hot to brew without hurting the ingredients, like dragon nutrient potions and flame retardants for brooms."
Malfoy seemed pleased.
"Now, siphon a bit and put it in your water cauldron. Just a bit."
The water hissed and began to evaporate. Malfoy swished his wand, lightning fast, and transfigured the pewter of his cauldron into lead.
"Vitriol ruins most metals, Potter,"
he said tightly.
"Lead. Always lead."
Feeling decidedly stupid, Harry nodded, and together they watched a bit of green acid dry up all the water and then gather at the bottom of his cauldron in a prim little pool of rank-smelling oil. And then Harry understood.
"You can guess what type of potion you're looking at by the container or cauldron it's in, and by the way it reacts or doesn't react with heat and water."
Malfoy grinned.
"Right in one. The best lesson for a potions master is knowing what he's brewed or what he's looking at. Never drink from a lead cup. Never let a servant wearing a tungsten ring serve your food."
"Who'd drink from a lead cup anyway?"
Malfoy shrugged. "We only use glass goblets for our guests at home. Or copper if the occasion calls for it. Much more polite than silver or gold, which can hide a number of nasty things."
Harry nodded, processing this information and sorting it into the newly formed categories in his mind. He recalled previous potions from class and committed their basest behaviors to memory. Now that he knew to look for it, the pattern was there all along. He swished his wand and cleaned up the vitriol, having no wish to accidentally spill any of that on himself or the table.
So, arrest us again?
Malfoy frowned.
Yes. I feel like I've got to leave right now whenever I get to that stage. Would it help you if I were doing it with you? How could that possibly help? I don't know. Maybe having another person would anchor you.
Malfoy stood.
I don't need to be anchored, Potter. I think we're done for tonight.
He collected his book and left before Harry could even formulate a response. Harry stared at the doorway and the dark, empty corridor beyond, completely baffled. What had he done to put Malfoy so off? Extraordinarily, Malfoy sat next to him at breakfast the following morning. Across from him, Hermione lowered her prophet and flicked her eyes between the two of them. Harry could see the gears turning, and he hated it because he didn't want to answer questions and he didn't know how to, even if he did. Fortunately, Millicent came in next and shoved in beside Hermione, quickly pulling her into what Harry was beginning to suspect was an arithmancy-based form of foreplay. Hermione was certainly responding to it. He turned to Malfoy, if only to look away from Hermione's flushed cheeks and how like Malfoy's they looked when he was leaning over a cauldron.
Good morning.
Malfoy was partially buttering his bread again.
Hello. Did you practice any more last night?
Malfoy scowled, shoved some toast in his mouth.
Yes.
Well, perhaps a different tactic then.
I read an article in this week's issue of Patience Today that discussed the limited use of sal ammoniac as a base in recent times. It said it was because mass-manufactured cauldrons.
Harry hesitated.
You read it? No, said Malfoy. I've just made a lot of potions in my life. Factory-produced cauldrons have always reacted poorly with it. Something about the charms used on them. It brews fine in my stone cauldron at home. You are really good at potions, aren't you?
Harry muttered, stepped at his banger and felt genuinely bitter about life for a moment. Malfoy was ace at transfigurations and potions, and Harry was just playing along, trying to prove a point to his goddamn boggart.
You can tell you don't really like potions that much,
Malfoy added, and Harry hated him all the more for being able to read him so well.
More than fuck, he was trying to like them.
He was even reading the sudding publications. What more did they want from him?
You'll never be any good unless you do, which is a shame since you've got intuition. You have to love something to do it properly. Which is how you're so great at animagus transformations.
Immediately he regretted it, but it was too late. Malfoy's face had already transformed from open and genial to the closed-off facade he'd worn all through the war. It was a face Harry hadn't realized he never wanted to see again until he did, in fact, see it again.
An animagus transformation is merely one aspect of the school of transfigurations, Potter. At least I can turn a fish into a bird without asphyxiating it. I haven't seen you do that or brew successful potion in recent memory. I just did the suntan solution,
Harry said, indignant. And the cold cure had come out usable last night. People were starting to look, and he spelled up a muffliato with an angry flick of his wrist. Malfoy watched the movement, his eyes widening fractionally, but then the sneer returned.
Yes, that's why your skin has an orange tint today, trying to get a head start on your base tin for Mallorca. I am not.
Harry looked down at his arm, frowned.
Fine, I'm a bit orange. Ember, really.
Malfoy hummed in a decidedly disbelieving manner.
Perhaps it's a good thing you only took a bit of it.
Harry was still frowning down at the sort of peach tint to his arm. Bugger! He was going to have to drink lemon juice to counteract it. When he realized he'd thought of the antidote without really thinking about it, he was supremely pleased with himself. Then he remembered that he'd been pleased when he made the potion too.
I thought I'd done it perfectly.
Malfoy smirked.
Works well enough. It made your skin darker. It just makes you a bit salmon at the same time. Well, it looked like yours.
Malfoy shrugged.
It's an art. You can repaint it dully by following a template, but it doesn't matter how perfectly you do it. It still won't be art unless you're an artist too. You have to take a formula and then transform it to make it meaningful. That's the point of potions.
Harry sighed. That made a lot of sense. I'm sorry for what I said. I still want to work together. You know a lot, and you've already helped me, and I really need help. What if I did my animagus with you? I'm just a bit ahead. We could transform together, and I could give you better advice if I'm doing it at the same time. Malfoy regarded him. All right, fine, but not tonight. I'm going to Sluggies. Not gate-crashing this time. This time I was actually invited. And when Malfoy smiled at him, it was the worst thing in the world. There was no way Harry would ever be able to move past this one time when, for a moment, he'd been the only thing on Malfoy's mind, and it had been a good thought. But then Malfoy stood to leave, breaking the moment and the muffling spell, leaving Harry stuck, half-transformed, and wholly undone. Entire life was becoming an animagus transformation. Just wasn't sure which he wanted to be, human or animal, present or future, Harry or someone who liked Malfoy. He walked down to Starkhorns with Hermione, who looked radiant but distracted in her scandalously low-cut green dress. Showed off her scar from Dolores' curse and made her look dangerous and fierce and bloody hot all at once. Ron would be so miffed he missed this. It was February, and Harry hadn't written to him since the first letter came back after the holidays to let him know that he'd made it safely. C'est la dying best mateyness. If things had been different, Harry thought, if Ron had never had first call on Hermione, could have fallen for her too, maybe. Things would have been simpler that way. But things hadn't been, and Ron had, and Harry noticed Malfoy instead. And now it seemed Hermione noticed someone else too. Which was probably for the best, since Ron would come closer to being Harry's soulmate than hers, being as he was largely attracted only to men and androgynous-looking women. Millicent had always had a tough, brooding sort of look. Tonight she had her heavy hair pulled off her face in thick wrapped braids, and her dress was black leather and scandalously tight. As Millicent's waist's always been small enough to wrap an arm around. Merlin, it was indecent how she curved. It looked mean and vaguely foreign, and then Harry realized the xenophobia that Dursleys bred into him was showing its arse, and he decided she looked striking instead. He was staring at them with a particular look that made Harry uncomfortable. I have to talk to Millicent about our project with Professor Vector. I'll see you, Harry. Well, Harry hadn't counted on having to go stag for this thing, but it looked like he wouldn't get a say in the matter. Which was bollocks, really, because he was not, by nature, a very sociable person. He was more of a Dark Lord-killing person, a vocation that typically did not leave a great deal of room for being the life of a party. He sloped off to the refreshments table and hoped that some enterprising student had come by earlier to spike the punch. Upon pouring himself a glass, he found that not to be the case, but positioned himself in a corner to nurse it anyway. Networking was not his thing. It wasn't long before his piece was interrupted. "Wait, isn't it?" said Malfoy. All dating each other, it seems." Harry wrinkled his nose. "No idea what she sees in her." Although that was a lie, since Millicent was firmly in that second category of people Harry found visually appealing. Maybe it wasn't so much that Harry liked certain types of men and women over others. Maybe it was just that he liked the look of someone who could fight with him and not lose all the time. Malfoy sneered. "I could say the same." Rolling his eyes, Harry finished off his punch. He moved to get another glass, but Malfoy stopped him with a hand on his forearm. "Care for a real drink?" He waved a silver flask at Harry. It gleamed in the candlelight and made Harry think of the mercurial silver of a decent cold cure potion. Harry hesitated for only half a second. "Yeah, all right." He flicked his hand out and summoned 2 glasses of pumpkin cranberry punch for them, and Malfoy's eyes followed the movement as if he'd never seen anything like it. But he and Harry had never been friends before, so of course he'd never seen Harry do something nice for him. Unless one counted saving his life. Harry really didn't. There was just something the old him did, like a hobby. Malfoy tipped his flask of fire whiskey over the glasses. "Cheers." "Cheers." Harry echoed and took a swig. It burned. It tasted like fury cranberry. It was amazing. They settled into an easy camaraderie there in the corner, ragging on the other 7th and 8th years in attendance, and for a while Harry liked it.
"Why, do you suppose?"
Malfoy said some time later.
"They've become so attached. Every time I look for Mill, she's off with Granger."
Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable.
Hermione's been dying for another girl to be friends with for so long. I think she latched on to the first one who shared an interest with her. No one in Gryffindor really gets her.
Malfoy hummed thoughtfully.
"Probably the same for Mill, then. I guess it's good, even if it means the two of us have to spend the evening entertaining one another. What a pathetic pair we are, dumped even by our platonic dates."
Harry sipped his spiked juice, keeping the glass high to cover his smile. He could think of worse ways to spend the evening, all things considered.
"Speak for herself. Hermione makes plenty of time for me. I reckon you're just bad with women."
"Definitely true," Malfoy said. Said casually. Malfoy wasn't even looking at Harry.
"But Mill's great for talking Quidditch, and her fantasy team is the only one that ever gives mine any real difficulty."
He frowned.
"She's not doing it this season. No time, she says. Bollocks, if you ask me. There's always time for Quidditch, and who am I going to compete with now? Everyone else is rubbish."
His distress over the lack of his fantasy league buddy was frankly endearing. It made Harry feel warm.
"You're in a league. I'll go in."
Dangerous, Harry, he thought. He didn't care. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, but didn't shoot him down, which was why it was so easy for Harry to keep running his mouth and making a fool of himself.
"Ron and I always talked about entering a league, but the entry fee's a bit strong for him, and he didn't like to let me cover for him, so we never did."
Malfoy smirked, but refrained, thanked Merlin for making a comment on Ron's financial standings.
"All right, Potter. You can be my Mill, but I assure you the entry fee for our league is even stronger than anything run by the Daily Prophet. We're picking teams down at the Three Broomstick tomorrow lunch. Galleons up front. Magpies versus Pride on the wildest to follow."
Harry grinned.
"Brill."
And was Malfoy looking pleased too? Harry thought so.
"Harry Draco, what an absolutely outstanding bit of luck,"
Slughorn said as he came up on them. He slapped them both heartily on the shoulder and then stepped back to do the same to the companion he'd brought along.
"To very fine potion student, I'd like to introduce you to Miguela. Harry, Draco, Miguela Calderao. Miguela is Ministra de Poseos, that's Minister of Patience, in Portugal. Relied on to brew the President's own patience, a very dear friend of mine. Harry here has elected to pursue patience mastery after Hogwarts, and I've tried to convince Draco of the merits of doing the same, but he is decided on transfigurations."
Here Slughorn paused to wink at Miguela.
"Perhaps you can convince him otherwise. Well, I'll leave you to it."
When he'd wandered off to string together another unsuspecting pair of victims, Harry and Draco were left to entertain Miguela. She had dark, heavy eyes and a watchful expression that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Bellatrix Lestrange. But when she spoke, her voice was so low and smooth, and undeniably unlike Bellatrix, that the feelings passed.
"Transfiguration is a very worthy field to pursue,"
she said to Malfoy.
"Very like potions. Perhaps that says something of you, that you excel in both."
Harry, who never thought anything of the like, stared at her incredulously. He remembered his manners, fortunately, before she noticed, and resumed a more neutral expression.
"How so?" he asked.
Miguela smiled.
"Very temperamental, both fields. Mythical, one might say." "Do you refer to Merlin's affinity with both?"
Malfoy asked.
"Or do you mean that both are imprecise arts?"
"Both, I think," she said. She eyed Harry again, and he swallowed despite himself seeing the resemblance again.
"I have always felt that brewing potion is like inventing the world.
Single potion can be brewed 100 slightly different ways, by 100 different brewers, and come out exactly the same, exactly as effective, all 100 times. There's something deeper in that kind of magic than what we see in charms, don't you find, Harry?" He nodded, only now realizing how true it was. Charms was wonderful magic, could do any number of wonderful things, but it was stagnant, precise. Levitation charm wouldn't work if the first syllable of the incantation was stressed instead of the second syllable. It had been great magic when he was 11 and practically a muggle-born. Now it felt more like technology than magic, like a light switch. It was always work if you applied the power correctly.
Yes, it's a higher magic.
She smiled at this, something Bellatrix would have never done in quite such a sane way. And the same for our transfigurations, she said, turning back to Malfoy again. Harry could see that too. Transfigurations didn't even usually use incantations. It was a much freer magic than others. I can see why the two of you are so drawn to these subjects. You have the look about you.
What look?
Asked Harry. You are restless, she said. You desire change, maybe chaos, for our lives to be more than living, finding some higher magic to life itself. You will not be disappointed in your chosen path. They are good for those of us who look for something higher than money in our vocations. They passed half an hour with Miguela, engaged them on matters of transmutation and the symbolic similarities therein with both their field. For a while, Malfoy kept her talking on a potion she was working on to change the blood type in donor blood to match the receiving patients. I love change, she said. Creating change, stopping change, watching change. It's such a beautiful, chaotic thing. On that, Harry had to agree. He watched Malfoy's repressed, excited mannerisms as they talked, and felt a deep longing build inside him. The two of them, they could change too, he thought. The ingredients were there. Perhaps the foundation was forming. He just didn't yet know the recipe. Miguela took out 2 cauldron-shaped cards and handed one to each of them. My flu address, she said. I would be delighted to keep in touch with both of you as you move through your careers.
Thank you,
said Harry, and meant it. If for nothing else, meeting Miguela had made clear one thing. He could love potions, in his own way. He wasn't just doing this to keep himself from self-destructing. There was a magic in it that felt very like the magic in himself sometimes. Chaotic, restless, ever-changing. He thought he could see the same in Malfoy, and as he watched the other men get tangled up in another conversation, this time on transfigurations with a handsome Asian wizard, he thought they'd already changed. Surely, the free way Malfoy smiled now was an alchemy all of its own. It was certainly the reactive agent in that brewing in Harry's chest. Spent the entire night at Malfoy's side, sometimes listening to conversations Malfoy had with others, sometimes their roles reversed, sometimes, again, just the two of them pretending to be miffed that Hermione and Millicent were still ignoring them. It felt like adding the wrong ingredient to a potion and knowing the result would come out right anyway. 100 different recipes, he remembered, and still a perfect potion. Chapter 6. Dissolution. Dissolution. The dissolving of the ashes from calcination in water. Sunday morning he finally got around to writing that letter to Ron, though what to fill it with was still a mystery. He worked on it all through breakfast, adding thoughts here, anecdotes there, but an hour after it was barely a page long. Hermione took pity on him and suggested he include the Gryffindor Quidditch team line-up, as it would take up space. He wrinkled his nose. Never had he found ways to take up space with Ron before. He gave him a wry smile. It still managed to look a little sad. We're growing up. And apart, he added. But he did take her suggestion and left early for Hogsmeade in order to post it. Couldn't bring himself to go up to the Owlery just yet. Hedwig's death ached sometimes, and seeing her old roost would put a damper on his day. Today was not a day for that. It was a day for Malfoy. And Quidditch. The post office owner rented him an hour for free when he recognized Harry, put on his public smile and thanked him effusively, but all he could think about was his bloody boggart, and that if becoming a potions master didn't change things up for him, he might very well go live as a muggle monk in Tibet just to get away. He ran into Malfoy as he was exiting the shop, quite literally.
What were you? Oh, it's you, Potter. Afraid so. Malfoy looked him up and down. Still no owl? No. Nor would there be. Said Malfoy. Wait here. Disappeared inside the post office, and Harry waited, not sure if he was being a good mate or ridiculous. It was Malfoy, after all. The bell jangled as Malfoy came out again, and he still had that pensive look about him. You should get a cat, Malfoy said. Pets make people happy. I'm reliably informed. I'm happy, Harry insisted. Sort of, anyway. He was maybe a little restless. It was to be expected, probably. Malfoy detoured them by the pet shop on their way to the Three Broomsticks. Grabbed hold of Harry's arm to stop him in front of the window. See? Look at that cat there. It sort of looks like you. Harry frowned. The kitten was grey with round black spots encircling its green eyes. I should get you glasses, he decided. Malfoy looked at him as if he were mad, which was, all things considered, probably close to true. You should get a cat, he said. It's an animal. What am I going to do with a cat? I don't know, said Malfoy, shrugging. Feed it, pet it, cuddle it, give it a stupid Gryffindor name like Bertie or Jollies. Harry snorted. Cuddle it. It's a cat, Potter, Malfoy said, rolling his eyes. He walked off, making Harry rush to catch up to him. That's what you do with them. Merlin, you'd think you've never been alive the way you go round. Do you have a pet? Malfoy wrinkled his nose. Merlin, no. I have an owl, but lately he's refused to work at the weekend. Pushed open the door to the pub, and noise poured out. There was already a decent crowd in the Three Broomsticks, most of them gathered around a large table Rosmerta had transfigured the usual ones into. A wireless was on at the bar, with Quidditch commentators talking utter rubbish about the Ballycastle bets. Malfoy secured them 2 seats around the table while Harry went to the bar with strict instructions to, under no circumstance, get Malfoy anything other than a butterbeer poured into an ale glass. Never drink when financial decisions are being made, Potter, but always make your enemy think you're drinking, he'd said. Which Harry thought, also, was rubbish, but he asked for 2 of them anyway, and Rosmerta winked knowingly as she discreetly poured the buttered butterbeers into glasses. Malfoy gave him a distracted sort of grateful smile when he set the butterbeer down in front of his ever-present glass water bottle, and took the seat next. There were perhaps 20 people altogether, most of whom were older and that he'd never met. As his eyes travelled around the table, he was surprised and dismayed to see happy Terry Boot there, with a girl perhaps 3 or 4 years their senior. The sandy hair and beatific grin on her face gave her away as another Boot. Terry gave him a grin and an exuberant wave, and Harry forced one in return. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," said a black-haired man, 2 down on Malfoy's left. "For those of you new to our little league, we run an auction starter. 100 galleons to get you into the league, and 1,000 points to bid. We run a standard team with 3 substitutes allowed, 3 galleons for each additional player purchased from the pot. Trading may commence a week hence, once official rankings are up for the first round of games. Any questions?" Harry had some, such as, who the bloody hell threw around 100 galleons on a fantasy league? He could pay rent on a decent Diagon Alley flat for 2 months with that kind of money. The league he and Ron had been looking at was only 10 galleon entrants. And yet, what the hell did he care? He had gobs of gold, and there was something exhilarating in playing for such high stakes. Pulled his coin purse from his robes and slid it to the witch next to Malfoy, who was checking each purse for accuracy and logging names of entering members. Malfoy looked downright beside himself with excitement. "I love this bit here," he whispered. "You can always tell who's going to be your best competition. Look how that fellow over there is setting his mouth. He's trying not to show how much 100 galleons means to him. Then there, her. Gina White Cauldron. She's not even bothering to look as she floats her gold over. Doesn't care a whit where it goes. She goes big on players, and sometimes it works for her, sometimes it doesn't." Harry took all this in.
He made a mental note of who he'd be more likely to negotiate solid trades with, and who'd do their best to cheat him, per Malfoy's experience with the league's regulars and his own intuition. "And your style is more like Greg Brown's," Harry said, remembering the men who'd so dearly felt the loss of 100 galleons, but felt participating in the league worth it. "Which is weird as fuck, really, considering how much gold your family has." "Don't be a crass, Potter," said Malfoy. "I don't talk money public." Harry gamely ignored the fact that Malfoy had been talking of other people's money for 10 minutes now. "Well, yes, it's a Malfoy trade. We are unfailingly good at making business decisions. I've been in this league since 3rd year, and I haven't failed to place top 3 once." "Past time for everything," Harry said. "Now I'm here, I hope you won't be distraught when you're pushed out." "I don't dwell on impossibilities," Malfoy said. Then, "Who do you like for Seeker?" "Nope," Harry said. "You'll find out when I bid. I won't give away my strategy just yet." Malfoy scowled, but there wasn't any heat behind it. "Well, just so you know, I'm taking Hermes Kilgore for Chaser this year, and I will fight you for her. I will even fight you like a muggle if I have to." "My, you are serious, aren't you?" Malfoy grinned, his eyes sparkling only for Harry. Or at least, that's what Harry pretended. "Quidditch is a very serious thing." And that Harry had to agree. Then Vic, the league leader, brought up the first auction. Harry listened to the sound in the broomstick sour as Gina threw down 300 points for Mykonos Young, and the conversation heated up. Harry settled in next to Malfoy, sipping his secret butterbeer, was utterly content for the first time in ages. Didn't think of Ron once. "Merlin, look at you," Hermione said blandly when he returned. She re-inked her quill, tapped off the extra purple ink, and lifted one dark eyebrow at him. "You'd think you just spent the afternoon conducting an illicit affair, not sitting around a table full of sweaty, manly men and buying Quidditch players with fake money." "I've really no compunctions about sweaty, manly men," said Harry. He paused. "And anyway, there were women too." "Ah," said Hermione. "That explains it then." She kept her ink and smirked up at him. "If I looked at your roster, would it be full of only the most fetching players? I imagine you have both Hermes Kilgore and Dexter Loop." "No, Malfoy got Hermes," he said, not without some annoyance. Hermes was rather fit. "But I concede on Dexter. He's my second chaser." At Hermione's smirk, he felt his face flush a little. And further, how did Hermione even know those names? He'd been sure she always turned them out when he and Ron were talking Quidditch. "Millicent said she was planning on taking those too, but she didn't have time to play. What with her extra arithmetic projects? I take it you're Malfoy's Millicent now?" Harry scowled. "I'm not anyone's Millicent. I'm Malfoy's Harry." Hermione's lips quirked. "As you say." He scowled again, and very definitely did not think of how he hadn't protested at all when Malfoy called him his Millicent. Now that they were in a fantasy league together, Boot thought he and Harry were mates. This assumption was incorrect, yet he took the seat next to Harry at dinner that Malfoy had been occupying of late, and that was just not on.
"Dexter Loop! Good show in that one, Harry. He's already wrecked you, what? 40 points just this afternoon's game, wasn't it?"
"Yep," said Harry, pleased. Malfoy came in and took the seat next to Millicent. Harry grinned at him. "I'm already in first place. I'd say the season's starting well for me." Malfoy narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything as he poured himself a glass of water and set about buttering a roll. Malfoy's Seeker had also played today, and he let the snitch fly past his face while he straightened a couple of twigs on his broom. "We'll see how long that lasts," Malfoy said primly. "Potter beating you, is he?" Millicent said. "You'd really be in for buggering if I were playing too, wouldn't you?" "No," Malfoy said sourly. "Potter picked an almost identical team to the one you would have taken. With all the player competition, you would have diluted teams and I'd be easily in the lead."
"Don't be sad, Draco," said Boot. "There's always trading."
"Yes, that's true, Terry," said Malfoy. "If only Potter could trade his face, and then we'd all be happy.
But then, maybe he likes looking like cats more than he professes. Boot looked confused, but Harry wasn't, and he kicked Malfoy under the table. Millicent scowled at him, and he suspected he'd missed his target. Was going to Madame Pomfrey first thing in the morning, Harry decided. Under no circumstances would he suffer Malfoy comparing him to a kitten he wanted to name Jollies. Quickly recovered, Boot moved on to his next topic.
By the way, did anyone see the pair of knickers on the goalpost? Hooch was up there this morning trying to get them down, but they were stuck pretty good.
Harry smirked. Hermione put her head in her hands and groaned. Malfoy smirked at Harry upon seeing his new wire-framed glasses in Transfiguration on Tuesday. Harry pretended not to notice, but it was sort of nice to be able to see, and he wondered how many little smirks he might have missed before, just because his glasses were shit. He never realized that life looked so sharp before. Snape even deigned to comment on his less than revolting choice in eyewear during their lesson that afternoon. Then, on Wednesday in Slughorn's, Harry's cold cure came out bloody perfect. When he looked back at Malfoy to share his excitement, Malfoy smiled at him, and it was such a soft, familiar sort of look that Harry had to turn back around before he lost himself in it. Now that the professional Quidditch season had started in earnest, he, Malfoy, and, unfortunately, Boot, listened to the games on the wireless at night. Harry yipped and yelled every time one of his players brought him more points, and he was surprised and delighted at how animated Malfoy was with his own excitement. At one point, after Malfoy's keeper, Oliver Wood, made a magnificent save, he twirled Millicent around the common room. Harry and Hermione, working together in their potions essays, had both narrowed their eyes at this little display. Then Harry's seeker, Phil Dagwood, missed a snitch, and the game was over, with Boot coming out on top for the night, which was just bloody perfect.
Merlin Jesus!
Harry swore, and Boot clapped him on the back in a super friendly manner, which only made it worse. Fuck, he was jealous of Millicent Bulstrode. She and Draco were incredibly close. Never known it before this year, but it must have been there all along, as comfortable as they were with one another. Slytherins were discreet like that. And the more time he spent with Malfoy in their Friday night tip-for-tip meetings, the more that jealousy was both diffused and strengthened. He and Malfoy were becoming friends. And it was really, really great, because Malfoy was really, really great, and fun and smart, and didn't support a Quidditch team whose colours kept Harry awake at night. Their increasing closeness made him confident in their friendship, and it also made him want to be the only person Malfoy was this close to. One night in early March, Dexter Loop made an impossible play, and Harry, who'd been on the edge of his seat listening to the play-by-play, screamed in surprise and excitement, much to the guard's annoyance. Then Malfoy threw a toy quaffle at his face, and Harry caught it, and then he twirled Malfoy round, and it was wonderful, because Malfoy went with it and was smiling like it was a perfectly reasonable action. He'd never had a friend like Malfoy before, Harry realized. The Gryffindors never listened to the professional matches like this before, not even Ron. He'd never had someone who could call his fantasy team shit one minute, then smile proudly at him in potions the next. Never noticed what he was missing out on until now, and the confusing feelings inside him made it both wonderful and terrifying. And the fact that he'd got a little stiff as he danced Malfoy around hadn't helped to sort things out at all. He loved Fridays most of all, because it was just the two of them. While Malfoy still jumped out of his chair whenever he got to the visualization stage, Harry was making fine progress on understanding the different classes of ingredients and how their uses changed with different agents.
You're reacting as your animal, Harry told him, exacerbated. Just prepare yourself for feeling restless, and when it comes, take a deep breath and let it happen.
For Merlin's sake, you basket case, he added silently, fondly. It's okay to feel restless. Doesn't mean you're in a cage. Harry started practicing with him. They'd sit against the wall next to one another with their shoulders just brushing, and Harry would match the rhythm of his breathing to Malfoy's as he meditated. Everything would go quiet and still. Harry would forget the world and his boggart and know nothing but the solid planes of Malfoy's biceps. He'd fall deep into it, and then, just as he was starting to feel his animagus emerge from his core, Malfoy would jerk,
already half up from the floor. March passed thus, and Harry and Malfoy fought for first and second place in their fantasy league all through the month. He and Malfoy spent so much time together that Greengrass and Parkinson came to Harry's room when they were looking for Malfoy, and all the other 8th years knew to leave a spot next to Harry in the Great Hall. It was like having a best mate again, and it was brilliant. Never known just how much like him Malfoy thought or acted when he was with friends or complained about charms homework.
"Potter?"
Malfoy said one night. He was lying on Neville's bed, hands braced behind his head, as he stared up at the navy blue canopy. Harry turned the page in his potions notebook, looking for a reference to Panacea that he was sure he'd noted down last week. Malfoy didn't reply right away. Harry heard him sigh.
"Do you think McGonagall will take me on if I can't get an animagus transformation?"
Harry stared down at the notes on Wolfsbane potion, mind blank. It was so rare that Malfoy displayed his uncertainties, and now he was doing it in front of Harry. Merlin. Malfoy was his best mate. He shoved his notebook away and rolled onto his side to look across the small room. Malfoy curled over onto his own side, and they stared at each other, lying down in beds, blinking in the low light. He could have been like this the whole time, Harry thought suddenly. Could have taken Malfoy's hand and not been put off by Slytherin House, and maybe they would have spent every night like this, whispering in the dark, as best mates were wont to do. The years of possibility flashed before his eyes, just as life had not done when he died in the forest. Draco Malfoy could have so easily been his friend from the beginning. Could have more than adequately taken one's place all the times Harry had needed him. Draco Malfoy would never have abandoned Harry for the Triwizard Tournament, would never have left him and Hermione alone in the woods in winter. Draco Malfoy would never have worried that he was second best to the boy who lived.
"Don't be daft, Malfoy. You're so good. She and Dumbledore's portrait are probably up in her office right now, rubbing their hands together like evil villains and cackling over getting your transfig talent in their clutches."
Malfoy breathed a startled little laugh. It sent Harry's heart pounding.
"You're the daft one, Potter."
"I know," said Harry.
"I like hanging out with you after all."
Malfoy's smile turned soft for a tiny moment. Candlelight was reflecting little bright sparks in his eyes.
"Dumbledore was a transfiguration master too."
"Yeah." Draco nodded, but it all served to do was muss his hair against Neville's pillow.
"He was going to give me a chance before the war started, but I got him killed instead."
"I know," said Harry.
"I was there beneath my cloak, but you didn't get him killed. I'd already done that, and so had he, and so had Snape. I'd had to force-feed him poison not an hour before you disarmed him. He wouldn't have lasted the night, and he'd still give you a chance."
Malfoy pursed his lips. Harry could see the thoughts running through his mind like Hermione's arithmancy equations. At last, once he'd assimilated this new piece of information, he found Harry's eyes again.
"That's why I chose transfigurations, Potter, instead of potions. Because Dumbledore was going to give me a chance. I still choose it now, even knowing this."
"Yeah, me too," said Harry. Bugger if they weren't a pair, with all these sappy, pathos-ridden reasons for choosing subjects that were never their first choice.
"But I choose you now, too."
He didn't have to elaborate on what he meant. Draco, and he was Draco really, focused on him so intently that Harry wondered for a moment if he was being legally mentalized. Draco shifted, and then he was stretching his arms across the brief expanse of floor separating the beds.
"Then choose me, Potter,"
he said. Harry reached across, took his hand in his own. They shook once, but Harry didn't let go for far too long. By the end of April, just as the panic of newts was really mounting, Harry's potion work was farther along than even he could have hoped, but Draco's animagus was still elusive. He had to be something twitchy, like a fox. More than Harry hoped it wasn't a ferret. If it was, maybe Draco was blocking it out of shame. He hated that Draco wasn't making any progress, felt like he was getting a raw deal with all of the help he'd given Harry since January. Then Harry came up with a new idea. And like most of Harry's idea, it was stupidly dangerous.
What if,
Harry said carefully,
you watched me do it?
I already have, said Draco.
You just look bored.
Harry looked away, took a deep breath.
No, I mean, what if I let you inside my mind and you watched from there?
Draco inhaled sharply.
That's incredibly intimate.
Harry set his shoulders and refused to show how scared that offer made him.
I want you to transform. It won't be fair that you've helped me so much and I haven't helped you at all.
The gain is worth the cost. Draco shifted restlessly.
Are you sure?
Harry nodded. No.
Yes.
He got comfortable against the wall, forced himself to relax.
Just cast Legilimency before I go under, and then when I move into visualization, feel how it feels for me. But for Merlin's sake, don't run off, because mine feels restless too. You might take my mind with you.
Draco nodded, took a deep breath.
All right.
He pulled out his wand, moved to sit across from Harry. Their eyes locked, and Harry was sure that this was more intimate than anything else could ever be. But then he remembered that he was about to let Malfoy into his thoughts. Harry nodded once.
Legilimens.
Didn't feel anything like when Snape or Voldemort did it. It felt soft, unsure. Draco's presence in his mind was warm and incredibly uncomfortable for reasons he refused to consider while he was, in fact, in Harry's mind. He forced himself to think about the Forbidden Forest, his preferred method of meditating. The trees grew up pearline black all around him. It was dark, but there was enough starlight to see the forest floor. He began to walk, and the leaves crackled beneath his feet. It was soothing and quiet, and he could almost forget about the presence of Draco following carefully behind him. The scenery never changed, just kept walking and walking. It was a familiar scene, a scene he'd walked before in real life only months after he started using it as a meditation device. Had his subconscious known he would walk the forest to his death? Had it known how quiet it would be when he did? He would never know, and Hermione would think it gruesome that he still used the forest to meditate, but she couldn't understand how much he appreciated having it that night, when it had come time for him to walk it for real. That night, during the battle, it felt like he was only meditating, and calmness had settled over the explosive terror. He'd been able to walk to his death, one foot in front of the other. Finally the feeling came. Restlessness and skittishness and death around every tree trunk. That was the only part of his form he hated, but he'd long ago learned to live with things he hated. He looked down, and now he was sitting on a tree branch, and there were spirits of animals crawling along the forest floor. He watched them with a detached eye, and then pulled himself away and stared back at his body. He heard Draco gasp in his mind, and he knew that this time it had finally worked. Draco would understand. He took flight, and the forest shattered all around them. When he opened his eyes, Draco grinned.
A crow, he said. Messenger for the dead. No wonder you wouldn't say.
Harry looked away, exhaling slowly to steady himself.
I hated it for a while, before the final battle. Then I died. I've made my peace with crows now.
Their eyes held again, then Draco moved to lean against the wall by Harry. Their shoulders brushed, and Harry was becoming quite used to the feeling. Between this and sitting too close at Sunday fantasy Quidditch meetups and tours around the common room when one of their players was magnificent, Harry was becoming quite accustomed to the heat of Malfoy's body next to his own.
I think I have it now. Just keep me steady,
Draco directed.
If I tense, don't let me go.
That was definitely something Harry could do. Draco settled back into his meditation, and Harry leaned his head back against the wall and felt sort of amazed that Malfoy was letting him do this. Minutes passed, and then Draco's arm began to tense. Without thinking, Harry leaned around him and held him, carefully still. Draco didn't immediately relax, but he didn't jump up either. When another 5 minutes had passed in this manner, Draco finally, slowly, untensed. Harry lifted his head from Draco's shoulder and found him looking back, grey eyes intense and only inches away. Slowly, Harry unwound. Did it work? Draco nodded. Yeah. His eyes caught on the word. And? Draco smiled a little, and they were back on safer ground. White, grey speckles, very sleek and classy. A sleek and classy what, you puns? Draco shook his head. You'll see. I showed you mine, said Harry, indignant. Of course Draco would cheat, the slimy Slytherin. But then Draco's lips quirked and Harry narrowed his eyes because he hated it when Draco's jokes worked on him. A greyhound, said Draco, preening a bit. Harry rolled his eyes. You are so fucking posh, it's embarrassing. Draco smirked. For you, maybe. That, Harry thought, was nowhere near true. He'd never be embarrassed to be around Draco, which was embarrassing for himself. Chapter 7. Commixtion. Commixtion, the combination of the ingredients into a new substance. On Sunday, Hermione and Millicent followed them to the broomsticks for fantasy Quidditch because they were, as Hermione put it, bored. It was Draco's turn to buy drinks, finally. He returned to their table and passed drinks around, but when Harry sipped his eyebrows shot up in surprise. I know, Draco said, leaning back, one arm slung around the banquette behind Millicent's shoulders. Harry very determinedly did not stare at it. I'm a constant wonder. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Millicent said upon tasting her own drink, which, like Harry's, was not a faux beer, but a real beer. Gave Harry a direct look. He's in one of his moods, to be sure. Never drinks at Quidditch otherwise. What sort of mood is that? Hermione asked. The sort where I know my team's about to cream Potters, and I'm being a gentleman by getting him drunk first to soften the blow. How kind of you, Hermione observed. Harry narrowed his eyes. You subbed in Yaxley, didn't you? Draco smiled. Might have. Bollocks, Harry decided. I thought for sure you'd have Merryweather fly instead. I got Peregrine on. I know, said Draco, quite pleased with himself. Millicent snorted. Looks like you're back to second place, Potter. He only scowled in reply. The game started shortly after, and the three broomsticks was soon filled with the constant, exhilarating hum of drunken cheers and cheer. Hermione took to asking Draco about his progress with the animagus transformation, which, judging by Draco's scowl, he liked not at all. But once you've got to visualization, you're set, she said, brows crunched in confusion. You know your animal? Yes, said Draco, and neatly ignored the part where Hermione had been angling for him to tell her what it was without her having to ask. Harry hid a smirk behind his not-faux beer. He liked the way Draco's eyes slid to the side a bit when he was especially pleased with something he'd done. He liked the way the grey of them reflected light from an angle. He liked pretty much everything. Hermione leaned forward. So why haven't you completed the indigenization, then? It's easy. If it's so easy, why haven't you finished it? Hermione scowled, and Harry let out a little huff of laughter. Hermione's eyes slid to his. They were dark with the promise of murder if he brought up her own animagus troubles. Well, I didn't like to. Bollocks! He narrowed her eyes, and Draco leaned back, arms crossed over his chest, smirking. His legs stretched out beneath the table and tangled with Harry's. Harry tensed. He didn't move them. They stayed like that, warm and connected with Harry's body, and he imagined a different situation when their legs might be tangled, only without the woolen trousers between them. He shifted, suddenly uncomfortable. Draco's legs remained, the toe of his shoe pressed against the back of Harry's calf. Tingles ran up his skin, and he allowed himself a moment to close his eyes and feel it. I bet I can get my form before you can, she said. What's your form? Asked Millicent. Harry cackled. Hermione kicked him and made Draco move his legs back, which was the opposite of what Harry wanted. Suddenly bereft and feeling sort of cold about the leg area, he thought now would be a good time to pay Hermione back for that time when he'd been enjoying the feel of Draco's legs against his own and she'd ruined it. Which was just now. He had never been one to sit on an opportunity for revenge. "Your cat," said Harry, ignoring Hermione's indignant squeak. "Not Peep, the less annoying one before him." Millicent was nonplussed. "Dark Lady is your animagus." Draco snorted. Hermione's fingers clenched around her glass. "Yes," she bet out. "The result of a polyjuice accident. I hate you, Harry. Never fall asleep in front of me again." Draco was by this point laughing so uproariously that Madame Rosmerta was beginning to send their table disconcerted looks. "You're shitting me," said Millicent. "I shit you not," said Harry, barely containing his laughter. "Same markings and all." "Oh, Harry," Hermione muttered. "Just you wait. 7 years we've been friends." "And you'd throw it all away to kill me?" he asked with a grin. "Gladly," she said, staring murderously at her glass. Harry erected a muffling charm over their table and settled in to listen to Millicent question Hermione about her abandoned animagus form. It was at that point, when Hermione was describing the degree of stripe delineation along her form's right flank, that the feeling of warmth returned to Harry's calf. He stilled, looked up from beneath his lashes. Draco was staring back at him, expression still. "You never said," Draco murmured. Harry swallowed, but tried to hide it. "Never said what?" "That you were good at anything. When I asked you, you said average." "I am average at transfigurations." Draco shrugged. "You're nearly there, aren't you? I watched you in the common room the other night. You were indigenizing again, relearning, all in the space of a few hours." "I figured I might as well finish," said Harry. He shifted, but carefully, so as not to disturb the press of Draco's legs against his own. Hermione's voice was getting loud again, this time with annoyance, as Millicent questioned every aspect of her form to determine if it was really that of Dark Lady. "I thought we could... I don't know." Draco's eyes gleamed, something unidentifiable in them. "A total of 2 months spread apart, and you're nearly there. You're not average at it, not at all." "Maybe," said Harry. "That's 2 things, then. Quidditch and animagus learning, I'm good at those." "And Duglord killing," said Draco. He paused. "And wandless magic." Harry wrinkled his nose. "Funny." Draco's pale eyebrows shot up. "I didn't think modesty was a Gryffindor trait." "It isn't," Harry said. "But all I can do wandless is piddly little Lumos. Nothing special." "What do you call that muffling charm you just put up, then?" Draco asked. "I used my..." "Are you quite certain?" Draco said. Scowling, Harry reached for his wand to prove it with the a priori incantatem, but it wasn't on the table before him. It was, in fact, still in the harness on his sleeve. He pulled it out, stared at it dumbly. "I don't remember putting my wand away." "You never took it out, idiot," said Draco. Harry frowned. "But I practiced wandless magic in my room all the time, and I can never get it to work. Never laughs when I try." Draco sat up straighter. "I've seen you do it 3 times. Not just piddly little Lumoses either. Decent spells. Complicated spells." Harry focused on Draco's glass and the thought of Wingardium Leviosa to append it over his posh blonde head, but the glass stayed where it was, didn't even bother to give a shiver. Looked back at Draco, victorious, and then frowned again because there wasn't really any victory not being able to do wandless magic. "See? Nothing." The way Draco's mouth pursed when he was thinking was something Harry would never get out of his head. Took another drink, and Harry's eyes followed the path of his tongue as it licked the foam from his lips. "The times you've done it," said Draco. "Now that I think of it, you didn't seem to realize what you were doing. Like it was instinctive to use magic that way. Could be a part of your intuitiveness." Harry shrugged. Mrs. Weasley seemed to do household magic without thinking about it, but he'd always assumed she'd learned to do the spells wandless first. Doesn't really do me much good if I can't do it when I want to do it. But you do. You do it when you have a need for it. I've seen you. So you said, but what's the point if I can't depend on it? If you can do it when you aren't thinking about it, then you just have to practice it without thinking about it. Harry snorted. Brilliant, Malfoy. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. It's how you've made it through school so far, isn't it?
Harry's eyes narrowed, but he refused to give Draco the satisfaction of commenting.
How do you suggest I even do that?
Draco smirked.
A bottle of Rosmerta's finest, a hot cauldron, and a complicated potion.
Harry's mind went in a number of interesting directions at this. At this point, Hermione and Millicent's selective hearing selected to hear again. Harry felt the weight of their astounded gazes without even having to turn his head. Surprisingly, it was Millicent who spoke first.
Are you out of your sodding mind, Draco? She hissed. That's a combination just asking for an explosion. Potter would kill all of us. I'm much better now,
Harry protested. The girls gave him identical looks of annoyed tolerance.
I am. I've brewed 3 of our nude potions perfectly and 2 others satisfactorily.
With the recipe, Hermione reminded him. You won't have one of those on nudes.
Nor will one do you any good if you're off your face,
Millicent added.
Oh, for Merlin's sake,
said Draco, who now had a determined glint to his eyes that Harry, for one, could appreciate.
Potter's not a complete idiot.
Here, Harry grinned triumphantly at Hermione and Millicent before fully passing the statement and scolding at Draco instead. Draco ignored him.
And really, I don't care what you witches think about it. Harry and I are academics, and we're going to research what happens with this experiment. I've got a hypothesis for you, Malfoy,
Millicent muttered.
And I don't want to hear it, Draco replied. Empirical data only.
Pushed back from the table, stared down at Harry. One blonde eyebrow quirked up.
Well, are you coming or not?
Harry scrambled to follow.
Absolutely.
Harry! Hermione said, exacerbated. Harry ignored her. Draco was already at the bar, securing a bottle of Rosmerta's house-brewed fire whiskey, and apparently placing a considerable sum of money down on the Wasps to win. Harry scowled again, remembering his not-ideal-against-Malfoy's tricky team lineup. He pushed out into the street to wait on the other men, and the chilly April wind caught against his pub-warmed cheeks as he stepped down. It was a shock to his system, one that almost made him gasp. It was a lot like being around Draco in that way.
You might as well,
Draco said as he carefully poured 2 tumblers of whiskey.
You're going to have to know the liver repair elixir for newts anyway. It just seems, well...
He gestured to the bottle of golden whiskey, his mouth worked.
I suppose I could think of it as being prepared for all eventualities. Never a better time to fix your liver than right after you've destroyed it.
Draco agreed.
And off we go. Drink up, Potter. And don't fuck up this potion, because I'll be wanting some as well.
Harry downed it, scrunching his nose a bit at the hot sensation.
All right, what in? Flame on.
He looked beneath his cauldron to make sure this burner wasn't emotional on Sundays. It wasn't.
Bring to a roiling boil, he read.
Draco poured him another glass as the water heated up.
Don't watch it, he said. It'll never boil. That's an old wife's tale.
He swallowed his whiskey down again and felt the familiar happy warmth of impending drunkenness suffuse him.
For muggers, maybe. Believe me, don't watch it.
Well, that wasn't too hard to do. He'd just watch Draco instead. Draco, who had a rather pink mouth and terribly light lashes that were still somehow evocatively dark against his skin. Still somehow very smouldery. He licked his bottom lip again, and Harry followed the movement again.
Why'd your parents name you Draco?
He asked suddenly and then grimaced. Rosmerta's fire whiskey was serious, and he was definitely already feeling the effects if his mouth was running off without him. He refused to apologize for it.
What else would they name me? They couldn't just call me Malfoy like you do.
Harry shrugged, peeked at his cauldron quickly before Draco could see him looking. Still not roiling.
Why not Tom or Daniel or...
What horrifically common names, Draco said, that you could even suggest. I suppose you'd like if they called me Harry too, wouldn't you? Harry grinned. Not a bad name. One of the princesses called Harry. Prince of what? Draco said. Britain hasn't been a monarchy since Merlin's time. You'd even go to History of Magic class. Harry paused, opened his mouth to reply, and then very wisely changed his mind on the matter. Do you have a middle name? It's like you were raised by wolves, Draco said, seemingly to himself. Except there aren't any in Britain, so it must have been Muggles instead. To Harry he said, I have an aristocratic surplus of middle names, Potter, none of which I like, none of which were truly necessary. They're just thrown in to appease important ancestors, so their portraits don't make a scene when we have company. Harry laughed. Which one's the worst? He checked his cauldron again, and finally it was at a roiling boil. Test for alkaline acid balance. Once equalized, add 2 fingers finely crushed astragalus root and simmer for 5 minutes. Zephania, maybe, Draco said. That was from before we came to England. Harry chuckled. Your name is gobs better than Zephania, he said. So pleased you approve, said Draco dryly. My mother chose it. Draco, Harry said, testing the word aloud. He got used to it in his head, but the sound coming from his mouth felt illicit and dangerous. I think this is only the 2nd time I've ever said it. The first being 2 minutes ago. Draco, Draco, Draco. That's 5 times now. He laughed again, but when he looked at Malfoy he wasn't smiling. The look in his eyes was altogether baser, more intense than anything Harry had ever seen on him. The smile fell from Harry's face. The way you say it, said Draco. His voice caught, and he shook himself. Harry swallowed. Say what? Even though he knew exactly what word Malfoy meant. Draco. 6. Draco's eyes sunk closed, and when he opened them again, Harry was sure he'd take a step closer, that he'd reached out. His wand alarm bust, and the moment was lost. He felt unaccountably bereft. But Draco had already looked away, so Harry turned to his cauldron and found the astragalus root nicely incorporated and the mixture clear and effervescent. Steam 4 chicory roots sliced longwise in steaming basket above cauldron to absorb essence of astragalus, and consistency of good pasta slice into finger width and add to cauldron. Brew 6 minutes. I hate fucking steaming baskets, he muttered, scrounging around in his kit for the little copper sieve. He fished it out. It was a little dented, but the hovering charm was still in place, and it didn't wobble when he set it floating 3 inches above the cauldron tip. He set the chicory roots inside and watched them steam, as he didn't know what he'd do if he watched Malfoy instead. Draco. The way his name felt in Harry's mouth. He could get used to saying it far too easily. Harry, said Draco, and Harry jumped, caught by the unexpectedness of the sound. When he looked, Draco was smirking at him. It sounds strange, doesn't it? Harry shook his head. Sounds right. And then Draco's eyes cut away, glancing at the floor. His forehead crinkled up in thought for maybe half a minute before he noticed himself doing it and smoothed it out. You can keep saying it, Harry offered. Draco poured them both another shot instead. How's that potion? He asked, eyeing it from a safe distance. If you can brew drunk, then we can feel safe in you at least getting a nude. Whether you survive 3 years under Snape's rule is another story. I'm afraid you might have it even worse than usual. You'd be incredibly bored now that he's dead. I'll be fine, said Harry, who was quite confident in his ability to withstand Snape's verbal vitriol. It was the actual potions-based vitriol that worried him. You can't curse me now, or imperil me to drink poison, he added as an afterthought. He hoped he couldn't anyway. He tipped back the shot, failed to withhold a shivery, tongue-showing reaction to the fire whiskey, and returned to the text. Are you even tipsy? He asked as an aside. Reduce to meandering simmer. Cast 3 stasis charms of increasing power, beginning with 13 joules of charm power,
and stir in 1 part sulfuric acid. Cover with lid and release stasis charms. Once sizzling explosion has subsided, remove lid and add 1 gram of mushed boggart liver. Brew for 2 minutes over medium-high heat.
Yeah, Draco admitted, grinning. Are you?
Harry bit his lip as he focused on upping the power in his charms. He wasn't the best at focusing his magic, preferring to just shove it all out there and hope for the best. It did serve him well enough so far. Potions was too subtle for that, though Snape would never hear Harry admit it.
Bloody swimming, he said. These charms are going up by about 1 joule per, right? They look so wobbly to me. Think so,
said Draco, but he didn't look convinced.
Pass me that book.
Harry said, flicking his hand in Draco's general direction.
And that extra stirring pot.
Harry complied again. The explosion went off as planned, and Harry found that mushing up boggart liver was more enjoyable by several degrees when intoxicated. It was, in fact, almost fun.
May I borrow your potions kit?
This time the voice came from directly behind him. Harry tensed in his mashing, but dutifully sent the kit floating back to Draco.
What do you want with my potions kit?
Nothing. There was a pause. Draco hadn't moved away. He was so close, Harry could almost feel the heat of his body in the air between them.
I just wanted to see if you do wandless magic again.
The statement hung between them, almost like an echo.
Which you did.
I did, Harry said, only now realizing it himself. He swallowed.
What now?
Draco's hands slid over his sides and held on.
Harry jumped.
Merlin, it felt like fiend fire was running through his veins all of a sudden.
Finish your potion. I don't think I can.
Surely the hitch in his voice was only his imagination. His wand buzzed again.
What's the next step?
Draco's voice was low and incredibly close. Every muscle in Harry's body was tensed and ready to spring. He made a gallant effort at steadying his breathing, found the spot in his text. Stir 100 times sunlight, brew 1 minute on high heat. Stir 100 times widdershins, brew 2 minutes on medium heat. Stir 100 times variated, brew 3 minutes on low heat. Remove from heat and cast 28 to 58 joule cooling charm. Decant and seal with cork and wax.
Stir 100 times.
The fingers at his waist tightened for a second. Release.
Then do so. Don't lose count.
Harry nodded and began to stir. At 50, Draco's fingers moved. He only managed to keep count because Draco began counting aloud.
50, 51, 52.
And Harry, voice unsteady, counted with him, electrically aware of his ring finger trailing up Harry's bottom rib. At 100, he paused and attempted to steady his breathing.
What are you doing?
He whispered. Malfoy leaned in, his mouth barely not quite brushing the rim of Harry's right ear.
Don't ruin your potion.
Merlin, he could come from this probably. Hands shaking, he raised the burner to high. Draco's fingers continued ghosting over his ribs, barely touching, leaving Harry in shambles. His wand buzzed, and even the tiny vibrations it made against his thigh set his skin afire, as alert as he already was. He picked up the stirring rod and began again, stirring anti-clockwise.
1,
he whispered, and Draco pressed in further, one arm coming all around to hold his waist, his chest flush against Harry's back, and he was aroused. Harry's abdomen clenched tight between Draco's fingers, and he may have died again when Draco inhaled against his neck and said with him, 2. There was no way this potion would be salvageable at the end of this. Harry wasn't even sure he would be salvageable. At 100, he wordlessly, wandlessly, adjusted the heat and just hung his head, letting Draco continue to devastate him, unable and unwilling to do anything about it.
The last time we were like this, it was on a broom,
said Draco.
You think about it too, Harry said.
Yes. Harry swallowed, kept his eyes closed. He had another minute and a half of this before he had to stir again. "Last time," he said, "we were terrified. Are you terrified now?" Harry wondered. Things went poorly. Their friendship would die violently, unlike the sad, passive affair with his and Ron's. Could he go back to hating Draco? Could he even get on without having him around? Probably not. Yes. His wand buzzed. Very carefully he resumed stirring, clockwise on odd numbers, anti-clockwise on even. Draco's voice had dropped in pitch, and the numbers 1 through 100 took on new erotic connotations in Harry's mind. He would never see 13 again without feeling Draco's arousal pressing against him, only their robes separating the heat of their skin. He would never hear Hermione discuss the 42 rules of runes without shuddering at the memory of Draco's teeth nipping at his earlobe. There were 88 constellations in the night sky, but he would always know the number as the moment Draco's fingers slid beneath the hem of his shirt and skated over his skin. 100. He lowered the heat, set his one-timer, and could not take it any longer. Harry turned, took hold of Draco's hand. His eyes scanned Draco's face, looking for what he had no idea. "You'll ruin me," he murmured. "Only if you let me." Harry kissed him. He'd worried somewhere, buried really deeply, that Draco would shove him away, but he didn't. He kissed Harry back immediately, mouth hot and slick against Harry's own, and he moaned a little when Harry began to walk them backwards towards the wall. "Your potion!" Draco gasped, breaking away. Harry made an annoyed sound, flung a cooling charm at it, flung another to decant and seal the potion in a vial. There was a look of complete triumph in Draco's eyes, and Harry couldn't help but try to kiss it off of him. "Fine," he murmured, between kissing Draco's neck, unbuttoning the top of his robes, and continuing down to his clavicle. "I can do wandless magic. You win." Apparently so," Draco said, arching up against his mouth. Somehow Harry managed to get all of Draco's poncy outer robes unbuttoned and flung out around them on the floor, and was already beginning on his own when Draco shoved him against the unused table and pushed his hands away. "I've been thinking of this for ages. Merlin, Potter, you are so stupidly hot when you're brewing." "Good," Harry said through a gasp. He threw his head back and shuddered. Draco's mouth was on his neck, following his fingers down as he loosened each button, kissing the exposed skin left behind. He gasped. Acute sensory overload. Draco flicked his eyes up at the sound. There was something in them, some look, that Harry couldn't endure. He was drunk and confident and amused and triumphant and soft, all at once. It was everything Draco was, plus that one extra thing he could be, but usually chose not to. It occurred to Harry then that he was probably in love, and that was a very dangerous place to be. He shuddered, curled his fingers more tightly in Draco's hair. He wasn't sure if he was trying to keep himself up or keep Draco from running, but he knew he had to hold on somehow. Every nerve in his body was on fire. Every breath he took felt like, "Boys, I hate to interrupt." They sprang apart, horrified, and swung to face a single portrait in the room, positioned above the desk Harry used for brewing. Dumbledore was beaming at them, and where on earth had he come from? How many times had he watched them working together in this room? How many— "It's just that you forgot to turn off your burner, Harry, and I fear that the potion will soon begin producing those pesky deadly fumes that liver repair elixirs are wont to do when burnt. As much as I'd enjoy your company in my frame, I'm sure you both have a bit more living to get on with." Here he winked at them. Harry's stomach plummeted through the floor, along with his ability to ever have an erection again, probably. But his cauldron was indeed beginning to smoke. They rushed to it, knocking shoulders in their attempt to douse the fire and vanish the smoke. In the process, they managed to vanish Harry's good cauldron as well, but Hogsmeade sought more, and he'd lived. He and Draco stared at each other, suddenly awkward. Drunken kiss hung between them, and Harry wondered if he'd ever be allowed to kiss Draco again after what clusterfuck tonight had been. Maybe he should try again with Ginny, since it appeared that she was the only person he was able to kiss without disaster. As if, he thought. His body was on fire with want for Draco, even after their uncomfortable interruption. He'd never be able to kiss anyone else again after this. He was utterly ruined. That went well, Harry remarked. He moved closer to him, unable to keep away, even as thoroughly embarrassed as he was. Merlin, but he still wanted Draco something fierce. There was always tomorrow, and preferably near a bed next time. Everything does with you, Draco muttered sourly. Harry's heart dropped, then Draco cracked a grin. Harry laughed, relieved. Come on then, Potter, said Draco. I don't think I can stand another minute in this room wondering if that dotty old headmaster is just beyond the frame listening. Do you hear that, headmaster? He called. I know what you're about. They listened for shuffling ropes, but there weren't any. Harry took Draco's hand in his, and Draco let it happen. They were definitely still drunk, he decided. Come on, then, said Harry, gathering up all his things with a wondless flick of his wrist. It's getting late anyway. Draco yawned. Bugger, I was going to start studying for the newts tonight. Boring, Harry decided. I think I'll go to bed instead. Although Harry seriously doubted he'd get a wink of sleep tonight. He could still taste Draco in his mouth, and it was so much better than the treacle tart. Chapter 8. Putrefaction. Putrefaction. The process of decay or rotting in a body or other organic matter in sulfur. Disintegration by spontaneous decomposition. Decay by artificial means. It must have been a success, Hermione said dubiously when they stumbled in. Crookshanks was curled up in her lap, serving as a desk for the notes she was reading. Malfoy's looking entirely too pleased with himself. Yeah, Harry said. Rather. Draco followed him in, cool as ever despite his less than coordinated steps. Ranger? He quirked an eyebrow. Malfoy. Then, well, which potion was it? Belatedly, Harry remembered what they'd actually left to accomplish. He fished out a vial. Navy blue potion sloshed around in it. Liver repair. Draco said it's perfect. Have a look. Hermione dutifully took the vial, held it up to the light to examine the viscosity. She uncapped it, sniffed from several different angles, and then delicately touched her little wrist fingers to the potion. She dabbed her tongue. It's... wow, Harry! It's good, isn't it? He said, grinning. It was possible he was still rather a lot drunk, and the kissing certainly hadn't helped his mental faculties. Perfect. Perfect, she agreed. The door to Hermione's room opened and Millicent strolled out, glanced disinterestedly in their direction and then noticed the potion. Liver, is it? She said, sounding very much as if she couldn't care less. Oh, I told you he could do it, Draco said smugly. Said Millicent and continued on out the door, peepfully dutifully, ignoring the narrow-eyed look Hermione was giving him. The portrait hall shut behind them, and Hermione's gaze returned to the two of them. Malfoy said he was off to bed, and then it was just Harry under her bemused look. Is something the matter, Harry? Nope. How could anything ever be the matter again? He smiled at her, guilelessly. Hermione rolled her eyes. You're drunk, go to bed, and be grateful I'm not head girl. Harry didn't need to be told twice. Harry was practically chirping the next morning and all of the week following. His potion in class was outstanding, marvelous, per Slughorn. In Transfiguration, Switch told him his gas to liquid was
Quite satisfactory indeed.
And his check-in meeting with McGonagall regarding the state of his career aspirations, she said,
I am not quite at the point of despair for your future and livelihood, Mr. Potter. Carry on.
Which was high praise indeed. Harry floated through the whole week. Draco sat with him in class and at meals, and gave him secret, seductive little grins when no one was looking. Terry danced him around the common room when Phil Dagwood caught a snitch and racked Harry 150 league points, and Harry wasn't even annoyed. He wrote Ron 2 letters. He went down to have tea with Hagrid and ate a rock cake. Snape had nothing derogatory to say about the colour or consistency of his drunkenly brewed liver repair elixir. On Thursday, Hermione asked him what a dirty snitches was, and he explained it happily and in detail without blushing, even as Hermione's eyes became progressively wider. He didn't even falter when she took out a quill and diary to make notes. In short, everything was great, except for the part where they'd both been so busy that week that the understood reconvening on Friday's outlandish attempt at sex had yet to manifest. He'd pushed Draco into an alcove after lunch on Wednesday, but they'd barely had a chance to start snogging before a passel of first-year girls came by talking loudly of hair charms. As they stood there, stock still, Harry pressing his body as close to Draco's and the wall as he could get, he suffered through the entirely over-erogenous experience of Draco panting against his neck and tried very hard not to dive. He wanted to rip all of Draco's clothes off, right there in that sketchy little alcove, and have him against the wall. Or even the other way round. Harry didn't care. They just could not get a Merlin fucking break. Well, there was still Friday, Harry thought happily. Friday came, and Harry entered their appropriated classroom to find Draco already there. He was lying across one of the work tables, eyes closed, obviously indigenizing. Those erections Harry'd feared might never return, never had a problem doing so around Draco, especially when he was spread out like an offering on the table by Harry's rookie potions lab. One eye cracked open as Harry began setting up his cauldron on the adjacent table. "I'm stuck again," Draco groused. He pushed himself up on his elbows and stared dully out the water pouring in the cauldron from Harry's wand. "And bugger if I can figure out why. Have you done it yet?" "The transformation?" asked Harry. "Yeah." "No." He flicked on the burner and turned to face Draco directly. "Just hybridization. I've done a beak and feathers." "Why not?" "I was waiting on you to catch up, Morin." Draco flopped back down on the table. Harry moved closer, thinking of all the ways he could occupy himself while his water began to boil. "What does it feel like to hybridize? I've got indigenization down, I think, but whenever I try to grow my snout or tail, I just can't." He sighed. "McGonagall will never take me if I can't transform. Fuck! I have to do this before Newt, or I'll be stuck tending father's business accounts for the rest of my life." He slammed a hand against the table in frustration. Harry sighed and turned his burner back off. Definitely didn't want any repeats of last week. "It feels weird," Harry finally said. He shrugged and hated it because he really had no idea how to describe becoming part animal. Draco's brow crumpled tragically. "Why can't I do this?" he whispered. Harry sat on the edge of the table, worrying the hem of his sleeves and feeling wretched on Draco's behalf. "Do you want to use Legolamancy again?" he asked. Draco sighed. "Potter, you really shouldn't offer me carte blanche with your bloody head." Harry shrugged. "Better you than Ron." There was way too much in there he never wanted Ron to see. This finally got a smile out of Draco. He sat up again. "Fine, yes, I do. Can I?" Harry rolled his eyes.
obviously. Draco's nose scrunched. You really need to stop spending a free period with Snape's portrait. You're starting to sound like him. He is insulting me into greatness, Harry protested. Yesterday I learned why beeswax neutralized poisons when he was on a rant about the state of my hair. Did you know they're not really saying but hairballs? Shut up, Potter, Draco said, exacerbated. Harry grinned at him. They settled into position. Harry took a deep breath and cleared his head of all the happy, lovelorn thoughts that had filled it since Sunday. It would be a time to tell Draco how he really felt, but it probably wasn't 5 days after their first kiss and a failed check. Harry suspected there was a protocol for this sort of thing, which required at least 1 month between a relationship beginning and declaration of devoted and undying love. Were they even in a relationship? Harry bit his lip. It hadn't occurred to him before that they might not be, but there had been no word either way. There would be time to figure it out later. He pushed everything aside and met Draco's eyes, smiling. Go on. Legilimency. Having been at practice for some time now, Harry zoomed right through meditation and visualization. He slowed down at indigenization to make sure he did a proper job of it. Speeding through this step could lead to unfortunate results when one got to the next bit. He felt himself take on the aspects of the crow. He felt light, hollow. He felt small. Flying would be so simple. The prospect of eating decaying flesh was enticing rather than stomach-churning. Slowly his mind remembered what it meant to be a crow. He felt the spirits of the world around him, and knew that he could take them to the other side if he wanted to. Draco was like a warm, uncomfortable addition to his mind. Warm because Harry felt warmly towards him. Uncomfortable because he felt warmly towards him. He was exposed like this. The crow in him didn't like exposure. It was skittish, and it cawed warningly at Harry whenever Draco's presence crept nearer to get a better look at the proceedings. Finally, some minutes later, when he'd indigenized the crow completely, he slid into the next step. Hybridization. Feathers sprouted over his skin. His nose and jaw hardened and lengthened. His hearing became acute. There was a mouse in the room, hidden beneath one of the desks. It would probably be pretty delicious. It wouldn't take much to transform all the way and find out. He'd waited for Draco to finish first, yes, but it was almost more difficult to stay at this step than it was to move forward into full form actualization. Harry had been this crow for a long time, even if he'd never actually flown as one. He tried his best to broadcast his feelings of sprouting feathers and growing a beak to Draco, hoping that he would be able to translate that into fur and tail. You're nearly there. Just do it. Harry heard in his mind and nearly jumped at the sound. He could practically feel Draco's grey eyes rolling. You first, Harry sent back. He felt Draco shake his head. I want to feel what it's like to transform. He might as well. He gathered all his magic, let his conscience retreat from everything but the here and now of his first transformation. Draco became a distant, forgotten attendance as he pushed himself over the final hurdle. He told himself to shrink, told his body to change. For many minutes nothing happened. And then he understood it. Understood the last part as he'd come to understand the 4 steps before it. The crow was Harry, and Harry was the crow. And he did shrink, and did change. It took 10 minutes at least, but he'd done it now, and he knew it would be instantaneous next time. He stared up at Draco from much farther away than he'd started, and felt elation and cockiness and fucking love. He transformed for the first time, and the person he loved had been in his head the whole time, and witnessed the entire incredible experience with him.
Draco pulled roughly from his mind. Harry fluttered around in the air, pleased but clumsy with his wings. He half glided, half fell back to the ground, lost his eyes and focused and transforming back into himself. When he did, he grinned. "It's brilliant," he said. "Really brilliant. Now you just have to do it and we can go out around the grounds in our forms and chase things and—" "I don't think so." Harry paused. "Well, why? It will be brilliant." Draco stood, dusted his trousers off, and grabbed up his book bag. "Thanks, Potter. I think this will do for our lesson. See you around." Harry scrambled to his feet. "What? Draco, what's wrong?" Draco spun to him, his face a mask of fury. "What's wrong?" he hissed. "Your bloody Gryffindor emotions are what's wrong. Is there no one who doesn't want to own or imprison me?" He turned to leave again, and Harry's face drained of blood. He'd broadcasted all of that. Harry grabbed his wrist, a quick flashing movement that stopped Draco's whole body and brought his cheek close to Harry's face. Close enough that he could see the way his hair moved when Harry exhaled. "Don't." Draco breathed. In, out, in. "Don't what, Potter?" "Don't leave." Draco shook his head. "I won't do this to myself. You're attracted to me too. I know you are. You wanted me last week." It was Harry's imagination that his voice sounded that panicked. There was no reason to panic, surely. Everything was pretty perfect in Harry's life right now. How could anything bad be happening? "I wanted your body. I thought I'd be safe to try with you. I thought you'd never wanted to keep me." Harry shook his head. Somehow the entire thing felt like a dream. He wasn't even sure it was happening. Try what with him? He opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say. Draco wrenched free, and took several seconds with the pretense of straightening the buttons on his robe sleeve. "I don't want what you want." Harry swallowed, but kept his chin lifted stoically. He would not go down like this. "What do I want?" Draco finally looked at him, and his eyes were so grey and solid that Harry would have sworn he didn't reflect light at all. There was no hint of green wall sconces in them, no hint of anything safe or decisiveness. "Love? A boyfriend?" "Yeah, so?" He shifted uncomfortably. Draco hadn't dropped his gaze, hadn't wavered at all. He stepped away towards the door, and Harry added quickly, desperately, "Everyone likes love." "Love is a cage," said Draco, "and I will be free." This time, he really did leave. "Morning, Potter." Harry stiffened. He looked around the great hall to see if anything looked amiss, anything that would signal that this was a dream. Everything looked normal. Hesitantly, he lifted his eyes to the person now sitting next to him, poshly buttering toast. "Draco," Harry said. Draco ignored the catch in his voice. He said, "Shame Cadwallader fumbled to Quaffle last night. Looks like I'm in the lead again. Draco, can we—" "No," Draco hissed, finally turning to look at him. Did a quick glance up and down the table to ensure none of the other 8th years were listening in and said, "Potter, I will not talk about last night. We will go back to how things were last week, when neither of us had taken leave of our senses." Then he turned to look away and took a sip of water from his ever-present bottle, and made every effort of continuing on with his breakfast. Harry swallowed. "I don't think I can." Draco's eyes narrowed. He snapped his wand and privacy spell flew up around them. "You can and you will, or we'll end this friendship right now. I won't be owned by anyone, Golden Boy, not even you." "But could we just—" "I'll stop," Harry promised. I won't be in love with you anymore. You were fine with it before when I just wanted to shag you. Look, I'm really not in love with you, see? It's me, Harry, not in love. It was just a momentary thing because I was excited. It won't happen again." Draco didn't blink. "You can't just make yourself stop, Potter. I can do anything I want." Draco snorted, but it wasn't the amused-sounding one he used to use when Harry made a crack about Hermione and Millicent studying together. "Not even you can do that." "I just want to be able to touch you again," Harry said, desperate. Draco's mouth flattened in an angry line. "You've heard my terms. Take them or leave them. What will it be?" Harry clenched his fists. "I'll be your friend." Draco was all smiles again. "Good," he said. "Would you pass me the pumpkin juice? I wanted to get your opinion on the assignment Slughorn gave us. Did you notice anything peculiar about it?" Harry forced himself to relax and drink his juice, pretend everything was normal. His hands were shaking, and his insides probably were too. "Oh my God," he thought hysterically. "It's only been 5 minutes and he expects me to keep this up for the rest of my life?" "It was peculiar," he agreed lamely. "It seemed really simple compared to everything else he's given us." "My thoughts exactly," said Draco. "I thought maybe he just wanted easy marking since he's got his last slug cup party coming up next weekend." "Right, yeah," said Harry. "Probably." Draco's eyes narrowed. "Are you going to be able to do this, Potter?" He set his silverware aside and turned to face Harry more fully on the bench. "Or should we end this now?" "Yes, I can definitely do it, obviously." Harry's fingers clutched in his robes again, and he was reminded of Draco teasing him about the way and frequency he said obviously now. His heart lurched. "Fuck." "No," he said, swallowing. "Oh, I can't do it. I know what's missing now." Harry stood, scooped his rucksack up in one hand, and walked around Draco. He forced whatever tiny occlumency walls he could muster to come up and shield him enough to put one foot in front of the other without losing his mind. "I'm sorry. I have to do this for myself." And then he was gone. By the end of May, the empty space at Harry's side that Draco had only just begun to fill was already changing into something new, but somehow more volatile and maddening than the same empty space that existed before Malfoy. He learned to live without Draco in the same way one might learn to live without a hand. He knew it was missing, he couldn't not know, but life still existed without that hand, and so therefore must he. But if he chose to avoid slug clubs in the meantime, well, that was his prerogative. And Malfoy was wrong. Harry didn't want love and a boyfriend. Not if wanting that led to this. What he wanted was his best mate back. And he hoped to Merlin that Ron never learned Legomancy, because all that confidence he'd gained with the Aurors would be shot to shit if he found out best mate meant Malfoy, not Ron. It was just that he could no longer separate best mate and love in his mind. How had he bollocks this up quite so royally? Should have never given Malfoy up. And yet the thought of talking to him again and knowing nothing would ever come of it felt like standing in fiendfire. 1 week, Hermione said at dinner near the end of May. 1 week, 1 week, 1 week. It was like a battle chant for her. Harry had made it 3 weeks without Draco, without a battle chant. "I don't know why everyone always got so bothered about newts," said happy fucking Terry Boot. "Just another set of exams. When we finish them, we'll officially be wizards, even if we only get trolls across the board. Won't that be grand, Harry?" Harry made an effort to be engaged. This was his life, after all. Finishing school or getting all trolls. Boot laughed as if this was a great joke. Harry, upon reflecting on his life, supposed it was. Finishing school, of course. Say, are you really planning to stay on as Professor Snape's apprentice? I heard you were, but I thought it couldn't be true.
If I get an O in potions, I am.
Boot grinned, and it was such a nice, happy grin that it made Harry's mouth curve up as well.
God, he hated Boot.
Hated how happy and together he was. And he also thought he was an all-right chap, and they probably would have been friends if Harry wasn't trending towards basket case-dom these days.
That's brilliant. I just need to get an O in astronomy, and I'm under a Posh Point observatory. Can't wait for Mexico. I love sun, don't you? Sure, sun's great.
If one could brew a proper Sunton solution. Harry, said Hermione, always his wing-woman, even though she was sometimes an entire conversation too late. Did you rebrew that hot helper? You were struggling with it last week. He scowled.
I remember. I rebrewed it.
Thanks to Snape, he didn't it? Merlin, he was almost becoming fond of the stupid bastard portrait. He'd once thought he'd never pass potions without the prince's book. Now he didn't necessarily need the book, but his understanding of the theory had only improved since Malfoy stopped. Well, now that Harry was brewing alone, Snape made a habit of showing up in the Caravaggio opposite the work table. He didn't even comment on the fact that Draco never came with anymore, even though, like Dumbledore, he surely must have known. For that, Harry could be grateful. The downside of this was that he had no outlet for his sarcastic commentary except Harry. The upside was that Snape was indeed incredibly bored and had a lot of commentary to offer, thus leading to Harry finally understanding the value of precise stir counts in medical potions. Dark Caravaggio backgrounds and tortured expressions suited the late potions master, more than pre-Raphaelite Idyllis, at least.
1 week, she reminded him. I could hardly forget.
He dredged up a smile for her, much easier than for Terry Boot.
Don't worry, Hermione, I've got this.
She pursed her lips.
See that you have.
Then she pulled out a bottomless bag and fished around for something. Millicent became engaged in the proceedings shortly after her hat and torso disappeared inside. Her eyes met Harry's over Hermione's bent, half-missing form. He shrugged.
Hell of a bag.
Boo took up a conversation with Susan then. Millicent's eyes followed their discourse for a moment, judging, then turned to gaze him.
You think you'll get a no? She asked. I got an E on my owls, no less.
Less to know for our owls. She rolled her eyes. Harry shrugged. She sighed. Draco got his animagus last night. That was not what he'd expected to hear, nor what he wanted to hear. Draco didn't need him. Never would need him. He pushed that thought away, and when he smiled at Millicent, at least his pride was genuine. For Draco.
Good for him. Tell him I said congratulations.
This seemed to be what Millicent was looking for. Her eyes roved his face for a split second, resettled on his own. You aren't talking any longer?
No.
She took this in stride, considered him for a moment. Draco's like a boggart. You'll never know what he truly looks like if you're looking right at him. It's only when he thinks you aren't paying attention that he becomes himself. You shouldn't have looked at him. His whole body heated with something unidentifiable. He hated Slytherins, hated how enigmatic they were, but they so enjoyed riddles. How insightful they could be. He hated that he might love one of them, and they were the hardest people in the world to love, because to get close to them was to walk across a live battlefield in your shirt sleeve with your arms spread and your eyes closed.
Too late now,
he said, shrugging. Millicent frowned. You had dimples when she did. No, just stop looking at him. Too late for that, too. First morning of Newts came, and Harry felt invincible for the 20 minutes it took for him to stumble out of bed and into a set of robes, then make it down the stairs for breakfast. Then he saw the examiner's rigid faces at the head table and felt disinclined to finish his breakfast. Eat, Hermione said.
Not hungry.
I didn't ask if you were fucking hungry, did I? I said to fucking eat your breakfast so you have some fucking energy for your charms, Newt. You bloody fucking stubborn cookie Gryffindor prat! Every face at the 8th year table turned towards her, many with mouth gaping. Harry supposed they hadn't heard the addition to her vocabulary yet. This was nothing. Stressed? He asked lightly, though he did cut up a sausage and start eating again. Yes, she growled. He smirked at his plate. At least he wasn't stressed anymore. It was hard to take anything seriously when Hermione was swearing. It's just charms you've got this. He made an annoyed, shrilling sound and stormed from the breakfast table. Millicent rolled her eyes. Harry grinned at her, and then his eyes slid past her. His stomach clenched as his eyes met Draco's. For a moment there was no one on earth but them. The look was so private, so intense, so very much like the looks he'd received when they were still friends. And then Draco looked away, and the sounds of the great hall rushed back in to fill the void that remained, like high tide in Cornwall.
Attention, students,
Flitwick called from the head table.
Breakfast is over now. 1st through 4th and 6th year students will disperse to their common rooms or other quiet activities. 7th and 8th year students sitting in Charms Newt will report to Charms Wing for their Newt practical. 5th years will remain here for their written Charms exam now. Up to it!
Hermione was, of course, already waiting by the time Harry arrived at the Charms Wing. Her hair fluttered behind her, almost like an afterthought, as she paced back and forth. "Harry, thank Merlin," she said upon seeing him. She strode over, grabbed his shoulder. She shook him once and said very calmly, "I am having a nervous fucking breakdown." "It's just charms," he said again. "You ordered a protein charm for Galleon, made an infinite handbag, and survived a duel with Anton Dolohov with only a 30-centimeter scratch. I think you'll be fine." He breathed deeply. "I suppose you're right." They were called in alphabetical order again, which would have been fine if Harry wasn't in the same group as Draco and Parkinson. He did his best not to let it affect him, but he could still see the look Draco wore in his mind's eye, and it made him miss him desperately. The actual practical wasn't too bad. They started him off asking for 3 degrees of stasis charms, and with all his potion work lately, he was practically a pro at those. Next, he had to make a piglet fly without transfiguring wings onto it, and finally cast a glamour over himself that made his eyes black and his hair green.
"Are you going for extra points, Mr. Potter?"
The examination witch asked at the end without looking up from her notepad.
"Yes, what are my options?" "Any high-level charms not taught as part of the standard Hogwarts curricula will be considered for extra points."
So he cast a Patronus, feeling inordinately pleased with himself as the flash of shimmering white leapt from his wand. But then he noticed a shape and his face drained of blood. There was a greyhound dashing about the room, and any hope that he could cancel it before Draco noticed was shot. For the second time that day their eyes met, and Draco looked anything but happy.
"Very good, Mr. Potter,"
the witch said, bored. He ran from the room as fast as a snap. "Harry," Hermione whispered as he was walking back from the written examination that evening. She tucked him into the girls' loo, where, fortunately, Myrtle was nowhere to be seen. "It's all up and down the castle that your Patronus is a dog now. I thought you were over-serious by now. Are you not? If you're not, then—" "It wasn't Snuffles," he said. The pet name for Sirius Animagus form barely gave him a twinge of pain these days. That was good, he supposed. She paused. "Then what?" Harry looked away, down. There was a long crack in the marble floor by the sink. "It was a greyhound." She breathed in hard, deliberately through her nostrils, took a single step back to better look at his face. "That's Malfoy's Animagus." "You don't have to tell me," he said bitterly. "I'm well aware." "What happened between you two? You were thick as thieves for months. Was the happiest of seniors since Ron started aura training." Harry's mouth twisted. I know. I don't know, Hermione. You couldn't have really expected us to be friends forever. It's me and Malfoy, for fuck's sake. She bought it. He hated that she bought it. He hated that no one could see what had really happened, and that he couldn't tell them either. He felt like he was going to explode with the weight of it. I love Draco Malfoy, and no one will ever know. He wanted to scream. All right, Harry. I'll lay off for now. Let's just get through Newts, and then we'll have all summer at once to decompress. Then back to Hogwarts for another 3 years. She grinned. I hope so. She took another deep breath. We can do this, Harry. There's always life after, well. I know, he said. It sucked, but if Hermione could handle life after family, then he could do life after Malfoy. Even if he was the only one who knew it had been there to begin with. Merlin. Fuck, it hurt to hold it all to himself, but he wouldn't betray Draco by telling. He owed him that much at least. The next Monday his last Newt came. The patient's examiner let them in at exactly 10 a.m, and Harry took up his usual seat with the emotional burner. At least it wasn't Wednesday.
Only one at table. I come around with a hat from which you will draw a piece of parchment. Upon the parchment you will find the name of the potion you are to brew. After you have brewed your potion, decant 2 ounces for analysis, then continue through the door at the back of the room to the written examination, where you will receive further instructions. The wizard came around, and Harry reached into the hat for a piece of parchment. The examiner was already moving on. Harry unfolded it and read and wanted to laugh. Liver repair elixir. You could quite literally brew this potion drunk. Draco had seen to that, at least. He set his cauldron up and headed for the front of the room, where a selection of potion's ingredients were arrayed for him to choose from. There was the boggart liver and the astragalus and chicory root, and on the other minutiae involved. He took a measure of distilled water and returned to his table. It was while he was steaming his chicory roots that he caught the movement from the corner of his eye. The painting was of a darkened transmutation lab, so he blended in well. Snape watched Harry's brewing with a curious focus. Their eyes met once, but Harry quickly looked away, back to his potion before the examiner could see him. This was one Newt he definitely didn't want to get accused of cheating on, and soon the feeling of ice on him had faded away entirely, and he lost himself to the meditative effect brewing brought him. When he finished his last set of 100 stirs, he set his rod aside and took a moment to just look at his potion and feel calm. It was perfect. Better. It was his version of perfect. It had taken until this Newt to achieve, but he finally, after all this time, understood what Malfoy had meant when he said you could repaint a Dali, but it would never be art until you were an artist yourself. He was certain he understood it now. He moved on to the next room after turning in his 2-ounce sample for analysis, and was greeted at the door by a young witch with a crooked nose, like she'd broken it once or twice.
Choose the parchment. You will find 6 potions on the table to my right. Your assignment is to identify the potions on your parchment and write about the brewing process for each. Details on the board.
He grabbed another paper from her hat. Heart-helper potion, cold cure, draught of living death. It wasn't difficult at all to identify his 3 potions, 1, 2, and 6, nor was it difficult to know what to say. He worked so much with them lately that he rather thought he'd have too much to say. Hermione would be amused, and vindicated most likely. Elated from his practical, Harry set to work outlining the potions. A crick in his neck had him looking up to work it from side to side, and there he saw him again, looking refreshed and intensive in a Vermeer. Harry gave Snape a small smile, which remained unreciprocated, and returned to his essays. When he finished, he felt both relieved and pensive. He knew he'd done well, but well enough. He was fairly sure of it, but never before had he understood Hermione's need for perfection until now. But he was done, and there was nothing more he could do except wait for his results. He exited quietly, carefully avoiding looking at Draco as he passed his desk on the way out. It was impossible to miss Draco's elaborate script and a large liver repair elixir printed at the top of his page. They'd done that potion together, sort of. And here they were, sort of doing it together again. Harry wondered if Malfoy remembered that night together as he wrote, the way Harry had been propelled by the memories of Draco's hand on his waist and the way they'd counted together, and the smell of chicory root in Draco's freshly washed hair, and how much focus he'd needed to keep his spells within the acceptable power range when he'd been drunk off whiskey and Draco's body heat. Harry would never forget a single part of how to brew that potion ever again. It had had too many vibrant memories attached to it. Draco's fingers tensed around his quill as Harry walked by. A drop of green ink splattered on the desk. The same color ink Harry used. "Stop looking at him," Millicent had said. He could do that. Harry shut the door carefully behind him. "Potter!" Harry turned. Snape had followed him into the Siren's painting outside the potions classroom.
"Yes, Professor?" "Take some time this summer to harvest a selection of inedible mushrooms for your first assignment as apprentice. I shall see you in September."
Then he disappeared, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. His mouth stretched slowly, at first with disbelief, and then with the unbearable pull of happiness. He jumped in the air, whooping and not even caring that he would look utterly ridiculous to anyone watching. Then he took off for the common room to write a letter. He couldn't wait to tell Ron. Hermione had fallen asleep against his shoulder. He couldn't blame her. He was nearly there himself. But the whistle of the train roused him from his doze as it slowed for their arrival in London. Ron was on the platform with Mrs. Weasley, and Harry felt insanely like a first year coming home for the first time. His laughter woke Hermione, who blinked sleepily at him before following his gaze. "Oh, Ron," she said, a little sadly. Ron was waving madly at them already, looking unfortunately dashing, decked out in his scarlet aura robes, with the wind sweeping his hair all about. They both plastered on excited smiles and waved back. "Good to be home, isn't it?" said Terry. "Yes," Harry said, and meant it. It was good to see Ron again, even if they were drifting apart. "3 broomsticks this Sunday, yes? They're coming?" "Oh, I'll be there," Harry assured him. He might even bring Ron. Maybe it would help them reconnect, and Ron could go back to filling that hole that Malfoy dug for himself and then abandoned. Out on the platform, Ron rushed them, crushing first Hermione and then Harry in overexcited, scarlet-coloured hugs. "Merlin, it's been an age," he said, and couldn't seem to stop himself from grinning. "Oh, I got your letter, Harry. Or you're fucking me about." "Ronald!" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed as she disentangled from a hug with Hermione. They ignored her, and she bustled off to find Ginny, who decided to ride home in Luna's compartment with the other real 7th years. "Not at all," Harry said. "Won't know for sure until results come in July, but Snape seemed confident, and well, it's Snape." Ron whistled, still grinning somehow. "Blimey, Harry." "I checked," Hermione said. "He's definitely not on the Imperius." "What, really?" Harry was scandalized. "It's just a bit of patience." Ron and Hermione both rolled their eyes. "Last-minute career change to worst subject ever," Ron said. "And suddenly seeking the approval of a dead patience professor that, might I add, you despised," Hermione added most unhelpfully. "You are both horrible friends," Harry muttered. "I can fight off an Imperius in case your memories are quite that poor." "Are we ready to go? Got your bags, Harry, Hermione?" Mrs. Weasley said, returning from the train with Ginny and Luna in tow. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," they chorused. Harry couldn't help turning for one last look at the train before he stepped through to the other side. It was at that exact moment that Draco turned from his mother's dotage to look his way. Their eyes met and held, and then, with more willpower than he actually felt, Harry turned away and walked through the gate.
Why don't you just write the book? 20,000 galleons is a lot of dosh. You could buy a flat, travel, whatever.
Why this wasn't a done deal was quite beyond Harry. Hermione didn't have any other support, and apprentices didn't receive any stipend beyond room, board, and 10 galleons a month. Barely enough for necessities. She needed it. He flopped back on Ron's bed and stared with a frown up at the cannon's poster on the ceiling. Harry wondered if she found it as disagreeable as he did. Would you really want everyone to know what it was like for us? Or you? No. Maybe it will give them some perspective.
It won't change them,
Ron said. Harry rolled his eyes. He knew.
I'd rather Hermione write it than Skeeter. And if they're offering Hermione to do it, it just seems stupid for her to pass it up. Especially when authorship is something our Hermione's always wanted. Even from his bed, he could see the blush suffusing her face. She was always a little surprised when he or Ron managed to show that they actually paid attention to her. Well, I don't know, she said. Just do it,
Ron said in that way that Ron always did, because he saw the world in black and white, or maybe orange and white, and sometimes Harry wondered if it would be easier to go back to that.
Harry doesn't mind.
He cleared his throat.
Although try not to linger over much on my, missteps.
Harry laughed.
Maybe you could just not mention Ron at all during that time. If you never say it one way or another, it'll look like he was just unusually quiet for a month.
I could do that, Hermione said, frowning thoughtfully.
Nah, Ron said. I was a buck. Don't romanticize it.
You were a bit of a buck, Hermione allowed, but she was smiling. All of that was over now, and they could laugh about Ron being twatty. All right, I'll do it. They want my outline by the end of the week, so I suppose I'd better go and get started. She stood from the bed, stretched out a kink in her neck, and wandered over to Harry. Bent down, pressed a kiss to his head, and then said, "Thank you, Harry." Then she ruined it by wrinkling her nose at the state of his hair and making a frustrated, abortive attempt at fingering it into some degree of decency. She shut the door behind her as she left, and Harry turned back to Ron, who was staring at him with one cocked eyebrow.
Nothing like that. You know how she is,
Harry said.
If you're sure,
Ron said.
Because it would be okay if you did. I'm sure,
said Harry. Ron resumed his relaxed pose against the wall, his legs stretched out before him on the bed.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd change your mind about preferring blokes. Haven't heard about anyone special, you know.
Harry chuckled.
Who has time to even think about that sort of thing with all that crap they threw at us last term?
He asked, but in his head he was chanting.
Me, and I'll never change my mind after Draco Malfoy.
Then, to get things back on safer ground, he said,
How are things with Lavender? Is she going to be a partner full-time?
Ron grinned again. After 3 of them, he had the straightest, most uniform teeth, and it bugged Hermione no end. You could take the girl away from her dentist parents, but you couldn't take... Well, Harry didn't really know where he was going with that one, actually, except to avoid thinking about Draco.
She's great, Ron said. We really get on these days. It's so weird. But Dawlish and Robobs think we're got a team, so I expect so.
He paused, a sheepish look crossed his face.
Do you think Hermione'd mind if I brought her over for dinner one day? I'd really like it if we could all be friends, you know.
Well, Hermione was a saint, but Harry wasn't sure that this wasn't pushing it a bit far.
You'd better ask, he said. Course, Ron said. This weekend, if she agrees, sir. There is this great pub in Muggle London, and the always go to sometimes. We could catch a game of footy on the telly, you, me, and Hermione. That's what they're called, right? Tellies?
Harry grinned.
That's right. But I don't know if Hermione'd be interested in watching football game. Do you want to come to the Broomsticks with me on Sunday for my Quidditch Fantasy League?
Ron looked wounded for a moment before it cleared from his face.
Sounds great, Harry, yeah. Anyone else in it with you?
Well, Harry said, wrinkling his nose,
there's Terry Boot. He's an all-right bloke,
Ron said. Then he turned thoughtful.
We're so happy, though. Yeah, Harry said with a grimace. What was with people being so happy? First Boot, then Malfoy. An ache coursed through him. He pushed it away. He was so bloody tired of struggling with those feelings he hadn't any control over. Malfoy wasn't interested, and that was fucking that. There was no need to be stuck on Draco sodding Malfoy. Plenty of fish, big wide world, etc., etc. And Malfoy's in it too, he added, because it was better to rip these things off like a plaster. Bloody wanker. You mean you didn't walk straight out when you saw him in there? Oh, no, we were friends for a little while. I actually joined the league with him. Ron threw himself back on the bed as if living were too much to bear. Please tell me you're having me on. I'm afraid not. We've been going back and forth on first and second place all season. Harry frowned, remembering the distant looks Draco sent him on Sundays when Vic announced the standings and Harry was in first again. There was none of that spark left when he looked at Harry. It was like he was dead. In theory. Not for the first time a single question rang through Harry's head, echoing like church bells. Why? Why had Draco changed his mind about him? Been so keen that first night. Were Harry's emotions really that off-putting? It wasn't like he did it on purpose for Merlin's sake. Or are you beating him now? Ron asked. Harry smirked. Yes, just pulled ahead again. This seemed to satisfy Ron. I suppose I can handle this, so long as you're still better than him. Ron! Harry said, laughing. Maybe their friendship wasn't dying after all. Maybe it just needed time. What bullshit, he thought. He and Ron could be mates until the end of the world, and it still wouldn't make up for the feeling he got whenever he turned to tell Draco something funny, and Draco wasn't there. That's not a moral, said Hermione. Harry eyed the mushroom more carefully. He plucked it up and checked the inside of the stem. Cottony, not hollow. He tossed it in his bag. Good. I don't want a real moral. I want a false moral. Why? Ron was eating an apple from a wild apple tree. Hermione had already checked to make sure it was a real apple, while Harry and Ron patiently and quietly waited for her to do so. They weren't stupid, after all. Snape said I need a bunch of poisonous mushrooms. The quiet became tense, and Harry stood to find Ron and Hermione communicating silently. What? They looked at him guiltily. Well, what if you don't get an O? Newt results won't come for a couple more weeks. I would probably sink into a deep depression at the thought of joining the Ours and then struggle to hide it by blowing millions of galleons, fronting as a playboy to distract myself from post-Malfoyism. Or something slightly less melodramatic, maybe. I'm going to get in. They shared another speaking look. Ron was the first to look away. Harry bent down to gather more false morals. Say, Hermione, said Ron. Would you mind if I had lavender over for dinner? Let us all get to know each other better, you know. Harry peeked up, Hermione's eyes fixed on Ron's face, her look intense. There was a decidedly entertained glint to her stare. Sure, Ron, if I can invite Millicent. I'd like us to get to know her better, too. Harry smirked and said nothing. He could practically hear the gears working in Ron's brain, perhaps a little creaky from disuse. Harry knew the exact moment that Ron caught on. Well, sure. Mum does love to cook. He prodded Harry's rib with a boot. Anyone you want to invite, Harry? Clenched his fist around a moral, accidentally destroying it. Oh, yes. No, thanks. Because for some stupid reason his +1 no longer cared to speak to him. It was just a little love for Merlin's sake. Never killed anyone. Probably. Might start with Harry, actually. Get it together, Harry, he thought. You can't live through your whole life like this. But then again, where was rationality when you needed it? Probably with Hermione. The dinner went okay, about as well as could be expected when Hermione was forced to suffer Lavender Brown's company and Mrs. Weasley was forced to attempt conversation with Millicent. although even Hermione would have to admit, as Mrs. Weasley brought out the pudding, that there was something different about Lavender. Something strong and Gryffindor that she'd lack all through school. And she sat with Ron on her left, as if she wouldn't let him forget that that half of her face was covered in 4 long red slashes. Ron didn't seem to mind. He gazed at her adoringly when she wasn't looking. When she smiled at him, her cheeks dimpled only on one side.
"You should have invited Malfoy, Harry,"
Ginny said. Harry choked on his Treckertide.
"Weren't you two friends last year? I swear I never saw one of you without the other after Christmas. I bet he would have liked to get away right about now."
"Oh, yeah," Harry said, bemused. "Yeah, he was busy."
"That poor boy," Mrs. Weasley said. "I can't imagine what you must be going through right now."
Bewildered turned to Hermione, but it was Millicent who caught his eyes. She shook her head minutely. Reluctantly, he turned back to his Treckertide. Everything in the kitchen was tense after that. Or maybe it was just Harry. He could have married, had 3 children, and sent the first one off to Hogwarts in the time it took Mrs. Weasley to declare supper over and begin clearing the plates. Harry grabbed the girls directly after and dragged them outside to the shed, amid Mr. Weasley's muggle miscellanea.
"What happened?"
Millicent pursed her lips. Hermione worried her own. He stared between the two of them, feeling his skin come all overheated. How horrible could it be? Hermione broke first.
"Oh, Harry, didn't you see the prophet? It's been all over the paper for days."
"You know I don't read that rubbish. What happened?"
"His father was killed by an Azkaban guard in May, but it was hushed. There was an investigation going on, and Malfoy had to give testimony right before news. A dozen witnesses came forward to say the Auror had acted out of protocol, but charges were dropped 2 days ago."
Harry stared.
"Fuck."
The traitorous thought that maybe this could have had something to do with Draco's reluctance entered his mind and wouldn't leave.
"Those people never change,"
Millicent snarled. She turned and punched Mr. Weasley's dartboard, right on the bullseye.
"They always think we're worthless, and they'll always get away with it because of fucking insignificant nonsense like dark and light magic. It was a reductor to the hat that blew Lucius Malfoy to bits, Potter, not Cruciatus. Fuck your light magic and your pretentious definitions of good."
"Oh, Mel," Hermione murmured, ran her fingers over the other women's knuckles and the skin knitted together in their wake. Harry followed the motion with his eyes and was momentarily overcome by the memory of Draco's sharp gaze focusing on him whenever he did wandless magic. He hadn't done any since then. He hadn't been able to.
"Oh, shut up, Hermione,"
Millicent said, sighing.
"Sometimes pain is compulsory."
I should write him, Harry thought, then.
Fuck, I'm the last person he'd want to hear from.
He wanted to be there for Draco, but that was selfish. So he turned away, put it with the egg beater on the workbench, and reminded himself that Draco didn't want him around anymore, especially not at a time like this. The letter came on the 1st of July. It said, "Dear Mr. Potter, I am delighted to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts apprenticeship program for potions and herbal transmutations under Severus Snape, Master Alchemist, 1st degree, Master Transmutist, 1st degree, Grand Master of Potions, 3rd degree, deceased. Please report to Hogwarts by 5 p.m., 31st of August for supper and room assignment. Enclosed you will find a list of required items. Note that apprentices must be dressed in the colors of their master at all times, so we suggest that you purchase more than one set of robes. Details enclosed. We look forward to the next 3 years of discovery with you. Yours truly, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress, Order of Merlin, 1st class, Grand Mistress of Transfigurations, 3rd degree, Mistress Transmutist, 2nd degree."
"Bloody hell,"
Ron murmured. Harry jumped, startled. Ron stood behind him, peering over his shoulder, a half-eaten apple in one hand.
"You really did it."
"Yeah," Harry said. Had he really? It felt surreal. Flipped to the next page and saw the results of his newt exams. Charms exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts, outstanding. Potions, outstanding. Transfigurations, acceptable. Outstanding! He'd gotten outstanding! Across the breakfast table, Hermione made an anxious sound. They both looked. Her face was white, her hands gripping her own letter too tightly. Hermione? Ron said. I got in. Harry laughed. Well, of course you got in. It was me we weren't sure about, remember? I'm going to be an arithmancer, she said, face still bloodless. Yeah, 3 years, though, said Ron. That's ages. You'll have plenty of time to get used to it. She squealed. Oh, Harry, Ron, I'm so excited. I've got to buy apprentice robes and books and a new abacus and, oh, I hope Millicent got in too. I know they weren't sure about letting both of us apprentice under Professor Vector at the same time and... She ran away from the room and Harry shared a look with Ron. They grinned. It was almost like old times. It was almost as good as sharing a joke with... Nope, no, it wasn't. Blimey, Ron said, tossing the apple core in the compass bin beneath the kitchen sink. Wait till Lev hears about this. I can't believe you're going to be apprentice in potions. You'd better start believing, Harry said as he scanned the list of required items, 'cause we'll be 22 before you see me leaving Hogwarts again. Ron laughed. You better at least come out for my ceremony when I make full aura in 2 years. Harry grinned. Wouldn't miss that for the world, mate. And he meant it. Right then, at least, he meant it. Chapter 9. Inhibition. Inhibition. The process of holding back or restraining. Fuck it, Harry thought as he walked past the magical pet shop window on his way up to Hogwarts and felt 2 black-rimmed eyes following him. He stopped, annoyed with himself, then turned back and entered the shop. Putting on his "don't mind me, just browsing" facade, he came round to stare at the grey kitten, now somewhat larger, in the pen by the window. "Anything I can help you with, dear?" asked the shop witch. She came up to him, followed his line of sight down to the cat. "Last one left. She'll be here a while, I'm afraid. Oh, dear." "Why?" She looked like a perfectly normal cat to Harry, and everyone liked kittens, didn't they? Even if they looked like they were wearing NHS glasses and had astigmatism. Bit of a squib, that one. She paused to chuckle at her joke. Full-blooded Neasel, and not a drop of magical prowess in her whatsoever. She's not as smart as other Neasels, guessed Harry, who wasn't aware that Neasels had any magical prowess to speak of. Crookshanks was a dab hand at catching Animagus Death Eaters, but it wasn't like he could apparate. The cat seemed to bristle for a second, but then it turned away and curled up on the floor of the pen. Harry's brow furrowed. Could cats be dejected? Oh, she's plenty smart. Just don't do you a lick of good when it comes to wood setting. That's all anyone ever wants an easel for, really. Good for detecting things that aren't what they seem, and good for knowing when things aren't what they're supposed to be, too. Helps with monitoring wards and putting them up. Also work as pocket sneakoscopes if you can stand the fur on your cloak. But not this one. Even normal cats are good at that sort of thing, said Harry, dubiously. The witch hummed, obviously unwilling to disagree with a potential customer, no matter how much she might like to. He kneeled, reached out to run a finger over the cat's ear. It flicked once, and he thought he was in for being ignored, but slowly one eye opened and regarded him, almost hesitant. Feeling emboldened, he rubbed along her head, and soon the cat was purring. Quiet, without his permission, Harry began to smile. Fucking Malfoy. Somehow, this was his fault. If you say so. Harry looked up at her, smiling from the cat's reluctant purse. His fringe fell aside, and he knew the moment when she spotted his scar. Mr. Potter! Inwardly sighing, outwardly smiling, he rose and accepted the handshake she was offering. Any pet you'd like, any pet at all. I can't thank you enough for what you did. I like this Neasel,
he said. The cat's ears twitched again, as if startled by this pronouncement. Oh, but surely not. A squib Neasel for the boy who lived. We have some beautiful snowy owls, and much better suited for a wizard of your...
No,
he said. She stopped talking at the tone of his voice. He followed it with the PR smile he was developing just in case.
I'd like the Neasel, please. How much?
Gratis, of course.
I'd rather not receive preferential treatment.
She fluttered a hand at him. As you say, Mr. Potter, but even if I weren't inclined to, that cat isn't worth anything to a wizard. I couldn't charge anyone for her. Harry blinked momentarily, startled by the effect those words had on him. Who disregarded a life like that because it couldn't be used for some specific task? He reflected on how lonely it got without Hedwig, without Draco. He could use a new friend, and there was always value in that.
She's worth something to me, so I'd like to pay for her.
4 galleons, and 15 minutes later he emerged from the shop, being led tentatively along by the cat, who wasn't quite sure about the leather Neasel lead she was strapped into. The cat sniffed at an apple core on the cobbles, looked back up at him with huge, intelligent eyes. Harry sighed. So he had a pet again.
All right, to the school.
Do you know how to get to Hogwarts? The cat blinked at him once. Then it turned and set off directly for the path that led back to the castle.
No bet you could prowse my ruddy arse,
Harry thought. She might not be any good at ward setting, but Harry didn't know of any mundane cats who understood English. No wonder this one had a complex. If he'd been in that shop listening to people call him a squib for all 8 months of his life, he'd have one too. In addition to the other complexes he had, like being unable to stop thinking about Malfoy even though it was over, hadn't really even begun, and there were plenty of kelpies in the sea. McGonagall called the first faculty staff meeting of the year on the morning of 1st of September. Harry had overslept. He did that sort of thing sometimes, especially when he was overwrought about seeing Draco the next morning and he had a new Neasel who wanted to explore every bloody thing in his new room, but didn't have any magic to keep things from falling off wardrobes when she knocked them over. Thus he was last to arrive at the staff room, and of course there was only one empty seat remaining. The one next to Draco. His Neasel trotted him after him. He refused to stay behind, and her caterwauling was not something he would willingly suffer. Curled up on a step and immediately went to sleep. He felt eyes on him, cut his own to the right, and was simultaneously pleased and dismayed to find Draco smirking at him. His grey eyes flicked from Harry to the cat and back to Harry again. Cleared his throat as if nervous.
"Jollies?"
he asked. In that moment, Harry had never felt a more profound guilt than he did for not writing his condolences over the summer. Broken up, is that what they were, or not? He should have acknowledged Draco's pain, even if he despised the man who died, even if he'd been the one who said he couldn't deal with being friends and not more. Harry had owed him that much. Harry scoffed, forced a smile.
As if. Botty? She's a girl.
Draco shrugged and turned his gaze to the agenda McGonagall was passing out. Across the room, Neville, Luna, and Hermione were all bunched up on the cosy-looking couch, with Millicent sulking about by the fire. He was really here, wasn't he? Apprenticing.
What a lovely feline,
said Professor Sprout to his right. He caught Hermione, giving him a very pointed look. It said, "A cat, really?"
Neasel? It looks full-blooded.
Oh, she is, said Harry.
Oh, lovely, Sprout said, nodding. These are superb for ward setting.
Not this one. She's great, yeah?
Perhaps it was his imagination, but the cat's purring seemed to increase in favour when he said that. He scratched her behind the ears, and she made a terribly endearing little meow sound, stretched her toes, and went back to sleep.
Mr. Potter?
McGonagall said.
I can appreciate a fine cat as well as the next witch, but if you don't mind, we do have a meeting to attend to. Perhaps we could save the pet-related discourse for lunch.
Harry fought down a flush with an arcane strength he'd not known he possessed.
Yes, Professor. Sorry.
He could bloody feel Malfoy smirking.
Introductions are in order, I think,
McGonagall continued. She held an arm out, indicating the woman to her right, and with a start, Harry realized that he'd met her before. The night he first met this woman, he and Draco had spent hours together, and for the first time not argued once.
Our new potions mistress, Senorita Miguela Calderao, comes to us by Horace's recommendations. Professor Calderao received her mastery in theoretical and applied potions under apprenticeship with renowned brewer, Agnes Laure Pascal, and until recently had the spot of first brewer for the President of Portugal. Please welcome her.
Miguela, cool and collected, thanked the staff for their welcomes and offered nods to both him and Draco. Harry relaxed some. At least he wouldn't be subjected to someone who hated him. Snape could handle that for everyone.
And of course, this year's batch of apprentices, Hermione Granger and Millicent Bulstrode, both of whom Professor Vector has agreed to take on. Harry Potter, fulfilling a rather unconventional apprenticeship under Professor Snape. Luna Lovegood, whose remarkable proposal convinced Professor Flitwick to take her on without gap year. Neville Longbottom under Professor Sprout. Ambrose Cadwallader, now entering his second year under Professor Hagrid. And Draco Malfoy, who will be continuing the most beautiful and majestic magic of transfigurations under myself.
Several discreet coughs sounded, but McGonagall pretended to ignore them. Finally, Professor Vector said,
"A large crop this year?"
"Of Gryffindors,"
Draco added under his breath. Harry scowled at him.
"A few orders of business, and then I'll see the first-year apprentices. Firstly, Professor Switch will finally be taking on the role of head of Gryffindor. If you have any issues with Gryffindor students..."
"If," said Professor Sinistras and Snape's portrait at the same time. He shared a speaking look.
"Then I do ask you to send them to Mervyn instead of me."
Professor Switch rolled her eyes. Mervyn, Harry thought. Sometimes he forgot that teachers even had first names. She taught him just last year, and now he had to call her by her first name. Weird.
"And secondly,"
McGonagall said, smiling rather like a cat cornering a mouse,
"I would like to welcome back for his second year as Dada Professor, Professor Finlay Hound."
McGonagall smirked all through the cheers that rose up and filled the room. Harry hadn't even noticed Hound off in the corner, half hidden by his hair, with his legs bent up in his chair, but he grinned and waved at them all. Even Harry, who'd always forgotten his name last year.
"I think I called him Professor Horn sometimes,"
Harry whispered to Draco. As soon as he did, he remembered. They weren't friends anymore. They weren't anything. It was so easy to forget. To his surprise, Draco's lip curled up, and he glanced at Harry quickly before looking away again. But he said, sotto voce,
"You did, frequently. I was embarrassed for you."
"What?"
he whispered. His face heated up, and he tried to hide it in the voluminous collar of his black apprentice robes.
"Afraid so."
"Something you'd like to share, Apprentice Malfoy?"
McGonagall said. Draco immediately straightened, and the moment was gone. Harry would not feel bereft.
"Stop looking at him,"
Millicent had advised. It was good advice. Harry knew well how boggarts worked. Sometimes it was weird that the absence of Draco hadn't been his boggart. Sometimes it was hard to remember a time when Harry didn't want to be around him nearly as much as he wanted to breathe.
"No, Professor."
McGonagall did not look impressed, but turned back to other matters. Harry listened with half an ear, too intrigued by the great heart detailing on Draco's navy apprentice robes. The McGonagall colours looked rather nice on him. Much posher than Harry's plain black ones. Since Snape didn't have family colours, he got to choose Harry's robes, and he'd chosen black. At least it had the fitted chest and fell loose about the legs like the robe Snape always favoured. It practically screamed brooding potions master, which Harry suspected could be rather sexy in the right hands. He was determined to be those right hands. Later on in his room he was going to try that billowing thing Snape used to do. There's probably a spell involved. The professors began filing out. When the room cleared and it was just McGonagall and the apprentices left, McGonagall conjured a tea service and floated out a stack of papers while they served themselves.
Here are your information packets, including the requirements of your apprenticeship, standards for publication of your final project, and rules and other miscellanea you will find useful during your tenure here.
The packet was at least 50 parchment thick. Gross.
However, the main reason I've had the 6 of you back is to remind you of your required cross-subject project due at the end of your first year. You may work separately or in pairs, and the field of study is negotiable. The only requirement is that you demonstrate the relevance of another subject to that of your own. In the past, there have been very successful pairs between astronomy and divination, for example, as well as potions and herbology and charms and data. You have any number of options. Produce original work. This is in addition to your final capstone within subject required for a mastery.
Can we work with subjects that Hogwarts doesn't offer? Hermione asked.
Within reason,
McGonagall said.
What did you have in mind?
Hermione chewed up her lip. Well, I'd like to pair arithmancy and magical Renaissance art. McGonagall looked pained.
Speak to Professor Vector and me later, Granger. Any other questions? No? Good. I accept all of you to be present and on time for the welcoming feast tonight. Potter, no Neasels at that table. She'll have to stay in your rooms.
He nodded, but McGonagall was already on her way out. Being headmistress was apparently a rather busy affair. He supposed that was to be expected, especially today.
Drarry, Malfoy, wait, Harry said.
What was possessing him to set himself up for this humiliation? A small part of his brain was wondering. The other was focusing on the fact that Draco had stopped, turned, was now looking at him. Harry felt his face heat and had no idea why. This was his fault, he reminded himself. He just couldn't stand having nothing to do with Draco Malfoy.
Back to surnames, are we?
Said Draco. The evenness of his voice helped Harry's racing heart a little. Harry shrugged, frowned.
I can never tell what you want. No,
Draco said, studying his face quite intently.
I suppose you can't. What is it?
I thought we could work together. I know that
He stopped, deciding that that was exactly the wrong thing to say.
Remember what Miguela said? We need change. It's part of us. It's why we choose the subjects we did. I had all summer to change myself, and now I want to know if that offer is still open. The one where we could still be friends. We worked well together once.
Draco hesitated. The staff room was empty. The fire crackled in the hearth, and it sounded so intimate and domestic that Harry couldn't help imagining what it would be like to have Draco as his friend again. Just the two of them, maybe flatmates, maybe forever. And he'd come home from the lab at night, and Malfoy would come home from wherever it was Transfigurates worked, and they'd lounge in front of the fire together, shoes off, scarves tangling.
God, this had to stop.
He was such a creeper sometimes. Love was really not Harry's thing, probably. He was such a liar. Could never fall out of love with Draco, no matter how hard he tried.
Are you sure this time?
Harry nodded firmly.
I'm sure.
Maybe it was his imagination, but he would have sworn that Draco smiled for the briefest of seconds.
All right, Potter. What did you have in mind for a project?
Harry grinned, relief flooding him.
Alchemy?
Draco wasn't quite the same, really. Harry again felt guilty for failing to write over the summer.
What a rotten son of a bitch Lucius Malfoy was, he thought, and yet Draco loved him. Merlin, Harry was an awful person for not being sorry Lucius Malfoy was dead. Except he was sorry. He was sorry Draco had known what it was like to feel free for a while, and some big-goated aura ruined it for him. It was all he could think about as he watched the students file in from the carriages for another year at Hogwarts. It had been raining, and the second and third years were rather damper than they might have been. "Can you believe it, Harry?" Hermione whispered. She was so excited to be sitting at the head of the table, even as she was absently tugging at the fitted sleeve of her robes. Vector's green and yellow family colours weren't bad on her. They were better on Millicent. "It's weird," he decided. Malfoy slunk in and took the seat next to Harry just as Flitwick began leading the first years through. Harry stiffened, tried to hide his surprise, but he wasn't sure if he was successful or not. Maybe they were talking again. He wasn't entirely sure if the project carried over in their social lives. "I hope McGonagall didn't see me," Draco murmured. Harry craned his neck down to the middle of the table and found McGonagall's sharp green eyes glaring back at them. "She did, mate." Fuck. He'd already slipped back into that little place where he and Draco were friends, and it was only the first day back. How was he going to do 3 years with him like this, when every moment without him was like scraping open a slowly healing wound? "Fuck," said Malfoy, not exactly quiet. "Shut up, Malfoy," said Neville. "The acoustics are really good in here." He nodded to the students seated closest to the head table, who all had wide, scandalized eyes turned towards the end of the table where the apprentices were set. And further down the table, McGonagall was sending them death glares again. "Bollocks," Malfoy muttered, much more quietly this time. Several students gasped, looked at Harry. One side of his mouth curved up in a grin, unrepentant. Harry laughed, and no one realized it was just a little forced. Merlin, how he wanted him. Took a sip of pumpkin juice, looked anywhere but at Draco. Una peered around, caught his eye. Her pale brows lifted. She pulled out a necklace with a pendant shaped like a greyhound, and began counting beads on it like it's a rosary. Fuck, he was lost. Everything changed. Everything stayed the same. "I lost," declared Harry. "But Merlin, did I have a good time?" Harry groaned. God, was it too much to ask not to have to listen to Boot being so annoyingly chipper on an otherwise pleasant Sunday evening? He lifted his eyes to the ceiling. "Please, Merlin, if there was a Merlin, don't let Malfoy win the fucking league." "Hey, it's all right, Harry," said Terry. Vic had just begun announcing the final standing. Of 20, Boot came in 12th, and his sister Therese 11th. He elbowed Harry in the ribs, and while it didn't hurt, Harry pretended it did just the same. "If Malfoy wins, he can take us down to Diagon for some celebratory dinner, eh? 2,000 galleons is definitely enough for 3 steak dinners, am I right?" Malfoy's eyes narrowed. His lips tilted up in a smirk, flicking from Harry's ribs up to his face in a look that clearly said he'd known Harry was faking, and he thought he was acting like a first year. Harry felt exposed, and wished Draco would stop looking at him too. They were settling back into their previous friendship, and most days it was great, phenomenal. It was just that other days it was more than Harry felt any man should have to endure. "I don't buy steak dinners for people who come in past 10th place." Boot shrugged good-naturedly. His eyes creased when he smiled, and with his newly Mexico-tanned face he looked rather rakish in an overly happy sort of way. "Ah, well, I suppose it's just you and Harry then. Say, Harry, if you go to that new place, what's it called, Incendio, then bring me back one of those little creme brulees. They do 'em right up proper. They'll got flames on the top to keep it warm and crispy until you're ready to eat them." Harry smirked at Draco. "Now, it's not sounding so bad if I come in second. I like little creme brulees." "4th place, Gina White Cauldron," Vic called to cheer and less savoury responses. Please, Draco replied, as if I'd be seen in public with you. Given the fact that they were already in public together, Harry reckoned the odds weren't as bad as all that. In fact, second place. All three of them held their breath. It was only Harry and Draco left. Harry crossed his fingers, crunched his eyes closed, and belatedly took up a religion. Because even if second place meant extorting Draco into dinner, it also meant Harry would come in second place. To Malfoy. Harry Potter. Fuck! Harry said, at the same time that Draco leapt up from the table and made some sort of half-yip, half-whoop sound that wouldn't have been out of place at a cannon's match, but definitely would have at Malfoy Manor. Terry clapped him on the back. Bad luck, mate. Now you've got to have free dinner with Malfoy. Could be worse, could play for the cannons. Then you'd have to wear orange all the time. Well, there was one thing he liked about Terry at least. Any wizard who was morally offended by the cannon's colours was all right in Harry's book. He smirked at Terry. Could be worse. Could be a reserve player for the cannons. Boot guffawed, slapping the table a bit as he struggled to breathe. Between laughs, he somehow managed to get out, Could be worse. Could have been cut first round of Gammons pre-season draft. It was at this point that Draco returned with his winnings and his smirk. He eyed him for a moment, taking in Terry's red face and choking gasps, and Harry's more restrained but still ridiculous, delighted laughing. Could be worse, I suppose, he said, seemingly to himself. I could be friends with Weasley. Hey, Harry said, because, aura or not, Ron was still his mate. Mostly. This only served to set Boot off on another round of laughter, as Ron's questionable judgment in regards to Quidditch teams was well documented throughout Hogwarts. All right, Potter, Draco said, still eyeing Boot warily. Let's see if that hideous scar of yours can get us a table at Incendia. It happened that it could get them a table. In fact, it could get them a table on the patio beneath the fairy lights and near the fire pit. Harry supposed he could like Terry a bit after this. After all, he'd somehow managed to convince Draco to take him on a date. Sort of. Even if Draco didn't know it was a date. And it wasn't, in actuality, a date. Harry wasn't complaining, especially now that he'd seen what Malfoy looked like beneath fairy lights. Amazing, basically. Good evening, said the waiter when he arrived. Harry grinned at him. Law? Malfoy rolled his eyes and tried to hide his face behind the menu as he spoke, as if Harry were somehow as happy as Terry and therefore embarrassing to be seen with. We'll each have the steak rare. My friend will have the salad because he's always worried about staying fit for the magazine covers. I'll have the salad because I appreciate the importance of balanced nutrition. House ales, none of those shit imports. Thank you. Please leave. I love it when you're a twat, Harry said. He leaned back in his chair and felt the heat from the fire pit warm his back. Draco raised one eyebrow. Really? Yeah, it's very you. You're all happy for a while, and it was so Terry Boot that it was nauseating. You prefer my misery? Draco surmised. Harry pretended to consider. That's about the sum of it. The writer returned with their drinks, but it didn't acknowledge him, staring at each other and people walking by. Draco toyed with his beer glass, picked at some bread in a very posh manner. Do you ever use your animagus form? He asked. Harry shook his head, swallowing. The truth was, he'd not wanted to do anything at all that reminded him of Draco while they were apart. It was enough to see him at Quidditch League on Sundays. Nah. Why? Draco was aghast. How anyone could not want to be an animagus, Harry could almost hear him thinking. I got mine, finally. I know. Harry shrugged. Their food arrived, and he busied himself cutting his steak and eating some. Draco did not look as though he let himself be distracted, as was in line with Harry's luck. Just didn't want to bother. Queen Elizabeth would probably think I was a quail and shoot me. Draco furrowed his brow. What? Harry, there is no monarchy in Britain. Why do you keep talking about it as if there were? Have you been hexed? You call me Harry again.
There was no point in opening up Muggle society for discussion with Draco. No point. Draco waved him off, and the look on his face said that this was about to turn into the worst non-date ever. Harry leaned back, trying to put as much space between them as he could stomach. He was fairly certain that Draco was going to try to talk about B4.
Look, I know that I'm not what you want me to be.
Not true, Harry said before he could stop himself.
I like you as you are, am I?
He hesitated.
You're like my best mate next to Hermione.
This stopped Draco right in his tracks.
What about Weasley?
Harry shrugged.
He is an aura now.
As if that meant anything. Draco shook his head, uncomprehending.
And?
Harry shrugged again. Honestly, he really wasn't sure. That was something he was going to have to think about, maybe, but now Draco was rolling his eyes and waving his hands like Harry's wacko thought processes were too much for him to suffer.
I don't want a relationship, Harry. I don't have the energy to care that much about another person anymore.
Harry pressed his lips together and stared down at his plate. Why couldn't Draco just keep his bloody mouth shut? Harry was doing as Millicent said. He was not looking, and things were better, and Harry was basically happy. Mostly, the sort of happy that consisted of the happiness of being around someone minus the happiness one could gain if they were yours. It came out to 0 in the end, but it was better than miserable, which he had been after Draco refused him. It had taken Harry all summer to force that needy feeling aside and learn to live again. The free steak dinner wasn't looking so appetizing any longer.
Then you're seeing other people,
he guessed. He had Draco half, then his fork and knife actually clinked against the plate as he sat them down.
No, Potter, I'm not seeing other people. Then why are you bringing this up? I haven't asked you for anything. Because I don't want you to think that this is going anywhere. I don't,
Harry hissed. He flung up a muffling charm around their table, and Draco's eyes narrowed in response. So what if Harry could only do wondrous magic around him? Draco didn't have to know that.
Are you going to let me live it down? I couldn't bloody well help how I felt. Be a mate and just fucking forget, Draco. I can't,
Draco bit out. Harry rolled his eyes, pushed his plate away. He was no longer hungry, free or not.
Why? Because I don't want you, you twit.
The waiter approached warily, circling around the privacy spell and trying to gauge their facial expressions. But Draco's water glass was empty and apparently desperately needed to be filled. The waiter broached the edge, hesitantly refilled Draco's glass, and hurried out again. When he was gone, Harry felt bitterness sink in again.
You seem to want something pretty badly in April. So did you,
Draco replied. Harry rolled his eyes.
Obviously, I'm bisexual, you're fit. We were friends at the time, why wouldn't I be interested? And then you continued to want it.
Draco continued, eyes narrowed to slits. Harry waved his hand.
See above.
He drank his beer to give his mouth something else to do beside talk, but when he set the glass down again, it seemed that it still wanted to have a go.
Look, Draco, he said. It was a one-off for you. I get it. It's shitty for me, but I get it. I won't spend the rest of my life pinning after you, if that's what you're worried about.
There, his mind contributed.
Well, you can't blame me for being attracted to you. You were attracted to me too, once.
So, if it was just sex, Draco said,
then you'd be happy?
No. Harry clenched his fists beneath the table.
You're my friend, you git. We go back to that, and of course I'm going to fall for you again. That's what love is, stupid. Friends plus sex plus love.
Actually, now that he thought about it, the sex part wasn't needed, but he'd be damned if he was going to take it back now.
Draco would latch onto it, and they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore for his stupid fear that Harry loved him. You can't define something by using the defined word in the definition. Oh, shut the fuck up, Malfoy, Harry said softly. He smiled to show he didn't mean it, and that he desperately wanted this conversation to be over. Look, just don't worry about this. Let's go back and do something productive with the rest of the night. I found a manuscript on early alchemy that I think you'll be interested in. It suppositions that transfiguration was the final step in creating a stone. Draco nodded, but didn't look happy about it. Harry signalled for the waiter, and when he came, said, Could you pack us up 2 creme brulees and add a third one to Terence Boot at the Leaky Cauldron? All on this twat's bill, please, Harry added, tipping his head towards Malfoy. Draco huffed in annoyance, but nodded when the waiter looked to him for confirmation. I suppose friends buy one another creme brulees, he said levelly. Harry smirked. I named my cat after you, Harry said, stirring his polyjuice. It still had a month to brew, and then Snape was going to have Miguela put animal hairs into, and her own hair in a third. Harry would have to figure out which 2 were bad, take the one with Miguelas, and report on what happened to the body when one changed genders via patient versus via human transfiguration. He was not looking forward to it. Well, she's an easel, really. A squib. No words. There was a heavy pause. You named a female squib nasal after me? Snape said to clarify. Harry nodded, too busy trying to keep count to respond with words. Why? Harry let him simmer. Ha! Patience joke, he thought, while he got his polyjuice to a stopping point. He covered the cauldron and set his steering wheel aside. Snape was aghast. The artist had not been confident with such an expression. Only if you plan to use her for ingredients, Snape hissed. His threatening demeanour was greatly impaired by the pastel landscape. Harry shrugged. Nah, I think I'll keep her. They were silent for a while, as Harry set to work on his essay for understanding the qualities of common antidotes. He could hear Snape shuffling around in his frame, where he'd set up a makeshift office amid the heather. Finally, he could take it no more and said, You and Mr. Malfoy are friends? Snape decided, hopefully. Harry shrugged. Yep. Except for the part where I'm almost to the point of drawing our names inside hearts like Ginny used to do. He checked his patient and returned to his essay. Snape didn't seem inclined to continue his line of questioning, which was all right with Harry. The door opened and Draco stuck his head in. His eyes slid to Snape and back to Harry. You're late, Potter. You were supposed to meet me 20 minutes ago. Hardly unusual, Snape said. Boggart. Harry scooped up his paper and placed a series of alarms on his polyjuice potion to warn him if it needed attention. Please be dismissed, Snape said, sarcasm dripping from his voice like oil paint. I shan't keep you from your no doubt very important friend activities. Hi, Uncle Seth, Draco said unperturbed. Draco, Snape greeted. I understand you chose my name for Potter's deficient nasal. She isn't deficient, Harry said. He stuffed his inkwell in his bag angrily and then had to get it back out again to check the cap. Didn't need another essay ruined by a lake of green ink. We're going to make a philosopher's stone for our inter-subject project, Draco continued. He was staring at his nails, the very picture of nonchalance. What do you think? That you are wasting your time, Snape replied, just as bored. Potter, do remember to have that essay to me by tomorrow night. That is, if you plan on passing your first term. Harry huffed. Yes, Professor. He slung his bag over his shoulder and followed Draco out of the lab and back to his rooms, the corridor over. Draco opened the door before Harry arrived and held it open for him. I don't remember giving you the password, Harry said, eyes narrowed as he stepped through the portrait hole. I don't remember you giving it to me either, Draco said. They dumped their bags on a table in the sitting room, and Harry summoned a stack of books from his bedside table. He heard Severia yelp, and when the books floated over to him, she was atop the Alcahest and the Azoth, claws sunk desperately into the pages to keep hold. Sorry, Savsy, Harry murmured to her, and she was fine again, rolling about on the floor and offering her tummy for inspection. There's my girl. He caught Draco raise his eyebrows and grinned. Severia's such a long name. Don't let my godfather hear you butchering his name like that. He'll never get mastery if he doesn't sign off on it. Harry snorted. Do I look that stupid to you? Was all Draco said. I was thinking we should start with trying to define a philosopher's stone exactly, and work backward from there to make our hypothesis on how one's made. It had worked for learning potions after all. Immortality, Draco said, and transformation of base metals into precious ones. He chewed on his bottom lip with his erotically crooked canine teeth. There are such wildly different effects that I can't think of anything that would be able to do both of them. Not that different, Harry said, scrunching his nose. Just opposite. One part creates value, another destroys it. The link is already there. Pardon? Eternal life, Potter. It's hardly destructive. Isn't it? How can anyone find value in life if there's no end to it? There's no motivation to do anything, no sense of urgency or need or meaning at all. Just an endless, boring chore. Well, that certainly seemed to put a damper on Draco's spirits. He was silent for a long time, eyes drifting somewhere in the middle distance. Harry used the time to outline his essay for Snape and make a list of topics he needed to cross-reference. I think you're wrong, Draco finally said. Maybe you just haven't got a reason to live forever. Obviously. He died already, and it wasn't so bad. Just boring. Not like life would be if it never ended, he supposed. Same old train station, same old emptiness. He thought of the lost spirits in the woods that his crow self watched, and hoped to Merlin that he was never like that, eternal and stuck, unable to change. That's what connects them, Draco decided. Not opposite forces of creation and destruction, a need for life and wealth, or maybe just a belief that one needs it for something particular. Alchemy has always relied on a spiritual connection to the divine. Maybe. Harry allowed. Same difference in any case. He started thinking about potions that worked with need. Felix Felicis, for one. Nutritive potions, maybe. Those shared a few common ingredients, both used as distilled water base. Purity, perhaps, could link them in some way. And then there was... Potter! Draco kicked his shin a bit. Harry scowled. You had a look on your face I haven't seen since summer holidays after third year. What happened then? Harry asked, but he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Uncle Seth invented a healing potion. So? Draco smirked. It was a healing potion that healed everything he tried it on. Harry stared at him. Panacea. He'd forgotten all about that aspect of the Philosopher's Stone. Had Snape been trying for the great work as well? And how did universal healing tie in with endless life and wealth? Doubtful, Draco said with some disappointment. But he had that look on his face when he was working on it like you do now. That cataloguing look. That's what I was doing. Draco grinned, all sexy teeth and crinkly eyes. Harry died, perhaps, then struggled to maintain his best we're just mates and I only love you like a bro face. I know, Morin. This time last year you didn't give a toss about potion. It's brilliant, Harry suggested, still undone by Draco's smile. Cool, great, sexy. He added the last one because he'd finally perfected Snape's swirly rope maneuver, and one of these days Draco was bound to notice. Luna had. Though perhaps Luna noticing wasn't necessarily reflective of its obviousness. Weird, Draco decided. Harry scowled. But still useful. It means I have to do less work for our inter-subject project and I can focus on my capstone. God, you cock, Harry said, but with only a little rancour. You're using me. Draco smiled. Obviously. He'd inflected his voice like Snape's to mock Harry and how he unconsciously picked up that trait since offspring. He went straight to Harry's trousers, which was really the last thing he needed. But he tossed a quill at Draco and laughed and put his leg up on the chair like he was getting cozy, and no one had to know. In November, the door to Harry's room opened quiet, without his permission, and he turned from his reclined reading position on the rug to find Millicent Bulstrode holding a very irate-looking dark lady who, if Harry was not mistaken, had died the previous September.
How do you Slytherins keep getting my password?
He wondered and thanked Merlin that he'd at least left his trousers on. It was after the students' curfew, after all, and he couldn't be expected to be decent at all times in his own room when there was a Merlin fucking password on his door. Should probably summon a shirt, but couldn't be asked. Blame Granger, said Millicent. He deposited the mutinous-looking cat on Harry's settee and gave it a pointed stare. I used her research to get in. The cat hissed angrily, and Harry quite suddenly realized that Hermione was on his couch, and she wasn't pleased about it. He turned to Millicent. Is that? Yes. Harry nodded slowly, attempted to take this in. Wait, what research? She was looking into how arithmancy could be used to affect animation of Renaissance portraits, specifically those holding passwords. You've got a Botticelli on your door. Granger wasn't talking. And here the cat gave a very vocal and unequivocal hiss. So I disabled the password with her hypothesis equations. A Botticelli, eh? He thought it was just a handsome bloke who liked to wink at him when he said his password.
Calm down, said Harry. At least you know your hypothesis is correct.
He reached out to pat her on the head, but drew his hand back quickly when she began a low, ominous growl. Of course the sound drew the attention of his Kneazle. Severia trotted in from the bedroom, blinking wide, sleepy eyes, and mewling curiously in Harry's direction. He tipped his head towards the cat on the couch, saying, I wouldn't if I were you. She's not in the best place right now. Typically, he was ignored. Severia hopped onto the couch and immediately set about sniffing and pawing curiously at Hermione. Hermione glowered at Harry from her perch, tail swishing as angrily as Crookshanks ever had around Scabbers. Her eyes never left Harry's, the dour look promising murder if he didn't end his indignity straight away. Is she stuck? Asked Harry. Millicent had taken it up on herself to sit in the armchair and help herself to the tea service recently delivered from the kitchens. Seems that way. I came back from dinner and she was on my bed like this. It's not unusual to find her on my bed. Hermione hissed warningly and was ignored. But it's unusual to find her out there with fur. And it's been an hour. Even Hermione doesn't spend so long in research mode without taking a break. How do we get her out? Millicent added milk to her tea and twirled the spoon around without clicking the porcelain. Where did Slytherins come up with these posh types? You never even think it to look at her. Harry supposed it didn't matter what kind of trousers Millicent wore. She'd never be able to hide how she crossed her ankles, just like Ron would never be able to hide that he was a milk-in-fur sort of bloke. Harry solved it by being a tea-in-only sort of bloke. Beats me, Millicent said. She sipped her tea while Dark Lady Hermione glowered. I've never bothered to learn the animagus transformation. You and Draco are the resident experts on that, but he isn't in his room. Harry eyed Hermione warily. What about McGonagall? There was an abrupt and violent uproar from Hermione Dark Lady, and Harry hastily scooted back on the rug, putting as much distance between himself and her claws as possible. Fine, no, McGonagall, for fuck's sake, Hermione, you don't have to attack me. Hermione only growled. Harry rolled his eyes. Millicent was enjoying his tea, and he was cowering in a corner. Hermione, can I? He gestured vaguely, trying to impart, hold you, without actually saying or gesturing, hold you. She merely stared at him, so he approached, and when her claws remained retracted, he carefully picked her up, sliding a hand beneath her ribs to feel her pulse. It was hammering. "Okay, first you need to calm the fuck down. How are you not exploding? I know you're scared." Here she called again, but it sounded rather plaintive and terrified to him. "Well, you have to calm down. Take a deep breath if you can. I don't know how cats work." Fuck, she was having a panic attack. This was so exactly like Hermione, while being nothing at all like Hermione. He wasn't calming down at all. Feeling exceptionally uncomfortable, Harry started patting her back. His fingers got lost in the fur. Even as a cat, Hermione had an excess of hair. Severia butted up against his thigh, then popped herself up on his lap and curled up next to Hermione, purring. "Savsy, don't be a nuisance," Harry murmured. She blinked slowly at him and then returned to cuddling Hermione. Just when Harry thought he was finally getting Hermione's pulse to slow down, the door snapped open again. "Harry, I know I wanted to try transfiguring the Felix Fleeces into bad luck, but I think I should wait because— Oh, hello, Mel." Draco stopped as he came around the couch and catalogued the scene with efficiency. His eyes lingered briefly on Harry's bare chest. "Draco," said Millicent. She sipped her tea. "Popping round for tea?" He finally took in Harry's situation, that of a man with 2 cats on his lap. He smirked. "Don't tell me you've talked Potter into getting another Squibby Neezer, although that one looks a lot like— Fuck, don't say it!" Harry yelped. He reached down and dug Hermione's claws out of his thigh. "Shit, retract!" "She's stuck," Millicent offered, "and rather choleric." Draco took the spare chair and poured himself the last of Harry's tea. Bugger! He hadn't got to drink a single cup of that. Now the tea in first sort of bloke, although Harry'd known that in first year. Weird. "How'd you get stuck?" asked Draco, as if Hermione were capable of creating English vowels and consonant at present. "I think she panicked," Harry said. He resumed patting. "Come on, Hermione, you won't be stuck like this forever. Stop panicking and start thinking. You have to calm down." Severia began licking her head. Harry wasn't sure it was helping, but he could appreciate wanting to contribute. To his surprise, Draco got up from the chair and came to kneel on the floor in front of Harry. His face would be right in front of Harry's crotch if he'd just leaned forward, but that was exactly not what he wanted to think about, with Millicent staring beadily at him and Hermione on his lap, claws millimeters from embedding in his upper thigh. Draco leaned into Hermione's line of sight, eyes narrowed, studying. "Granger?" Hermione's ears flicked. Tail swished once, jerkily. "How long have you been like this? Hours?" She flicked her tail 3 times. "Is this the first time you've successfully transformed?" An awkward, cattish nod. "Were you surprised by something after you transformed?" She flicked her ears, flicking Severia off in the process. Malfoy's eyebrows went up. "And did you panic? Forget what it felt like to be human?" She huffed. Draco cocked a grin, lopsided and entirely too much for Harry to endure. "One must certainly appreciate your panergic nature, Granger. You didn't quite beat me to the transformation, but you've certainly beat me for flair. I didn't realize it was even possible to have an existing animal as your form, but where there's a Potter, there's a way, and you do spend rather a lot of time with him." There was a redoubtable meow. Draco retreated to instruct her at a remove, leaving Harry tensed from the threat of fresh claws sinking through his wool trousers. Millicent sipped Harry's tea, and he rather wished he'd put a shirt on at some point prior. "Think about sex," Draco suggested, to raise eyebrows and infuriated tail flicks. He ignored them. "It reminds you of what it feels like to be human." Dale watched her for a moment, but it didn't seem to be doing the trick. He sighed, resumed his seat in the chair next to Millicent. He closed his eyes, tipped his head back, as if life were too exhausting to mess about with. He swallowed, and Harry watched the movement of his throat, hypnotized. He said, "It happened to me. Not the first time, but the second. It was well after curfew, and I was alone in my rooms, with no way to get help for hours. For the first hour, I panicked. For the second, I tried to turn pages in metamorphosis with pause. When the third hour came and I still couldn't change back, I decided to wait it out. But I'm not a patient person. I curled up on my bed, but I was too wound up to sleep. When I'm tired and I can't sleep, for whatever reason, I think about sex. It gives me something familiar and relaxing to focus on, like counting werewolves, and if I don't take it too far, I can fall asleep. Harry swallowed, absolute dissolute. Hermione had crawled off his lap and curled up on the cushion next to him, cat eyes bright and big and focused entirely on Draco. Her hair was still for the first time since she arrived. Even Millicent was watching with an uncommon intensity. Draco ignored them all, eyes still closed. I suppose it's too much for you to have any of your own experience to draw on. Well, neither do I, really, but I can imagine. I'm good at that. He swallowed again, as if guarding himself for a difficult task. Harry felt heated with anticipation. I like to think that I'm in the dungeons. The view's nice from my suite in the Transfiguration Wing, but there's something erogenous and intimate about the dungeons, and it's familiar to me, so that helps. I think about my prefect dorm with the big window and the yellow-green light that filtered through the lake water and refracted in waves over my head. The way it moved was like bodies, undulating, oscillating, intimate. And I think that someday I'd like to be one of those bodies. He comes in and closes the door softly behind him. It's dark, but for the lake light, and his eyes reflect like water. He stares at me like there are 3 billion other men in the world, but I'm unsurpassed. I've been waiting for him my whole life, I think, but he's never come before now. I would be on my bed, and it would be warm, the light moving all around me. I'm rushed with anticipation. He says my name as he crawls onto the bed, hovers over me. My pulse speeds up, my chest begins to slowly heave. He's finally there, and now I'm alive, still somehow terrified. He trails his fingers from my temple to my jaw, leaving little tracks of magic behind. My eyelids fall shut, and he traces over the slits down my nose. His fingers catch on my bottom lip and tug down. Gasping, I swirl my tongue around the tips, and it's just as arousing as I'd always thought it would be. He slides his finger down the front of my chest, and the buttons on my shirt slid open in his wake. The fabric falls aside. I'm heated and tensing, untensing, tensing. Undulated like the lake water. Sits up to put his shirt over his head and fling it to the floor, his muscles flexing with the movement. I turn my face into the pillow and bite down, overcome. It's both everything and nothing like I imagined. I respire, badly. My hips flex up and meet his, still straddled over me. I feel as though a single breath would send me over the edge. He groans, and the sound echoes through my room. It's too much for me to bear. I reach up and finally touch him. His skin is hot, his nipples tight and responsive beneath my hands. He lets his head fall backwards, and the pose is so excruciatingly erotic that my fingers clench around his waist and hold him there as I shift my hips up again, moved him against him like the water. He begins to move with me. He leans forward, holding himself on his hands, and bends his head to kiss me fiercely. I make a wretched, needy sound and surge up to meet him. I've never been kissed like this before, like he has 1,000 options, but thinks that I am the prize he has to fight for. My hands have moved down to his hips, and I'm struggling to divest him of his trousers without letting him move away from me for even a second. We slide out of our pants, and then it's just skin. Hot, damp, affecting. Our breath humid and fast between us. I'm too undone to take everything in. My system is overloaded with sensation. The feel of my body overwhelms him, and he can't stay away from my mouth. Can't stop fitting his to mine. Can't stop kissing me, even if the windows were cracked and all the water came rushing in. He falls to his elbows and slides his fingers into my hair. Our bodies touch all over. His cock is slick with pre-ejaculate, and it slides against mine. I never felt any such thing before, but it's hot and heavy, and I'm trembling from arousal. He shifts his weight, reaches down, takes hold of both of us at once. I can't stop myself from moaning at the feel of another man touching me, wanting me. He bites his lip. His face is flushed and glistening from the heat. He bends his mouth to my ear and nips the lip. I arch my neck up, aching for more. I can hear his rasping breaths against my neck. He touches me and murmurs, "There is no one but you. There's never been."
Hermione whimpered, and the moment evaporated, leaving Harry entirely undone. Felt raw, exposed. Draco lifted his head, blinking heavily. His face was flushed. The very air weighed as much as Draco. Harry swallowed and glanced around the room, looking for anything to stabilize him. Millicent was staring at Draco with wide, still eyes. Hermione was Hermione. She sat next to Harry on the settee, wrapped up in her dressing gown, not a claw to be found. And she was staring at Draco as if she'd never seen him before.
"Back with us, I see,"
Draco drawled, swallowing heavily. He looked uncomfortable, but didn't bother to hide it when he reached down to rearrange his trousers.
"I told you it would work."
Hermione made another small, unidentifiable sound. Looked as though she might fall off the edge. Harry steadied her waist. He was feeling as though he could make unidentifiable sounds too. It was just that he could so easily see himself saying those things to Malfoy, and would it have ever guessed that that was what turned him on?
"I see you, Draco Malfoy,"
Harry thought in resignation. He caught movement from the corner of his eyes and glanced at Millicent to find her giving him a pointed look. He shrugged helpless, sliding his eyes back to Draco. He couldn't look away, because no matter how long he closed his eyes, he couldn't help seeing Draco when he finally opened them again. And Draco was the most dangerous magical creature of all, both boggart and Heart's Desire. Chapter 10. Fermentation. Fermentation, the conversion of organic substances into a new compound in the presence of a ferment. "Well," said Hermione at breakfast. She served herself some eggs, exchanged polite words with Neville and Luna further down the table. "Well."
"Well,"
Harry agreed. Draco hadn't made it down to breakfast yet. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed.
"Last night was certainly—"
She cleared her throat out.
"Yes,"
Harry agreed wholeheartedly. Millicent entered at that point, taking the available seat next to Hermione.
"Morning, Potter. Duck lady?"
Hermione's eyes narrowed.
"Millicent Bulstrode,"
she hissed.
"I dare you to say that again."
Millicent smirked.
"Duck lady."
Hermione flicked her wand, her face set in a scowl, but she didn't voice the spell, and Harry couldn't tell when she'd cast on Millicent. Only the widening of Bulstrode's eyes, followed by their narrowing, proved that the spell had been cast at all.
"While we're on the subject,"
said Harry. Hermione's furious gaze slowly swung from Millicent to him, but he was Gryffindor, and therefore was undersupplied with a sense of when a situation was becoming dangerous.
"What were you surprised by last night that made you forget?"
"Yes, I'd like to know as well," Millicent growled. Harry spared her a glance. Her face was red, and she was staring intensely at Hermione, no doubt refusing to admit that whatever spell Hermione had cast on her was painful.
"Bloody prideful Slytherins,"
Harry thought, even if there weren't Slytherins anymore.
"Exactly."
"Oh, Harry," Hermione said. Overwhelmed by the suddenness of her mood swing, he was unprepared for Hermione throwing her arms around his neck and thereby tackling him to the floor. She sat above him, seemingly unaware that they were now on the floor of the great hall and in full view of the impressionable students staring at the head table.
"I nearly forgotten. It was a letter."
"From Ron," Harry hazarded. From Wendell and Monica Wilkins." She barely got the words out before she burst into tears. Despite her apparent pain, Bulstrode pushed her chair back and gathered Hermione off of Harry and into her arms, where she immediately turned her face into Millicent's shoulder and attempted to both laugh and cry at once. Harry, concerned for her sanity, tipped his head towards the antechamber
the stuff used to enter the hall, and Millicent followed him through, half dragging, half carrying Hermione along. They had the misfortune of meeting Draco as he was coming in, and he took in the situation with a gimlet eye before his gaze slid to Harry's. Harry shrugged. Millicent grimaced at the wetness soaking the front of her apprentice robes. She patted Hermione's back awkwardly. "Go on, Holmes. What the bloody hell is wrong with you?" Hermione's sobs reached new levels. "Mill!" she wailed, half laughing, half crying. Fingers curled into the fabric of the other woman's robes and kneaded cat-like. "They wrote me a letter." "Who?" asked Draco and Millicent. Hermione only cried louder. Harry cleared his throat. "Our parents," he said. Millicent's nose scrunched. "Was she adopted? Why aren't they called Granger, and why wouldn't they write your letter, Holmes?" "Oh, I can't talk about this here," Harry said quickly. The last thing they needed was some enterprising student hearing about Hermione's morally questionable and legally certain, totally illegal, familiarity with memory charms on muggles. Rita Skeeter would start an inquisition. "Come on, my rooms are closest." Once installed in his rooms, Harry realized with great despair the degree to which he'd fucked up. They somehow all ended up in the same position they'd sat in last night, and he couldn't even look in the direction of his grey armchair without picturing Draco's exposed neck and hearing him reveal a secret fantasy. A secret fantasy that had kept Harry up all night in his bed, imagining himself in place of the mysterious man Draco wanked over. Hermione was once again curled around his shoulders, sniffling, but otherwise appearing to be rather more compos mentis. He called for tea, since none of them had a chance at a proper breakfast, and also because it gave him something to focus on besides Draco's tented trousers and his unashamed adjustment of them after spilling his own fantasy to the rest of them last night. It left Harry spilling rather more after their awkward departure. When all was served, Hermione disentangled herself from him and patted her face with the handkerchief thoughtfully provided by the house elves alongside her teacup from her rooms. The cup was black and had, in looping gold calligraphy, the word "Get shit done" scrawled around the outside. "This is my favorite cup," Hermione said, sniffing loudly. Harry was afraid that she might start again and search the biscuit offering desperately for one of the little chocolate ones she liked to distract her. This was the first time she'd ever cried over her parents, and he really had no idea what to do with it. "Remember, Harry, I bought it when we got to Australia," he finished for her softly. Back to the swearing. He felt his heart disintegrate in the face of her emotional breakdown. She'd let up so much since making friends with Millicent. "Hermione, what did the letter say?" She sniffed and reached down to rummage in her endless bag. Harry shook his head at the others' confused looks in his direction. She straightened, hands shaking as she unfolded a single crisp page of lined muggle notebook paper. "Dear Miss Hermione Granger," Hermione read shakily, "my husband and I write to you in regards to your unusual visit to our home on the 19th of December last year. After your departure, we put the entire distressing event out of our minds. However, as we began sorting through some boxes for an impending move, I came across a photograph that I could not identify. I located the card you left with your forwarding address at the time, in hopes that you could help us to identify its origin. You see, the photograph showed a young girl who looked remarkably like you, sitting on my husband's lap in front of a Christmas tree. Neither of us could remember such an occasion. However, what disturbed us most was the appearance of snow outside the windows. Living in Australia, we have never seen such a thing as snow during Christmas, and as we have never spent the holidays in the Northern Hemisphere, we're quite at loss as to how it came to be. I have included the photograph in question for review. If you have any insight into this photograph, we implore you to respond. Sincerely, Doctors Monica and Wendell Wilkins." Harry exhaled in a rush. "Have you got the picture?" She nodded and passed an old muggle photo to him. It had to have been taken only the year before they started Hogwarts. Hermione looked so much like the little girl he met on the train, it was impossible to deny. seen the shining look on Mr. Granger's eyes as he watched her unwrapping a brand-new book on zymology. Harry wondered how the Grangers could have forgotten their daughter, even with the aid of memory charms. And was that little cauldron set off to the side there? And of course it was. Hermione would have got her letter that September and been forced to wait almost an entire year before she could finally attend Hogwarts. She'd had plenty of time to prepare for it, unlike Harry. "Your memory charmed them," Millicent said. Of course she wasn't aghast or anything, just impressed. "Holy Mallet Granger," Draco said, also impressed. "Slytherins?" "Yes, well," said Hermione, and because, like Harry, she'd learned to read Slytherins of late, she added, "It would have been more impressive if I could have managed to reverse it after the war, but I couldn't. And they thought Harry and I were con artists trying to kill them for their life insurance policy." Neither of the Slytherins had, of course, any idea whatsoever what Hermione was talking about, but did gather that it was a crime to do such a thing, that Hermione was righteously indignant over the entire thing, on top of being dejected. Millicent stood. She had the presence of a military commander. "Come on then, Granger," she said. "We'd better get on it. You can compose a reply draft while I jump hints into lending that memory spells book she keeps behind the desk. We'll sort it." "Oh, Mill!" Hermione rushed her, but unlike Harry, Millicent barely swayed from the impact of Hermione's arms going around her neck. She fairly dragged the other woman from the room as much as anyone of Hermione's skinny stature could drag Millicent Bulstrode. And just like that, Harry was left alone again with Draco. With 2 strong arithmances on the problem, there was a decent chance that Hermione's problem would be solved before they finished their apprenticeship, which just left Harry with his own unsolved problem. Unlike Hermione's, no spell could reverse it, although perhaps he could develop an anti-love potion. He chanced a guarded glance at Draco across the room from him. Merlin, he missed him. Even with their renewed friendship, it wasn't anything close to the one they'd shared before the event. The event that ruined everything, including and especially Harry himself. He missed the cavilling, the ease that came with their banter. He missed the way he was almost certain Draco's body was reacting, as Harry's own was, tingly and unbearably hot. Draco was a walking rococo movement, with the detached, undaunted air of an impressionist. Apprenticing under a portrait could teach a man a lot about art. It was unfortunate that it couldn't teach him anything about love, though. Specifically, how to get rid of it. He wondered if maybe Hermione could do one of her botched memory charms on him, so that he could forget everything he loved about Draco Malfoy and go back to just being his indifferent study and project partner. It wouldn't change Draco, though, and inevitably, Harry's luck, being what it was, would fall right back in love with that stupid git again. Then he'd ask Hermione for a memory charm, then he'd fall in love. It would last the rest of his life. It was sad, and it was inevitable. Although, when he peeked up at Draco, Harry saw the same downtrodden look on the other man's face that greeted him in the mirror each morning. His heart lurched, and he wondered, could Draco also be less than happy about their distant relationship? It was a look like that made Harry take leave of his senses. "Do you feel free?" Harry asked when the silence between them didn't seem to be abating. Draco startled. He charmed his tea hot again, sipped at it. "Sometimes." Harry nodded, as if this made loads of sense to him, when in fact it didn't. "I thought I'd be free after the war," he said, mostly to fill the empty space. "I thought I'd be done with all the bad stuff, and I'd marry Ginny Weasley, and we'd have a bunch of precocious kids, and I'd be an Auror, and she'd play for the harpers, and it would be great." Draco snorted. "But?" Harry shrugged. "But it turns out that I didn't want that. It turns out that what I thought would make me free just made me feel trapped instead." Unbidden, his boggart returned to him, and then, just as unbidden, the form Hermione gave it when she cast Ridiculous. He pulled his legs up on the settee and propped chin on top.
wrapping his arms about his calves to steady himself and his untouched tea. He fought down the instinctive reaction such thoughts gave his body, looked up at Malfoy from beneath his lash.
So I just wondered, really, what would make it free?
Draco exhaled in a rush. When he looked at Harry, Harry could have sworn that there was something more in the intensity of his gaze. Something deep and meant only for him. But then he blinked and shook himself to dispel it. It was the same look Draco always gave him when they were alone, and it probably meant he was just being too sappy for Draco's evil sensibilities.
I don't know.
Harry shifted. The low, solid sound of Draco's voice certainly wasn't helping matters any.
Do you know what I think?
Asked Harry.
No. I think being free is when you don't force yourself not to do something because you're afraid that doing it would put your heart at risk.
Draco sneered, habitual and forced.
How could that be freedom? Men I'd just be controlled by whatever pathetic emotions develop from it. How could you be free when you don't allow yourself to feel them?
Harry returned.
Either way, you're a slave. So then the question becomes, which would you rather enslave yourself to, happiness or misery? Spare me your pathos, Potter.
Harry laughed, but it was deprecating. Well, it was worth a shot, he supposed.
All right, Malfoy,
he said.
You win.
Draco snorted.
Not likely.
Harry stared at him, unspeaking. He'd run out of things to say, things that might bridge this weird divide between them. Last night, for a moment, he'd thought perhaps, but no. Then Draco spoke.
Sometimes I think my father has done more to destroy me in death than he ever did alive.
Harry shook his head, uncertain.
What?
Draco looked away, smiling bitterly.
You're right, Potter. Either way, I'm destined for emotional Azkaban. And I'm intimately aware of what happens to people in there. My father made sure of that.
Harry's chest clenched.
Draco, I should have.
Draco shook his head.
Don't bother. There was no love lost between us, only resentment. On both sides. I thought perhaps after the war I'd be free from it all. Then I thought maybe after his death and the trial I would. Now both of those have passed and, you're right, it doesn't end. And I don't know which way is escape and which is imprisonment.
Harry didn't either, frankly, because he wasn't entirely sure he knew what Draco was talking about. It could have been any number of things, but there was just one thing he hoped it referred to, and he couldn't bring himself to be selfish enough to broach the topic now. Though he did what he did when Hermione said something uncomfortable. He changed the subject.
What was that you were going to say last night, then, about the Felix Felicis? Because you know I'm right. It's a brilliant idea. It's dangerous,
Draco said right away, the previous conversation apparently easily forgotten.
Can you imagine what would happen if we accidentally ingested some bad luck potion? You have to take some risks to achieve greatness.
Draco snorted.
Please spare me, Albus Dumbledore. You may enjoy flinging yourself from cliffs, eating sweets from Weasley twins and interacting with muggles, but I have common sense, and my common sense says it's stupid to start out with the most dangerous option when we could test others first. Says the only Slytherin to ever perform a backflip from his broom during a Quidditch game to catch the snitch. If I'd failed, I would have landed on the Hufflepuff. It would have been fine, but I didn't fail, and Slytherin won the game. It was a calculated risk, not an ignorant one. Whatever, fine,
Harry said, but he was forcing himself to grin. He once heard that faking a smile tricked your brain into thinking you were happy, and therefore made you happy. Harry was all for that.
Listen, I was thinking the other day when I was brewing Polyjuice, and I wondered, what makes gold so special? Other than being gold?
Asked Draco, as if to clarify.
Arguably, human life is more special than gold, said Harry, and yet Polyjuice can change it around no big deal, so what is it about gold that refuses to be created from other materials? Everything's made from the same molecules, really, so in theory, our chemical processes are absolutely possible. It's just that no one's figured out. Are you talking about those muggle things again? Afraid so, said Harry.
He
He summoned a chemistry primer from his bedroom and passed it to Malfoy. "Read this first. My whole point here is that I think the reason Philosopher's Stones have been so unobtrusive is that wizards have the magic to change elements, but they don't have the knowledge. Muggles have the knowledge, but they don't have the magic. If we can apply our magic to Muggle chemical knowledge, then I think we can make gold from lead. And if we can make gold, then we can make 1/3 of a Philosopher's Stone."
Draco considered him for a long moment. Finally, he set the book into his robes.
"All right, I'll give you this one this time, Potter. But next time you try to shove muggles down my throat, I want you to remember how nicely I accepted his request and let it warm you as I tell you to fuck off."
Harry smiled, remained smiling even after his flirty Botticelli closed behind Draco. It was sort of working, this smiling thing. It was just that it was also sort of making him batty. He was hopelessly in love with no chance for redeemancy, and it wasn't really that bad. Well, it was crap, but he'd definitely been through worse. Being friends with Draco was about 3/5 fulfilling, and 3/5 were so much more than no fifth. He remembered how happy Ron had been over the summer and last Christmas, how happy Draco had been after the holidays in 8th year. I couldn't recall ever feeling that exuberant. For Harry, happiness had always been tempered by something else. Got a Hogwarts letter, but still had to live with people who hated him. Learned magic, but been chased by a psychopath. He'd fallen in love, but been rejected. But he was pretty much on par now with the happiest he'd ever been, and even if it sort of ached to look at Draco and not touch him, at least he got to look. A curious meow brought his attention to the floor. Severia peered up at him, already on her back and positioned for a belly rub.
"I'm such a hot mess,"
he announced to his cat. He began to purr. Chapter 11. Multiplication. Multiplication, the actual process of multiplying or increasing in number, the state of being multiplied.
"Lead only has 3 more protons than gold does,"
Draco said the next week. They were out by the forest, talking idly of their project while Harry gathered paralytic mosses for Snape's assignment from the grey-pink stones that stuck up from the grass near the trees. Sometimes he wasn't entirely convinced that Snape wasn't using his apprenticeship as a way of accidentally killing Harry off.
"Yep,"
said Harry. "You'd already read the book, after all."
"Knock those 3 bits off, and it's no longer lead."
Draco scrunched his nose as Harry scraped off a bit of moss, not quite as carefully as he could have.
"I just find it really hard to believe that muggles have achieved one of the main tenets of alchemy." "Well, not really," said Harry. "I mean, they did transmute a really tiny bit of gold a few times, but it was radioactive, and I think it decayed back into mercury or something anyway." "I still don't understand what radioactive decay means," said Draco. "Nor how an inorganic substance can decay. Bacteria doesn't eat metal." "It's a different sort of decaying," Harry said. "There's different types of radioactive decay, but you could think of that kind like this. Suppose you had a pureblood family, an element. It's a pretty stable family. Christmas dinners with relatively no fighting, everyone's got little heirs and no one's causing a scandal. But then one of the heirs, a proton, goes off and marries a muggleborn, and the heir is disinherited. The pureblood family tries to be a new element, an element that never needed that heir, but it did have their heir once, and it knows that something is missing. No matter how hard it tries, it can't be normal without that heir, because it's unstable, and it just keeps getting worse. First, one of the other heirs hates the family and decides, since the other heir left, it can too. The family's only got 3 heirs left, so one tries restabilizing the family and it marries into another good pureblood family, and for a little while the family is sort of stable again, held together by the new family. But it can't last, and then another one of their heirs gets addicted to dark magic and goes mad. And then the other one resents what's happened to its family and does something crazy to fix it, but it ends up getting killed. There's nothing left but the heir who married out, but now the family is so unstable that the last heir has to renounce it altogether and become only this new element it married into, or else it'll go mad from the instability too."
Draco considered this.
My mother's family's radioactive, he decided.
Harry nodded.
Yeah, and radioactive things destroy everything else around them. So that's why muggles haven't really achieved alchemy. They can't keep the gold stable once they've turned it. It's not real, natural gold. It's just sort of gold. To make normal gold, you've got to take away 3 heirs without tearing the family apart. They have to be good marriages, and then you've got to sort out the neutrons, the, house elves. Why anyone would get married with all this radioactivity is beyond me, Draco muttered. Imagine having to decide who gets to keep the cooking elf and which of the scullery elves has to be killed altogether. Harry rolled his eyes. Imagine. They'd reached the castle by now, and the door opened just as they came up on their stairs. The headmistress stepped out, peering all around the grounds before she noticed them ascending.
There you are, Mr. Malfoy, she said. I finished analyzing your mineral transfigurations, and I have some comments for you. Shall we discuss it now? I've an engagement this evening.
Of course, headmistress, Draco said, and he was already up the stairs and disappearing into the castle from McGonagall's office before Harry even blinked.
Potter?
McGonagall greeted.
No regret?
Harry beamed.
None, Professor.
She smiled softly.
I'm glad to hear it, Potter.
She hesitated and seemed to come to a decision.
My apprentice may have hinted that you helped him complete the animagus transformation. Very difficult for someone who hasn't done it himself to teach another. But I'm certain that no student of mine would become an unregistered animagus. Absolutely not.
Harry agreed, doing his best to feign shock, outrage, and being scandalized. McGonagall made a little sound that in anyone else might be constituted to be a huff of laughter.
However, if one of my students were to hypothetically do such a thing, what sort of form do you imagine he might take? Out of curiosity.
Harry did laugh, ducking his head to hide the extent of his fondness for McGonagall and her inability to be subtle, even when she was breaking the rules. There was no question about whether or not to trust her. Headmistress or not, they were of a kind, and Gryffindors were loyal to their own.
One might be a crow, headmistress.
She considered this.
That would be an excellent forum for a student so captivated with flying.
She decided.
Well, if the student should ever like to become an animagus and register, then I should be delighted to assist in any way as he begins the process.
Thanks, Professor. McGonagall smiled again.
I'm glad that you and Mr. Malfoy have made peace with one another. You've both changed a great deal, and you're stronger for it. Now run along to the dungeons. Professor Snape informs me that Professor Calderau added the final ingredients to your exam potion. They're ready for your analysis. He'll meet you there.
I was just thinking, Harry said a few days later, when the almost conversation he and Draco had lately wouldn't leave him alone,
that maybe you could forget the part where I fucked things up last spring and we could try that other bit again. The part where we fucked instead of fucking up.
Draco was apparently startled into a bark of laughter by Harry's frankness. At least Harry hoped he was startled and not mocking him. He tried on a smile to prevent the awkwardness from setting in once Draco realized he hadn't been messing about. Draco looked over at him, eyes sparkling with humor, and maybe something else too. Harry tried to look closer, but it was gone before he could identify it.
Potter, you silly bugger. Why does everyone say that to me?
Harry wondered. He reconvened, stirring his potion, as this line of inquiry was evidently going nowhere. Nowhere he was interested in going anyway. Draco snorted.
You can't be serious.
But the way he said it, the tone of his voice suggested it was less statement than question.
Potter, we already...
I know, Harry said. Bugger. Shouldn't have let himself get so maudlin last night. 3/5 happy was loads more than lots of other people got. Now his mouth was running off without leave again.
Well, I'm not, seeing anyone, and neither are you, to the best of my knowledge.
I'm not,
Draco supplied after an awkward moment. This cheered Harry more than was healthy, he reckoned.
Well, right then, so we're unattached, healthy, strapping young men. There are certain, needs.
He chanced a glance at Draco and found him regarding Harry with a carefully blank expression.
There are also hands, said Draco. Single, attractive people don't engage in affairs with one another just because they're of compatible sexual orientations and state of freedom.
There was that word again. Malfoy was beginning to sound very American.
Look,
said Harry, setting his stirring rod aside. Malfoy didn't look away from his Transfigurations text, but did appear to be listening.
I know I said that I could stop feeling particularly about you, and I know we both know, and that, well, was a lie. Maybe not really a lie, but I didn't know at the time how to deal with having those sorts of feelings. It had never happened before, you know.
Draco didn't respond at all, but it seemed to Harry that his shoulders stiffened some. Which part provoked it, Harry couldn't say. It couldn't have been the last bit. Everyone knew Harry hadn't ever managed a successful relationship. Harry sighed.
But now I've had almost a year to get used to the feeling. Being away from you all summer helped. It made me realize that I could exist without you, even if I didn't particularly want to. Before, I thought that my life would be defined by whether or not you returned it. But I realized that life isn't either or. It can be an entire scale of possibilities. Maybe, yeah, it would put me at the top of the scale if you felt the same about me, but I figure I'm about 60% happy right now, with just us being friends, and that's not a bad stat.
He stopped, swallowed heavily around the thick words he wanted to say, but wasn't sure were wise. He'd hate himself if they pushed Draco away. He'd hate himself if he never sat them. Always wondered, what if?
I desire you, still,
Harry finally said.
I've never wanted anyone before. I waited to see if it was just a crush, to see if it would fade. It hasn't. I want you as much as I ever did, and I won't delude myself this time into thinking that I'll be able to stop feeling. You were right. Not even I can do that, but this is what I can do.
And here he looked up and stared hard until Draco was forced to meet his gaze.
I can feel enough for you to let you go, or let you stay, or let you both. Whatever you want, I want it too. You still want me too, I think. I think that's what you meant the other night when we talked about your father. But you didn't want to lead me on, so thanks for that. But I, love you enough that I'm content to put all my Gryffindor romance notions aside, if the only way you want me is a blow and an argument about Quidditch the next morning. Even knowing you'll end it. It would be better to have you for a while, partially, than not at all. And I think you need to have someone for a while too. I'll be your distraction. Are you suggesting friends with benefits? Draco asked. I suppose so.
Harry grimaced.
I'm suggesting whatever you need, or want.
Draco's eyes narrowed.
No strings. Not a threat,
Harry assured him. Draco exhaled in a rush, and suddenly he looked furious.
Harry?
The word was so inflected, but Harry had no idea what the inflection meant. He was still too startled over hearing it from Draco again.
You are asking me to take advantage of you. I'm telling you that you wouldn't be taking advantage of me. Oh, for fuck's sake,
Draco muttered.
I'm just saying,
said Harry before Draco could get started.
If you ever wanted to, then go for it. I'll welcome it, and I'll never try to cage you. This is ridiculous,
said Draco, but his voice was so quiet and his eyes were so wide that Harry rather thought Draco was thinking anything but.
I quite agree.
They both jumped, turned to face the newly occupied Caravaggio. Snape looked annoyed and disappointed in the both of them.
Potter, I didn't know what stupid scheme you've put together, but I'll thank you to not involve my godson in it. Given the end his father suffered, you well know how tenuous his hold on freedom is.
Harry pressed his lips into a flat line. That word. Repetition was starting to make it sound like gibberish to him.
Yes, Professor. How unthinking of me.
Snape said. He eyed them both, now seeming to realize that perhaps he'd not got the entire gist of the conversation.
Well, Potter, have you completed your analysis of the polyjuices? Yes, sir, said Harry. Flask 1 is the human polyjuice.
Snape's mouth twitched on one side. It sort of looked pleased, as far as Harry could tell, but it could have also meant that Snape was smirking at him.
And the types are fair in Flask 2 and 3?
He queried, of course not telling Harry whether he was right or not.
Trick question.
Harry sat, narrowing his eyes at the portrait.
Flask 2 was a crocodile scale, and Flask 3 was an augury feather.
Snape's smirk intensified. It was definitely a smirk. It was just that Snape's smirk could also mean he was really chuffed about something Harry did, which meant he was correct.
You seem quite certain.
Yes.
Certain enough to drink the first flask?
Asked Snape, one eyebrow up. Harry briefly considered the horror it would be to accidentally polyjuice into a crocodile. But well, Gryffindor. In an answer, Harry uncupped Flask 1 and tipped it back. Immediately he felt himself changing. His skin tingled all over. His hair grew, his nose straightened, his teeth changed, his shoulders narrowed, and his waist too, and then—
Merlin!
Harry squeaked. His junk disappeared.
Oh my God!
Harry said, and his voice was definitely not his own. Everything changed, and I'm really sort of terrified right now. I've got breasts and pierced nipples. What the fuck? Where's my cock, for fuck's sake? Draco started laughing. Harry turned to face Snape's portrait, horrified, and nearly fell flat on his face. His center of gravity was all wrong. How did Ginny even stay on a broom if women had to spend so much effort just staying upright? I have a... He couldn't say it.
Vagina?
Snape offered.
I am pleased.
Snape paused here, a look of consternation on his face. He frowned.
I am pleased that you chose the correct flask.
He corrected. Then,
what are your thoughts on the transformation so far, Potter?
But I need to take the antidote right now, said Harry, already moving towards the door. He'd find Miguela, and she'd give him the antidote. Then he could have his bollocks back. Snape said.
Not quite yet, I think. This is part of the assignment. You will remain as you are for an entire hour, noting the difference in the body, and when you've transformed back, you will have Draco perform a gender transfiguration on you, so that you may compare the effects. You knew this, Potter.
I knew it, he muttered in Miguela's pretty voice. It's rather hard to concentrate on an assignment when you're panicking about your missing cock, though, Professor. God, he sort of had to pee, too. But like hell if he was going to actually go now. Draco snorted again.
Do mind your language, Potter,
Snape said.
I am not your Weasley. Now, the effects.
Harry took a deep breath. It was a smooth transformation. I feel fine. No tingling, no numbness, no dizziness.
You noticed that your balance has changed?
Snape observed. Yes, it's sort of lower. He tried to walk. I feel swaggery.
You look swaggery,
Draco said, choking on his laughter. Harry attempted to swing his hips like Hermione did, but ended up tripping and nearly smashing Miguela's face into the floor. Professor, really, this is quite enough. What am I going to do for an hour like this?
This is part of your apprenticeship, Potter. Withstanding the effects of potions one does not find entirely comfortable. It's imperative that a potions master is intimately familiar with every potion he brews.
So you turned into a woman when you were apprenticing too? Harry asked. Who'd you do? He thought it would rise Snape up a bit. He thought it might annoy him enough that he'd let Harry take the antidote. He should have known better.
Your mother,
said Snape. Harry's mouth dropped open. He closed it with a snap. Damn him. Fine, he said. He was not going to go there.
Draco and I can work on our project while you sit over there in your linseed oil and try to dry. You could, Snape agreed unperturbed. Or you could attempt to assure me I chose a worthy apprentice by making the connection between your inter-subject project and the assignments I've set you to this past month. Harry blinked. His eyelashes were curlier than usual. Everything was so different. Did he have a uterus? What would sex be like? Could a man get pregnant and give birth if he was on polyjuice for 9 months? Harry put a horrified face at the thought. That was an experiment he would not be conducting. He'd stick to explosions. He said. He was still adjusting to all the changes, and he... Oh! He turned abruptly, stared wide-eyed at his oil-painted master. Change! You've had me studying concepts of change. Obviously, said Snape, which made Draco start snickering again. Snape gave him a confused look, but was unwilling to ask why that so amused his godson. You think we've studied something that approaches the magnum opus, Harry said, and all sorts of little light bulbs were flickering on in his head. He turned to Draco, beaming, and it didn't take Draco long at all to make the connections. Polyjuice? But polyjuice doesn't work on gold. People have tried before. Hadn't you already been theorizing about this with Draco just last month? What happens when they try it? Asked Snape, no doubt already knowing the answer. He approached the front of the canvas and stared intently down at the two of them. Furthermore, you have the ability to attempt a line of inquiry I've never had. What happens when an animagus takes polyjuice? Harry's eyes widened. I don't know. Flung an extinguishing spell at his wacko burner, despite the fact that the harsh dousing would make it even more emotional the next time he used it, and a stasis at his potion. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Malfoy. I need you there in case I get stuck. Draco gasped, and when Harry met his eyes, his own face flushed. He hadn't even been thinking of that, but there was no denying that if Malfoy talked dirty to him, he would definitely remember what it was like to be human, and male, and randy. Right, Draco said. Let's go. After barely escaping what would no doubt be an awkward confrontation with the headmistress, Harry and Draco made it out to the grounds. Harry wasn't quite sure of his new gait, but he managed to make it down the steps and then the rocky, grassy slope that led to Hagrid's and the forest beyond. They curled around the edge of it for a few minutes, looking for a discreet place to enter. Draco seemed hesitant to go in, but Harry felt more alive in the Forbidden Forest than anywhere else. It was where he'd died, after all, and where he'd lived again. When they finally passed the Quidditch pitch and descended the hill beyond it, Harry slipped into the trees, knowing Draco would follow. There was no particular path, but he picked his way through with ease, having some instinctual understanding of the forest. Or maybe he just remembered somehow the path he'd taken during the final battle, for it wasn't long before the trees broke away and Harry was staring into a clearing. He inhaled sharply. 10 feet before him, he had died. Harry walked forward, feeling brush and leaves crunch beneath his shoes. Harry? Draco said, coming to stand beside him. Harry shook his head. This is where it happened. Oh, I didn't think I remembered how to get here. I was so out of it when I came that night. Out of my mind, I mean. I don't think I really knew what was happening. I'd buried it beneath something else. Here? Asked Draco, and suddenly he seemed terrified, or as close to it as Malfoy's ever got. Yeah, here. Harry checked his watch. It hung from his tiny wrist. 20 minutes until the polyjuice wore off. I'm going to transform now. Draco nodded, said nothing. The detached look was on his face. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated and forced himself to change. It was easier this time, quicker. His arms turned to wings, and he pumped them forcefully, taking off for the trees even as his feet were growing talons. Harry struggled for a few seconds until instinct kicked in and he began to understand the mechanics of flying. He pumped his wings again, and then he was soaring all through the trees, avoiding branches and other obstacles with ease. He settled onto a branch to rest, not quite accustomed to the maneuvering yet. He looked down towards the forest floor, and there they were. The little crawling spirits of long-dead creatures, too stupid to know they were dead. He could send them on their way in this state. He could look into the afterlife if he tried hard enough. But he didn't want to. Harry would leave that for the real crows. He turned and found Draco still standing in the middle of the clearing, looking back up at him with a bemused frown. Dead things were crawling all over his feet, curling about his legs. Little foxes wrapped their tails around his calves, and snakes slithered up his torso to settle on his arms. He had no idea he was being covered in moths and beetles, that thestrals were circling him, flickering ghostly tails. And Harry couldn't look away from the disturbing sight. Draco's life was attractive to the spirits, and to him. There was something undeniably alive about Draco, something that Harry hadn't realized he didn't feel until he looked at it. "I see you," Harry thought. "I see all of you now." It felt like every important moment in Harry's life had been connected to Draco in some way, and he couldn't think of anything but the smell of burning and the screams of fiend fire. That had been the moment Harry changed. He'd just not realized it until now. Every alchemy required a catalyst, and saving Draco Malfoy had been his. And suddenly, Harry knew. He knew what they were missing. He should have known from the start, when Draco first suggested he read Paracelsus, because it had been right there. He flew down, transformed neatly back to himself. "It's the Azoth," he said. "The mercury." Draco quirked an eyebrow, eyed him from top to bottom. "You have no idea what a marvel you are, do you?" "What?" "There's 10 minutes left on your polyjuice, and yet you're you." Harry looked down, startled. So he was. He'd overwritten a very precise potion, and he had no idea how. He shook his head. He could ask Snape about that later. Maybe he just misbrewed it. "Draco, listen." "The Azoth," Draco said, bored. "What about it?" "It's what we're missing," Harry said. "The spirit of change. I was right about the Felix Felicis hypothesis. I know it. We have to make the opposite of the Philosopher's Stone. It's the Azoth that turns it into the magnum opus." Draco stilled. "A stone for poverty, death, and illness?" He shook his head. "Harry, you can't be serious. We can't make that." He paused, considered. "No, we definitely could make it, but it's insane." "If it was easy, don't you think every second-degree alchemist in the world would have made one by now?" Harry said. "I know this is right." Draco grimaced. "This is mad," he whispered, seemingly to himself. When he looked back at Harry some minutes later, his face was bloodless, shocked. "I think you're right, Harry." Harry's face was pained. This was so much farther than a silly inter-subject project. It was so much more. He flicked his eyes back to Draco's. "We could abandon it, do something different," he suggested. Draco exhaled in a rush, walked away, then came back as if he had no idea what to do with himself. "No, we can't, Harry." Harry nodded. He knew. "We can't tell anyone." Draco smiled ruefully. "I know." As one, they turned and began picking their way back through the forbidden forest to the grounds. Harry's heart was hammering, and for the first time it wasn't due to Draco's presence. Everything was still and silent all around him, but a flash of blue caught his eyes as he stepped over a fallen tree trunk, and he gasped. "What is it?" Draco whispered, as if the silence of the forest was affecting him too. Harry shook his head. He could still see them. Little creature spirits were following along behind him, trailing after Draco and all the life he gave off.
There was still a ghostly rune spore cozied up around his neck, and he had no idea the effect he had on dead things, or on Harry, who was arguably a dead thing himself.
Nothing.
The creatures followed them all the way to the edge of the forest, where they stopped and stared after Draco from the safety of the trees. Draco hesitated a few feet beyond the forest, his brow scrunching up in something like confusion.
What is it?
Harry echoed.
Draco
turned, looking all around.
I felt something unusual.
Harry bit his lip, eyed the little blue ghosts.
Like what?
Draco shook his head and turned back to the trees, trailing his hand along the foliage as he walked, as if feeling for something. The spirits were following his hand, trying to get close enough to nuzzle his fingers.
I don't know.
Harry followed him as he walked and said nothing. Draco stopped near to Hagrid's hut, where the rocky highland slope sunk into the forbidden forest, and looked around again.
It's here,
he said.
What is?
Draco shrugged, a highly irregular gesture.
Something's resonating. Don't you hear it, or feel it? I'm not sure.
At that moment, one of the spirit beetles crawled over a stone, trying to scuttle closer to Draco's outreached hand. Draco made a sudden noise in the back of his throat and bent. The rock beetle and all popped into his hand. He stood staring in consternation at it.
It's nice,
he said, flickering his eyes up to Harry.
Same thing my stone cauldron's made from.
The one you brew salamoniac potions in?
Yeah,
Draco said distractedly. He turned the rough pink stone over in his hand, but the frown on his face didn't ease.
It's a metamorphic stone, made from quartz and other things. My father used it as a focus stone inlay in his wand.
Why?
Quartz resonates with a particular frequency. A frequency that aligns with that of magic. The other minerals in it help to concentrate it.
Harry's eyebrows lifted. He glanced around the grounds. The same rock was pushing up from the ground all over. Some of the stones of the castle were the same greyish-pink of that in Draco's hand. If that was the case, then no wonder Hogwarts had such a big personality. It was practically swimming in this stuff. But that still left one question.
Why did you sense that now, especially if it's so common? I haven't the slightest idea,
said Draco.
McGonagall had me working on mineral transmutations recently. Maybe I'm just more tuned to particular compositions of them now.
Harry scrunched his nose, remembering the beetle. Carefully, he said.
But you wanted that particular stone? It feels different from all the rest. It feels more.
More? Harry repeated dubiously.
Yeah, it's more alive.
The beetle was still crawling happily around Draco's wrist. Harry watched it for a moment, feeling something like dread curl up in his gut. What had the spirit beetle done to the stone to attract Draco to it? And what would it do to Draco? Harry strode to him, grabbed his wrist under pretense of having a look at the gneiss. He squashed the beetle, sending it off to wherever dead beetles were meant to go, and felt not a second's regret. There was absolutely no way he was going to let one of those spirits drink up Draco's life force or whatever they wanted to do. Draco inhaled sharply at Harry's touch, and their eyes met, both startled. Draco's pulse was hammering beneath Harry's fingers, his skin heating. At once, Harry remembered Draco's fantasy, his throaty voice as he recited it, and his breath thick and heavy. Draco's eyes were mercurial in the fading light. Harry squeezed his wrists tighter and barely recognized what he was doing. Stepped closer. Draco didn't step back. Their mouths were inches apart. He could feel Draco's breath puffing against his lips, and it sent shivers down his back. What was he doing? He'd promised.
We should go back, said Harry, forcing himself to take a step backwards. You've still got to do that human transfiguration on me, and I'd rather be in my rooms for that.
Draco licked his bottom lip, nodded once.
Of course.
He turned and started up the slope to the castle, slipping the stone in his pocket as he went. Harry took a moment to compose himself, but he soon realized it would take much longer than a moment.
Fuck!
He breathed. He ran to catch up, with one last glare at the spirits, daring one of them to follow. Draco was already holding the portrait to Harry's room open by the time Harry got there, and damn it, one day he was going to figure out how that git kept getting in. He changed his password twice already. Their shoulders brushed as Harry stepped through, and he suppressed a shiver as best as he could. It was like Draco's skin was made of the same quartz, piezoelectric and attuned specifically to Harry. The Botticelli shot behind them, and Harry headed for his seatee, but a hand on his shoulder jerked him to a stop. Draco spun him around and pressed him against the door. All the breath rushed from Harry's lungs.
Potter, you can't keep doing this to me.
And then he kissed him. It was sudden and hot and everything Harry remembered, only 1,000 times better since it was happening right then.
Doing what?
Harry managed around a gasp. He squeezed his eyes shut, certain he would die if he opened them and this wasn't real.
Making me want you?
Draco sat into his skin as he trailed a slick trail of kisses down his neck.
I can barely function as it is, and then you go around counteracting potages because you feel like it, and swanning through trees and staring at me like you could live off the carbon dioxide I exhale.
Harry was startled into a laugh, but Draco's fingers tugged at the button of his apprentice robes, and he stopped at once.
Shut up,
Draco said, as if Harry might still be considering speaking, which he wasn't.
I read your stupid muggle chemistry book.
Harry felt warm all over, and it wasn't entirely due to arousal. It was just that the book reminded him of Draco's irregular method of shocking Hermione out of her animagus form. His arms came up and pulled Draco tightly to him, effectively stopping his progress with Harry's robes. Kissed him fiercely once, then pushed him back a bit to take his hand. Harry tucked him towards the bedroom, and the wall sconces flickered on as he entered, and the light flowed across the walls with the reflection of the lake coming through the window. Severia, sleeping on the bed, was quickly dispatched as Harry levitated her through the door and set her carefully down on the armchair. She didn't even wake. He shut the door behind her and turned to Draco, smirking. Wanda's magic was as easy as breathing when Draco was around. Draco growled and tugged at Harry's buttons again until he had the entire row of them undone. Harry's robes fell off his shoulders and pulled at their feet. The sudden brush of dungeon air against his fevered skin made him shudder, but Draco followed it with his hands, running them down Harry's arms and over the thin t-shirt he wore beneath. Harry arched against Draco's finger trailing down his chest, his eyes falling shut, and when he opened them again, found Draco staring back at him with more intensity than he'd ever seen. At once, everything slowed. The desperate need was still there, but like dreamless sleep potion, it was simmering slowly beneath the surf. Draco tugged at his shirt hem, and Harry obediently lifted his arms. Everything was silent then. Nothing but the rustle of clothes as it hit the floor. This was that Event Horizon thing, Harry thought. Tried to gorge Draco's thoughts, but he'd long ago set his wall sconces to never rise above a certain luminescence, and it was too dark now to see clearly. Carefully he reached out, ran his hand up Draco's arm, and curved it around his neck to draw him closer. This time when they kissed, it was softer, more measured, but still organic. Harry whimpered against Draco's mouth, feeling himself falling apart and unable or unwilling to stop the destruction. He slowly threaded his fingers through Draco's hair. Merlin, it was just as soft as he'd imagined it. He heard their breathing filling the room and felt the air becoming humid. They pulled apart to strip Draco's robes off, and Harry fell back on the bed at the merest push. Draco crawled up after him, and Harry was mesmerized by the curve his back made as he bent down to slide their mouths together again. Harry reached down and drew his fingers around the edge of Draco's waistband, hesitant, asking permission. He felt Draco's abdomen contract at the contact, and it flooded him with desire. His touch was doing that. Yes, Draco answered against his mouth. He drew one hand down and placed it over Harry's. Their fingers interlocked, and Draco slid their joined hands over till Harry's palm was fitted over the hot, thick bulge in Draco's trousers. Harry shuddered. His fingers curled around it, unable to help himself. Draco moaned and arched into the touch, his mouth pulling away from Harry's to gasp for more breath. It was all too much for Harry. He flipped them over, reversing their positions, and popped the row of buttons out and set his hand all the way up Draco's thigh, curled over the waistband of his trousers, and pulled them down. Draco's cock bobbed free, a rush of cool dungeon air against his skin making him shudder. He spent a long moment taking in the sight before him, of Draco sprawled on his bed, skin-flushed, panting. He had nice Quidditch-toned thighs. He had nice feet with long toes currently curled up in anticipation. His shoulders were wide, and the rest of him lanky and glaringly patrician. And he had a nice penis, too, Harry thought, somewhat hysterically. It was leaking all over his stomach right now, and Harry desperately wanted to know what it tasted like. Draco pulled himself up on his elbows and somehow managed to look in control of the situation, despite the utter disarray of his hair and body. "Why aren't you naked?" Harry really had no idea, but the words were doing terrible things to him. Or maybe that was just a weighty look in Draco's eyes. He sat off the bed and fumbled with the buttons of his trousers until he managed to get them undone. Draco was still propped up, watching, apparently unconcerned about having his cock out. Hands shaking, Harry lowered his trousers, stepped out of them, and kicked them off to the side. Draco's eyes immediately fell to the area in question. The moment lasted 30 years in Harry's estimation. He'd never had his cock out in front of anyone before, save for the Quidditch changing rooms, and he would have expected to feel horribly exposed and vulnerable, with some fit bloke staring right at it. He did. He just hadn't expected to become even more aroused by the exposure. He growled lightly, pushed at Draco's shoulder until he lay back on the bed. He could not bear to not know what Draco's skin felt like against his any longer. His chest tightened, frantic, aching feeling as their lips met. He clenched his eyes shut tight and put everything he had into that kiss, knowing that he wasn't honoring the offer he'd made Draco, but unable to stop himself. Draco made him a liar. Draco made him more honest than he'd ever been in his life. He pulled back from the kiss with a gasp, and Draco's eyes flew open, wide and startled. "Mark, I love you," Harry thought resignedly. Draco moaned, and it was hot. And then everything rushed at Harry, a surge of almost unbearable pleasure, and he lost it, coming all over their hands and their stomachs. Draco arched upwards at the first splash of cum against his chest, and Harry twisted his hand the way he liked himself, and then Draco was coming, and it was the most amazing thing Harry had ever seen in his life. Harry dropped his head, panting. His elbows began to tremble, and he knew he had to roll away, or else he'd collapse on top of Draco. He opened his eyes to look at him again, to have his one moment where they'd done this to each other, and their bodies were still tangled together, as they ought to be, and was surprised to find Draco looking back at him. He looked startled. He looked devastated. Like maybe he just realized something he'd never known. Harry rolled away. He'd probably just now realized what they'd done, and then he'd run, and they'd never talk of it again, despite how Harry's life would never be the same again. Harry stared at the plaster ceiling, listening to Draco's breathing returning to normal. His own was starting to rush again, with the terror inherent in the possibility that he'd fucked up spectacularly by letting this happen. No matter what he'd said to Draco in a moment of weakness, he didn't think he'd be able to do this. He was, truly, his own worst enemy. Draco cleared his throat. Harry forced a grin as he rolled over to face him. Damage control time. Well? He asked with false nonchalance. Draco cleared his throat again. Average? Like hell it was, Harry thought. He rolled his eyes. Could have done worse, I suppose. At least I'm as good at getting blokes over my first time as I am at transfigurations after 7 years of it. Draco looked surprised at the confession, but thankfully didn't comment on it. Harry ran his fingers through the cum on his belly, feeling amazed that it was there at all. They had like that for a long time, and it was pretty much the best day of Harry's life ever. And also the worst. He knew he was stupid for thinking this, but he really hoped Draco didn't want to end this too soon. Maybe Harry was just a glutton for punishment. At breakfast, a letter arrived from Terry, courtesy of an exhausted Yucatan Amazon. It said nothing of importance, except to relay Boots' extreme happiness with his job, his progress with Spanish, and his life in general. Harry passed it to Hermione so she could deal with it. It might have got late last night, but Terry Boot was still entirely too much for decent folk to deal with so early in the morning. Hermione's Daily Prophet landed next, and Harry was briefly interested by the headline, "Delayed World Cup to be held this summer," which was nice news, although Harry doubted Snape would let him out of his sight for long enough to attend. And frankly, he'd had enough of camping for a while. Draco would probably be interested, though, Harry suspected upon reading on. The English national team had made it to the playoffs last year before the war interrupted everything, and Draco's favourite chaser, Hermes Kilgore, was on that team. "You and Bulstrode have any luck yet?" he asked her as he poured himself a cup of black coffee and pretended to exude an aura of nothing has changed and I haven't slept with Malfoy. Hermione looked exhausted and Bulstrode not much better. She was glaring down at her eggs, even as Hermione passed her a fresh coffee. They'd both been running themselves ragged working on their apprenticeship, their inter-subject project that would come due in 4 weeks, and his new side project of fixing the Wilkins Grangers. "Yes," she said, covering a yawn. "I wrote back and they've agreed to let me try my hocus-pocus on them one more time. So we're board keying over in a couple of weeks. I just want to be absolutely sure we can do it this time." "Good," he said then. "Heard from Ron much?" "Honestly, Harry," she said, "why don't you just write him yourself?" Harry shrugged. "Feels weird." She eyed him narrowly. "He's going to be devastated when he finds out Malfoy's your new Ron, you know." "Malfoy is definitely not my new Ron." Harry was firm on this. "Whatever you say, Harry," she said. At the beginning of December, Hermione and Millicent left for Australia. Peep and Crookshanks were left behind, and Draco's and Harry's respective cares, which sucked since, of course, they were always in Harry's room playing some weird cat game with Severia whenever he returned from the lab. He really had no idea how everyone was getting past his wards. Severia was his quib and therefore couldn't. Harry narrowed his eyes. "Severia Potter?" he called. She trotted in, mewed inquisitively. "I know you're his quib," he said, and her green eyes narrowed, but he continued. "But have you been, somehow, disabling my wards? You do realize that Neasels are supposed to help their masters protect their homes, not open them up to whomever they please, right?" She flicked her tail in annoyance and turned to leave him again. "Oh, no, you don't," he said, scooping her up. "It's bring your naughty Neasel to work day, my dear. You're coming with me, since you obviously can't be trusted not to open doors to annoying white cats and Slytherins." This seemed to bother her not at all. She curled up in his arms and promptly began purring. Harry sighed, summoned his patient's notes and other things he didn't trust to leave in the classroom overnight, and set off for his lab. He stuffed her in his cauldron for better carrying, and of course she was okay with that too. He arrived at the lab to find McGonagall relaxing in a red tartan chair. His stool was missing. "Hello, Professor," he said warily. "Ah, Potter.
said McGonagall. I was looking for my apprentice, and Severus assured me he wouldn't be here, so of course this is where I came. Harry had an exasperated sigh from the painting behind the desk, and withheld a smirk. He set his cauldron on the work table carefully, so as not to jostle his knees off. He usually comes in about now, and then I snog him for a bit while my water boils. I shall wait, McGonagall said then. She flicked her eyes at the painting, challenging. Of course you shall, Snape muttered. Harry scooped Severia out of his good cauldron and set her on the table. She stretched her toes out and got comfortable, watching him lazily as he got the burner going and unrolled the mosses he'd been drying for 2 weeks. Her purring drew McGonagall's attention. Your Neezer does have a beautiful coat, Potter. Severia purred louder. Where did you get such a fine creature? The pet shop in Hogsmeade, Harry said. He pulled on his dragonhide gloves, having no wish at all to paralyze one of his limbs. Malfoy named her. At this, there was a loud, tinny crash from the portrait. Harry smirked at his knife set, pretended to take his time choosing between the number 4 and the number 5. Potter! Snape snapped, righting his chair. I told you to leave that blasted cat out of my patient's lap. Not yours anymore, Harry said. In fact, it's not even your lab. It's just a manky old classroom. Miguel's got your lab, or have you forgotten? Now, Severus, McGonagall chided. The Neasel is not doing any harm. She's perfectly docile, look. I don't need to look, Snape said. One cat is like any other. It will swish its tail in a burner and end up setting the entire school on fire, my portrait included. Now, see here, Severus, McGonagall began on behalf of all cats. Headmistress, Harry interrupted before she could begin a defense of cats. She gave him an annoyed look. Since you're here, there was something I wanted your opinion on, if you don't mind. He narrowed her eyes, but did resume her seat in the tartan armchair. Tartan armchair that most certainly had once been Harry's favourite stool. I'm always available to students, Potter. It is my job as headmistress. Of course it is, Snape muttered. When I took Polyjuice for my term exam, Harry said, I was able to. He trailed off, suddenly remembering exactly how hypothetical his animagus form was in McGonagall's eyes. Oh, bugger. This was more than just a passing fancy and might be significant for his and Draco's inter-subject project, so he was just going to have to suck it up. Flicked his wand at the door and set a few privacy spells around the room. McGonagall lifted an eyebrow but said nothing. I was able to transform into my animagus form. He paused for her to give him a disappointed look and for Snape to snarl something like, How bloody stupid can one Potter be? Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, you will register your form. Oh, yeah, okay. He scrunched his nose. But when I transformed back from my animagus, I came back as me, not the form I'd taken on the Polyjuice. There was still 10 minutes left on the potion. Just switching to my animagus and back over the potion without an antidote. McGonagall considered. Animagus transformation can override potions and human transfigurations, she said. This isn't unusual. Finally, Snape looked interested. Isn't it, Minerva? He said. Properly brewed potions don't just fail, and as much as it pains me to say this, Potter's Polyjuice was perfect. Harry smirked, pleased. Obviously. He was ignored. Severus, be serious, McGonagall said. I know you never cared much for the art, but transfiguration changes a body at the most basic level. It isn't just the form that changes, it is also the function. When a witch or a wizard has an animagus form, he or she is that form. Even when human, they are still their animal. It never leaves them. One transformed once, they are always two. Potions does this as well, Minerva. Oh, she smiled. It seems that both of our chosen fields are robust ones then, Severus. Don't patronize me, woman, he said. That isn't the only factor. We both know that charms is trivial magic.
Here McGonagall snorted and tried to cover it with a cough.
And yet, polyjuice doesn't override glamours. There's something more at work here. Pish, McGonagall said. You're just thinking about it the wrong way, Severus. The animagus form is the wizard, always. The genetic makeup of an animagus animal is embedded in the wizard right next to his own. When he transforms, he doesn't keep to his original formation. It all shifts, down to the very last gene. When he transforms back to human, it shifts back. One set turns on, another turns off. Polyjuice doesn't do that. It changes the wizard enough to override his original form,
Snape persisted.
How then is he able to transform into his animagus while under the effect of the potion in the first place?
McGonagall opened her mouth to reply and let it hang there.
Ah, I see your point now. I am not certain.
The door opened at that point and Draco strode in, slinging his rucksack on the spare table and heading straight for Harry. He caught sight of their guest a bare step before his mouth would have collided with Harry's and deftly detoured to the table, as if he were going for the cat the whole time.
Headmistress,
Draco said, picked up Severia and cuddled her like a baby, as if this were a completely normal thing for him to do.
Have you met Severia?
Mr. Malfoy,
Snape said.
Oh my goodness.
McGonagall chuckled, eyed Harry warmly.
You said Malfoy named your Agneser, but you didn't say he'd named her in memoriam. Potter will be in memoriam if he doesn't rename the cat,
Snape said.
I will not suffer this. I can't just go around renaming her every other day, Professor, said Harry. She'll get confused and then she'll have a complex. Besides, she likes her name.
Severia blinked wide green eyes at Snape's portrait, then flexed her front feet lazily against Draco's chest. She made a little rumbly muley sound and curled her fluffy tail up before falling back asleep. Snape narrowed his pearline eyes.
Potter, stop antagonizing Professor Snape, McGonagall said. Now, Malfoy, I came to see about those minerals you transfigured for me. I'm very pleased with the stability of each of the transfigurations, but you've befuddled me with this one.
He pulled out a rough pink-grey stone, not unlike the gneiss he'd found with Harry by the forest, and floated it over to him.
I noticed that the composition is predominantly mica, and yet you chose to attempt a permanent quartz transfiguration anyway.
Yes, Draco agreed. McGonagall raised her eyebrows, obviously waiting for further explanation.
Why? Go big or go home?
Harry suggested, but was ignored.
There was a significant quartite in the composition to encourage me to try it,
Draco said. He shrugged.
I like quartz better than feldspar.
McGonagall's lips twitched.
Be that as it may, Malfoy, you must know that the transfiguration wouldn't hold.
He passed the rock back to him.
I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did, to be frank. Notice the central segment of the cross-section. It's reverting to mica again.
Draco frowned down at it.
There was no material amount of mica in that area originally. It was feldspar granite throughout the middle.
Really?
Said McGonagall. She stood and came over to peer down at the specimen again.
Interesting. Well, I should expect a full report on this then, Malfoy. Let's say 3 feet by Monday.
Of course,
Draco said absently, still staring at the gneiss. Harry came over to look, but had no idea whether it was much changed or not. It was still pinkish-grey on the outside, like many of the stones around the Highlands, but a specimen wedge had been cut from it, and in the centre the stone was shiny grey, like mercury. There were a few spots of clearish-looking quartz or quartzite, but Harry really wasn't well versed enough in the subject to know which. When she was gone, Harry turned to Draco.
Is it because it's a metamorphic rock? Asked Harry. You sat they were, that day. It likes to change, doesn't it?
Draco opened his mouth to reply and then hesitated.
It's amenable to change,
he said carefully instead.
Nice, it wasn't one of the stone types McGonagall said for me to transfigure. I did it on a whim after we found that one. But yeah, it's metamorphic, and I didn't expect it to take a change at all, much less a change to quartz when it only had a very little bit to begin with.
And it was unstable, Harry said, like your mom's family with the extra house elves.
Draco rolled his eyes.
Yes, it was unstable, but I know the central area was predominantly feldspar, now it's all mica.
He shook his head.
I've no idea why.
Harry bit his lip.
You've still got that gnystone you picked up when we went out to the forest? He asked.
I've got loads of them.
Draco sat, still staring intently at the mica in the middle.
McGonagall's had me on mineral transfigurations for a month.
It has to be that one, Harry said.
Something changed in it when that little spirit beetle crawled over it. Something that made it special. He briefly considered going and getting his own collection of them, but the spirits had not been interested in him in the forest. He was touched by death.
Why?
Asked Draco. And suddenly Harry knew. Magic sought balance, always. The spirits were attracted to his life, but Harry wasn't truly alive in the way that other people were, and he was boring to them. When the beetle crawled over the rock, it took in all the elements of death into itself, making the rock wholly life-oriented and leaving itself still deathly. It didn't want to consume Draco's life force, it wanted to balance it with itself. Which meant that Harry was either too dead to bother with, or already balanced.
Sentimental, Harry said,
to which Draco rolled his eyes, but he did reach into his robe pocket and pull it out without having to conduct a search.
Now who's sentimental?
Harry thought.
I'd better be start on that essay for McGonagall, said Draco. I'll see you later.
Draco gathered his things, but Harry grabbed his wrist before he could get out the door.
Do you want to get a drink tonight, Hogsmeade?
Draco's face went carefully blank for a minute. Harry was sure he was going to fly into a romance-induced rage. But then he said, voice neutral,
Okay.
Harry did not beam at him, because that would be overstepping. Instead he said,
Well, see you then, mate.
And Draco left without another word. Harry scourgified the stone to remove any surface impurities and set it aside in his cauldron for safekeeping.
Professor,
he called.
What?
Snape was still in one of his bitter about having a Kneasel named after him moods. It almost made Harry wish he'd stayed with Ginny. Would have gone one better and named a child after him if he'd known it was this rewarding.
Remember last year when we studied spells to test for and remove impurities from metals?
Obviously. I'm dead, not senile.
Do you think they'd work on a stone?
Snape passed his lips, but this time the gesture was thoughtful. It wasn't really his turn to buy drinks, but somehow Harry ended up at the bar pulling galleons out of his pocket anyway. Draco had a way of manoeuvring him like that. He asked Rosmerta for a pair of fire whiskies, and she winked at him as she tipped some into glasses. It was a Friday, and the Three Broomsticks was as boisterous as any Sunday during professional Quidditch season, only without a giant single table. Harry wound his way through the tables, holding the glasses high to prevent spills, and towards the table Draco had secured for them with a fierce glare and an unwavering sense of superiority. The couple necking there previously had cleared out lightning quick after that. Yeah, Draco would never have felt like second best compared to the boy who lived if they'd grown up friends. Draco turned from his contemplation of the street outside the window when Harry set his whiskey in front of him.
I asked for a pink umbrella charm and a swizzle one, but Rosmerta said she's out of punsy paraphernalia. Sorry.
No problem, Draco said. You can probably drink it easier without them.
Wanker,
Harry muttered. Draco smirked. They sipped their drinks and let the hum of people relax them into something less than awkward. Something that felt less like two blokes who'd seen each other naked and more like two blokes who were just mates. It was just that Draco's crooked smile undid him completely.
The Quidditch starts next month again.
Yes, the Quidditch, Harry said, rolling his eyes.
I don't fancy the Wasps' chances this season.
Which, of course, set Draco off on a treatise of Hermes Kilgore's ability to carry a shoddy team through to the championship. The roar of the pub faded to the background, and sometime between their second and third fire whiskey, Harry forgot completely that he was not supposed to be in love with Malfoy, and that in the event he was unable to help himself, he still wasn't supposed to show it. It was a credit to Hermes' skills on a broom that Draco didn't notice the fun smile cemented to Harry's face all the way his fingers reached across the tiny table to run along a wet ring left by Draco's glass. When they finally set off for Hogwarts again, bursting from the broomsticks in a warm, drunken arrangement, the snow and cold hit Harry's face and stung his heated cheeks. Draco smiled at him absently, the sort of way a mate would smile at him if they were both drunk and pleased with themselves.
Come back to mine,
he said abruptly. Then, before Draco could read into it, he added,
I had an idea about the gneiss. Sure, Potter,
Draco said right away, unsuspecting. Harry bit his lip, trying not to smile. He was so stupid for Draco. Draco pulled a bit ahead when they entered the dungeons. Maybe he felt more comfortable down here than he did up in the Transfiguration Wing, Harry reckoned. Sometimes at night, when Harry curled up in the chair of his sitting room, all done in green and ivory, with green fire torches flickering weirdly against the walls and the sound of rushing water from the lake somewhere beyond the walls, he would think of Draco and wonder if this was what it felt like to grow up in Slytherin. Sometimes he wished he'd grown up in Slytherin. Sometimes he wished his best mate had never felt like he wasn't good enough for him. His Botticelli swung open some 10 feet before Harry got to it, and Draco stood there holding it open for him, not an ounce of guilt on his face.
How are you doing this?
He asked, exacerbated. He peered around for Severia, wondering if she really was behind the door, but there was no sign of her.
I didn't even hear you give a password.
Draco smirked, but said nothing. Harry huffed.
My notes are in my room. I'll be right back.
He sorted through the stack of papers on his bedside table and finally unearthed the notes he'd taken after leaving the lab. There was something he'd overlooked all along. Something he felt ridiculously stupid for not remembering. He'd held a Philosopher's Stone in his hand once. He knew exactly what they looked like. Blood red, about the size of a snitch, smooth surface, uneven shape. They were bright, and sometimes the colouring was uneven. They looked rather a lot like quartz filled with blood. And Harry was no expert in that field, but even he was starting to see some suspicious similarities there. He snatched up the notes and turned to rejoin Draco in the sitting room, but Draco wasn't there. Harry's chest slammed against another, and the air was knocked from his lungs, although likely not from the impact, but from the heat Draco's skin against his, separated by entirely too many winter layers.
Oh,
said Harry stupidly. Draco narrowed his eyes.
You cast a sobering spell on yourself before we left Rosmerta's, he said. I saw you do it.
Yeah, Harry agreed. Draco's eyes narrowed further.
I didn't know why at the time, so I used one too, and now I know.
Harry swallowed heavily.
Know what? That you don't trust yourself around me when you're drunk, Draco said.
He shifted his stance somewhat, bringing their bodies even closer together. Harry willed himself not to die from overexposure.
But I agreed to let things go further, as you asked. So that begs the question. What would you not trust yourself not to do when you're drunk? I've given you leave to do almost anything.
Right, said Harry, for lack of anything else.
There's really very little that's forbidden,
Draco added.
That's true.
Harry forced himself to step back and around Draco. He desperately needed to end this conversation before it became too much.
I found the notes I was telling you about. I think there may have been some sort of alchemical action applied to a stone like your gneiss originally. Fire, I think, since calcination is typically agreed to be the first step in the process. So the fire burns a stone, a metamorphic rock, I think, and that causes it to change. It separates it into ash and heat-treated quartz. Maybe. I don't care, Potter,
Draco said. And then he was in front of Harry again, bearing down on him in a way that made Harry think of broom rides through fiendfire and heated romance.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess I can look into it myself. Harry.
Harry stopped, sucked in a startled breath. He stood there as his fist slowly clenched and tried to force the shudders from his body. The sound of his name in Draco's voice was the best sound in the world, he was sure.
Yeah? What do you want, Harry?
Harry scowled. These games weren't fair.
You know what I want.
Hands came around his waist and he gasped. Draco's palms flattened against his abdomen. He felt his stomach clench in the wake of his fingers as he slid them inwards, upwards, and settled against his throat. Harry's head tipped backwards and rested against Draco's shoulder. Draco turned his face, his nose rubbing against Harry's jawline, his breath fanning out against Harry's sensitive neck.
What are you doing? He asked. Giving you what you want,
Draco whispered. I tried to pull away.
No, I don't want this,
he said, but Draco tightened his arms and Harry remained where he was.
I don't want a pity fuck, Draco,
he added quietly.
I don't want to play acting at love,
he thought.
You know that. I know.
Draco agreed, and his fingers began plucking at the top buttons of Harry's shirt, sending tingles all down his torso.
I don't give those anyway. Then what is this?
Harry asked slowly. Draco's fingers slipped down to the second button and tugged it free.
I told you. It's what you want. I want you, Harry burst out. I want you to want me in return, either because I turn you on or because I turn your heart on. Either sex only or sex and love. I don't want charity. Like you said, I've got a hand. Malfoy don't do charity.
Harry rolled his eyes.
Of course they don't.
He tried to tuck himself away again, but Draco held fast and was nearly to the bottom of Harry's shirt by now anyway. He waited, defeated as Draco undid the last button, and stepped back to let the shirt fall away.
We don't do charity, Potter.
Draco stressed as his hands came back around to pull Harry against him again. Harry shuddered, feeling of Draco's expensive shirt against his bare skin almost overwhelming.
Not even for losers who lived.
Harry swallowed.
Then what is this?
Draco bent his head forward and nipped at Harry's ears.
It's what you want, Moran,
he whispered.
How was it that Draco insulting him turned him on so much?
Which one? He wanted to ask.
Which of the things I want?
But he didn't dare. Instead, he melted back against Draco, let his arm come up and reach backwards to tangle his fingers in Draco's soft hair. Draco moaned, arched into it like a cat, and licked a trail up Harry's neck. Harry gasped, and then Draco spun him around and kissed him harshly, like he'd been waiting to do it for ages, and it was Harry's fault they never did. Harry moaned into it, feeling himself unravel and just knowing that he'd never be able to sort himself out again. Draco sank to his knees, his fingers coming up to toy with Harry's buttonfly.
I would ask you what you're doing,
Harry managed through a gasp,
but I think I have a fair idea.
Draco's expression softened. For a moment, Harry wondered if, and was horrified by, the possibility that Draco was using legilimency on him again. God, how was it that he always ruined things for himself? Things like Draco may be going down on him. Draco's hands began a slow, delicate trail up and down Harry's thigh. Apropos of abso-bloody-lutely nothing, he said softly,
I like it when you make connections with potions things.
Harry swallowed.
What?
Draco grinned, a bit smirkily, but his eyes remained focused on his task.
Your idea about Ignice. Now you've already run through the possibilities of using polyjuice to augment alchemy and dismissed most of them as impossible. Not because the normal wizard seems them impossible, but because you understand the theory now. You do have a talent for it, and you apply yourself."
Harry choked out a laugh to cover his building hysterical nervousness.
"And so you're going to reward me by sucking me off?"
Merlin, he was so hard it was a wonder he didn't explode like that stomach-settling solution that Snape made them brew in third. Malfoy's fingernails grazed his skin above his waistband. He may have died. He wasn't sure. Malfoy snorted.
"Please, I'm going to do this because it's all I've been able to think about, much to my own annoyance,"
he added under his breath, but Harry still heard. And even quieter.
"Because I figured out that I want what you want."
Harry forced himself to smirk, gestured magnanimously, even though his heart was beating faster than a snitch's wing.
"Don't let me stop you, then."
Draco didn't seem to need further invitation. Harry's trousers fell to the floor, and Draco's hands returned to his skin, running along his thighs and the backs of his knees. Places Harry hadn't even known he liked to be touched until Draco touched them. Then finally, Draco's hands lit up, teasing the skin all around, touching everywhere but there. Harry threw his head back, gasping in some vain hope that it would open his lungs and let him breathe again.
"Fuck's sake, Malfoy, you twat, do it." "Fuck,"
Harry breathed, mesmerized by the sight. Draco grinned, finally removed his finger. Harry felt the loss of it keenly. Sank to his knees, no longer able to hold himself up without Draco's hair to hold on to. When he could finally breathe again, he took in the state of Draco's hair, a hot mess, the flush of his cheeks, very, and his lips red and swollen from heavy use. Unbidden, that day in Slughorn's returned to his mind, and reflected that he'd been absolutely right about what Draco looked like after a shag. Harry decided that he had to know precisely what Draco tasted like. He had to know the satisfaction of having Draco's cum floating around in his belly, weird as that was. He tucked him up and pushed him back until Draco fell backwards on his bed, spread out and flushed. From, in Harry's opinion, a job well done. There was no time for messing about, so he sent a strongly worded thought at Draco's clothing, and they vanished himself from his body and reappeared folded neatly in the chair by the bed. Draco's lips parted, his teeth gleamed in the candlelight as he grinned.
"All that wonders magic, and you use it to undress me,"
said Draco. Harry shrugged as he crawled onto the bed above him.
"Nothing better to do with it."
Harry flopped down beside him. He ached to throw an arm around his chest, pull him close, and fall asleep, but he was terrified, so he didn't. He kept 4 inches between them and tried not to look like a creeper by watching Draco's face as he came down.
"Good job, Potter,"
Draco murmured.
"Ah, thanks."
Draco's breathing deepened, and it was another 50 minutes before Harry realized he'd fallen asleep. And Harry's bad. Somehow, Harry knew that was not something Malfoy did. He should wake him up, let him go back to his own room so they could pretend like it hadn't happened. Like Draco would probably want. But Harry was selfish, really. It was a Gryffindor thing, and a Slytherin thing, and so he let Draco sleep and watched him while he did. Severia crept in sometime later, hopping up to his open pants drawer to sleep, but still, he couldn't find sleep himself. Draco was in his bed, and Harry did not know how to handle that. Chapter 12. Projection. Projection. The process of turning the base metals into gold. Snape found him later that night when Harry was too wound up on Draco and alchemy to sleep. He slid into the Caravaggio above the desk with barely a rustled robe, only the orange glow of his oil-painted lamp ficking unalerted Harry at all.
"Do my eyes deceive me?"
asked Snape.
"A Potter working on potions in the middle of the night? It's gone 4 in the morning. Why are you awake?"
"It's only 20%, Mika Schist," Harry said instead of answering. He'd had to do something to distract him since sleep wouldn't come. Thinking about Draco's stupid rock had been the method.
"Another 35% feldspar, 17% marble, 12 of basalt, 11 of biotite, and 2 of other bits and bobs, only 3% quartz. But I looked at Draco's and it was at least 65% mica, which means he was able to transfigure a stone to a non-majority mineral, and when it reverted, it went to mica instead of feldspar. Severia peered into his cauldron and wrinkled her nose at the steam coming up. She seemed to be inherently aware of the times he planned to go to the lab now and refused to be left behind, cozy pants drawer or not. Snape was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, he said,
"What are you doing with that sulfuric acid, Potter? You know you can't heat it more than—"
"I know," said Harry. He cast 3 different stasis spells on his cauldron and a potions adjusted impedimenta, just in case the stasis spells didn't hold off the explosions.
"Potter?"
Snape said, alarmed. He moved to the back of his painting as if that would save him if acid exploded onto the canvas.
"Are you mad?"
"Yes," said Harry, peering closely at the web of wards he'd erected around his cauldron. He scooped up Severia and put her in the corner behind another set of wards. She meowed loudly in annoyance, but he figured if she had a problem with it, she shouldn't be letting peep into his rooms when he was away.
"There will be an explosion,"
Snape warned. "Come on, Professor," Harry said. "I haven't exploded anything in weeks. You said I'd get to explode something at least every week."
"It was an advert, Potter. It was a prediction based on your previous level of potions aptitude."
"Well, I want to explode this, sorry."
"You are making me ill,"
Snape declared, turning away in an overdramatic disgust. Harry pursed his lips. He glanced at him long enough to show his disinterest before returning to his wards. He might be stupid enough to create a huge explosion, but he wasn't stupid enough to risk hurting his kneesel. Snape could always find another painting to haunt if it came down to it.
"You're a painting." "And yet, your particular brand of nuisance transcends death and canvas."
"You're going to be so jealous you never thought of this while you were alive," Harry said.
"Potter,"
Snape growled,
"you are truly magnificent. I'd once thought that you could not be surpassed, and I was right. You cannot. But you have surpassed yourself today, and I am a vindicated man. I am ready to die now. When I reach hell and I meet your father there, I will greet him and I will say, 'Potter, I taught everything I knew to your son, little Potter, and he nearly became a potions master. But your genes won out, stubborn as they were, and he's dead now. He blew his fucking head off in a pointless explosion.'"
Snape was still ranting in the background as Harry threw a ward over his frame.
"Stop this at once,"
Snape said.
"I've taught you better than this stupidity."
Harry grinned. "Nope. You've taught me enough to know why this is brilliant." He lay awake for hours watching Draco breathe and turning this over in his mind, tracing out every possible outcome, every possible route. Abruptly, Harry lowered the flame. Snape paused, interested despite himself. Hesitantly, he returned to the front of the painting, peering down into the cauldron below.
"At a slow red fire, calcination will occur,"
he observed.
"You are within degrees of it."
"Yeah." He fished Draco's gneiss from his pocket and levitated it to his cauldron, wrapping a protective spell around it to prevent acid from touching it just yet. The flame was still orange, not quite cool enough for his purposes. He lowered the heat again until it was sulky red smolder. He released the levitation spell on the stone, and it sunk below the surface untouched. Snape sneered.
"Potter, do you know what will happen if you let that sulfuric acid remain heated too long? It will
explode," Harry finished. "I know."
"Then what are you doing, you imbecile?"
"Calcination," Harry said, watching intently. He bit his lip, waiting for the wards to change colours with the process. There are minerals in there that act like a flux. I figured it out when Draco said the stone had reverted to meek instead of feldspar. It's not just metamorphic, it's polymorphic. All the gneiss around here in Scotland, it's like it wants to change all the time. It's going to calcinate, Professor, like organic things. By the end, even Professor Snape was interested, and he watched the cauldron almost unblinking. Harry was tensed with excitement and anticipation. This was the first step, he thought excitedly. This was the secret beginning of the magnum opus. It was hours later before the wards burst bright red, signaling the level of calcium oxide had reached the threshold Harry set. There was a rustle of fabric from Snape's frame, and Harry knew he was just as antsy as Harry now, even if he'd never say it. Harry approached the cauldron, carefully peered inside. Through the red haze of the wards, he could see what was left of the stone floating on top of the acid in its little protective bubble. He exhaled in a rush. It was dusty, powdery white, and in the middle, a bright, clear pile of quartz crystals, purified by fire, as alchemists had sought to achieve for millennia.
Sulphur burns blood red at high enough heat,
Snape said then, and Harry nodded because, yes, he knew that. He read it last year when he first began the insane mission of taking up potions for life. The Philosopher's Stone was blood red too, Harry said instead.
I remember,
Snape said, and for once his voice was quiet, though no less intent than it ever was. Harry wondered briefly if Snape had ever attempted to reach the elusive third degree of alchemy, as only Nicholas Flamel had ever done before, or if he'd been satisfied being a second-degree alchemist forever. Harry could not imagine Snape ever being satisfied with less than perfection, but likewise could he not imagine Snape trying something so foolhardy as this. I'm going to drop the shielder on the quartz and ash, Harry warned him. Be ready to run to another frame if the water around your frame starts to shake. It was a testament to Snape's curiosity that he only nodded instead of lambasting Harry for how incredibly Gryffindorishly stupid this was. Just to be safe, Harry picked up Severia and put her outside the room in another warded pen before he returned, took a deep breath, and removed the localized protego. The potion hissed dangerously. Harry added another couple of wards, suddenly unsure of his spellcasting for the first time in his life, and then, before he could change his mind, raised the heat on the burner as high as it would go. The flame soared upwards, burning red, then orange, then yellow, and still that wasn't high enough. The hissing grew louder and louder, and the reddened wards trembled under the great pressure. Harry bit his lip. In for a nut, in for a galleon, or quite possibly his life. He switched his wand, and the flames burst, white-hot and then blue. The cauldron began screaming with pressure, but it still wasn't hot enough. Pushing everything he had into the spell, he slashed his wand upwards, and with it, the room went blood-red and blindingly bright. In the distance, Harry heard Snape exclaim, but he didn't have time to think about that as the first ward around the cauldron tore open, and a gale of heat and wind and magic slammed out in all directions. Harry was thrown backwards, his wand falling away somewhere, and had barely enough time to call up Protego before he struck the wall. His body jerked with the impact, even with the shield charm around himself. He slid to the floor as the bright red light faded from the room. Harry lay there, panting and chilled from the sudden loss of heat. The classroom was eerily quiet. He pulled himself to his feet and winced. His wrist was definitely broken, and he was fairly certain his ankle was, at the very least, sprained. A glance at Snape's frame showed it to be intact, though the scene was faded now and had a reddish tinge. Snape was not in sight. He limped over to the cauldron, breathing heavily.
"You're alive?"
He exhaled in a rush, looked gratefully up at the portrait. Snape was back, not destroyed by the explosion. His expression was blank. Yeah, my wrist is broken, though. Snape did not seem overly fazed by this.
His gaze caught downwards into the cauldron, and his expression remained unchanged. Harry was almost afraid to look. And then Snape looked back up at him, and Harry felt his heart pound frantically at the careful neutrality shown there. His eyes sunk close for a moment, and only afterwards, when he'd calmed himself, did he look down into the cauldron. The acid was gone, all consumed in the transformation. What was left was an oddly shaped stone, milky, ashy white in the centre, and sharp, bright, blood red outside.
"This solution,"
Snape said quietly. Harry nodded, unable to speak. In his cauldron, in this makeshift lab, only corridors away from where Draco slept, there now sat the beginning of the Philosopher's Stone. He, Harry, second only to Neville in potions and aptitude, had completed the first 2 steps of the alchemical process. Absurdly, he began to panic. He looked wildly to Snape and found that Snape was still looking back at him with that same thoughtful expression. Harry couldn't look away. For the first time, he desperately wished Snape was still alive, because this was intense and profound and significant, and he needed to know that someone understood the magnitude of what had just happened, and maybe sleeping with Draco earlier hadn't helped at all, because this entire day was quickly becoming too much, too overwhelming, and Harry had no idea what to. The door opened. Draco came in, carrying Severia.
"Harry,"
Draco bit out.
"it's 6 in the fucking morning. What the fuck are you?"
Harry looked at him, terrified and not knowing why. All of a sudden, the pain from his wrist and the ankle were too much. Or maybe it was just too much seeing Draco again and not having Draco be bitter about sleeping with Harry or falling asleep in his bed, but instead about Harry not being there when he woke up. It was just too much altogether. Harry fainted. Madame Pomfrey clucked.
"I thought we were past this, Potter."
Harry scowled at her swollen wrist. It wasn't fair that he was being refused a quick healing because she wanted to lecture.
"It was an accident. My apprenticeship involves conducting experimental patients. Explosions aren't unusual. I took standard precautions."
She clucked again. Draco sneered and said,
"At 6 in the morning without letting anyone know where you were?"
"Genius waits for no man,"
Harry muttered.
"Besides, Professor Snape was there the whole time."
"And you?"
Pomfrey said, turning on the man now occupying the watercolour seascape behind Harry's bed. Never seen a professor look quite so pastel.
"I'm surprised at you, Severus. This behaviour I expect from Potter. Hey, but not from you,"
she finished sternly.
"Is the entire world going mad, letting an apprentice experiment with potions at indecent hours when no one would know they were missing at all if something happened? He could have died from some...
She waved her hand about, searching for a word.
"Gume, it's a blessing Malfoy was up early to check on a Transfigurations project."
"I'm sure,"
Snape said, bored. Harry craned his neck to look up at the painting. Even upside down, he could see the arch look Snape was shooting Draco.
"Can someone just please fix my bloody wrist?"
Harry said. Where was Hermione when he needed her? Australia? The owl turned to look at him. He crossed his arms gingerly and stared them down. Finally, Pomfrey exhaled in a rush of air and removed her hand from her hips long enough to set his wrist. It snapped, literally, back into place, and Harry managed to withhold everything but his initial yelp of surprise. But Merlin, fuck, that hurt! Draco eyed him dispassionately, the evil wanker. Madame Pomfrey moved down to his ankle and prodded about much more than was necessary, before she repaired the ligament and siphoned off the bruising. Harry bit his lip the whole time, but refused to let any of these people hear him make one noise of pain. He had his pride, after all. Finally, he was released, and Draco condescended to escort him up to the Great Hall for an early breakfast. Only a few students were up at this time, and none of the staff.
They climbed up to the head table and Harry flopped into his usual chair, exhausted. He was just digging into his eggy toast when Draco said, "So, a philosopher's stone?" His hand disappeared into his robe pocket, and when it re-emerged, he was holding an oddly shaped, blood-red stone. Harry blinked at it. He'd almost convinced himself that it all had been an hallucination brought on by the explosion. "Not quite," he said. "It's just a red rock right now." Draco lifted one eyebrow and returned the stone to his pocket before any of the students could see it. "This is why you wanted that gneiss." "Yeah, obviously." His mouth flattened. "This is our project. Why didn't you take me with you?" Harry stood. Were they really going to have this conversation? Was he really going to have to say that thing that was hovering between them unspoken? "You were sleeping," he said carefully. Maybe it was Harry's imagination, but he thought Draco's cheeks pinkened. What would we have thought, waking up naked and alone in Harry's chilly dungeon room? Relief, Harry had expected. But now he wondered. Had it really been disappointment? "Why won't you?" Draco asked. A pregnant silence passed between them, with Draco looking perfectly collected, if annoyed, and Harry thrashing about in panic somewhere in his head. Finally, when it had gone on too long, and Draco still hadn't relented, Harry admitted, "I had too much on my mind to sleep." Draco finally looked away, busying himself with pouring himself a cup of tea, and only then stirring in the milk. "Posh git." "You were right," he finally said, "about the catalyst and the opposites and balance. Have you always been this clever?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, Malfoy," he said patiently. "I'm not stupid, just lazy, and largely influenced by Ron during my developmental years instead of by you." Draco nodded, accepting this easily. "What was the difference about this one piece of gneiss? The explosion woke me up, so I know it was big. Could have easily been fatal if not for your annoying magical strength. So death or near death is apparently required to make an object that gives you eternal life. It's macabre, but it's balanced. Why that particular stone, though?" Harry froze. 1,000 puzzle pieces were slotting into place. He searched his memory for any instant of another wizard having a crow animagus and came up with nothing. That didn't necessarily mean anything, but, well, he and Hermione had read lists of hundreds of animals that other people achieved when they became animagi during that lonely Christmas without one. There had never been a crow, though there were dozens of instances of almost every other kind of bird. And because half of Harry was a crow, he'd seen the way crows saw. He'd watched little dead things crawl all over Draco, who was fully alive in a way Harry hadn't been since he was 18 months old. "The beetle," he said. "It walked on that one, and it changed it. It made it, I don't know, it made it alive, or not dead at least. I think it took away everything that was deathly about it, and made it amenable to life." Draco looked at him like he was mad. He probably was. "What beetle?" "The spirit beetle," Harry said. "And the forest. They were all over you, but they weren't interested in me at all." Alarmed, Draco said, "What?" He started looking all about himself as if they were still on them. Harry shook his head, still trying to process everything he just realized. "They were spirits, and they followed you the whole time. Remember when you were in my head and I was showing you how to transform? They were everywhere, those little blue spirits. Did you see them?" Draco nodded, eyes wide. "Potter, what are you saying?" "I didn't know until that day in the forest, but I can see them now, even when I'm human. They were all over the forest and all over you. You had rune spores around your neck and that thestrots nuzzling your hands. I was so attracted to you. And I know why now, because you balanced the magic. They were wholly dead and you were wholly alive. When they were near you, everything balanced. That beetle, it crawled over the gneiss trying to get closer to you, and you noticed it as soon as it did. I thought at first they were going to hurt you, and I didn't want to scare you, so I got you away and didn't say anything. But they weren't going to hurt you. They helped, if anything. The beetle took everything deadly about you into itself so that you'd be better able to balance it, and it did the same to that knife. It was purified, and that's why it was capable of being transformed into this stone.
Draco blinked at him.
Fuck, Harry. Malfoy, stop swearing at the hat table for Merlin's sake,
said Neville, sitting down beside Harry. They both jumped, startled. Harry resumed eating his eggy toast. Neville struck up a conversation about the upcoming Quidditch draft, and Harry nodded along, but inside his heart was pounding. Draco's hand came and rested on his thigh, squeezing reassuringly. Inside his head was a repeating exclamation of nonsense, because Draco was touching him not at all like a mate. He looked over at him and just knew he looked stupid and startled, but Draco smiled at him, a little silted at first, like he was unused to the expression. Unfortunately, it did nothing to reassure Harry at all, only made him realize that he really super loved Draco's smile and would be desolate without it.
Separation is the third operation,
said Draco from the floor. His feet were propped up on the hearth, toes flexing in the warmth. The stone tumbled slowly in the air above him, catching the firelight and refracting it all over Harry's sitting room. Somewhere behind him, Severia was making a noise as she tried to catch the light.
It's letting go, said Harry,
who was feeling rather more philosophical after the intensity of that morning, with the explosion and Draco touching him in a non-sexual way. Draco hummed at that, and they were quiet for a bit longer until he said,
It's cloudy in the middle, impure.
Harry nodded, though Draco wouldn't be able to see it from this angle.
How do we separate it from the quartz?
Draco frowned, reached up and tapped the stone with his wand. It emitted a soft, even hum that resonated all through the room.
You're right,
he said wonderingly.
I've never seen red quartz before, but it's definitely resonating like it.
It's a sulfur,
said Harry.
I saw it before it transmuted. It was crystal clear.
We need to destroy the impurity and then reconjoin the quartz with the calcinated ash. What destroys things?
Harry shrugged, and the movement caused his elbow to brush against Draco's. He could think of probably 1,000 things.
The killing curse.
Draco tensed.
Fire, decay, disease.
Heartbreak, probably.
Panacea,
Draco murmured. His toes stopped flexing.
It's incorporated during this step.
Oh. Harry breathed, realizing something entirely different. He rolled to face Draco, and Draco copied the movement. For a moment, it felt like this was normal and usual, and something that Harry could depend on. This was the part where he became his own alchemy, where he understood the beauty hidden in the transformation. Separation was when all the components created during the solution came apart and expunged what they didn't need, to make themselves pure and ready for conjunction, free of inclusions and elements of dis-ease. It was the letting go and the making ready. And for Harry, it was when he finally accepted that love didn't just go away, and it wasn't awful, and he could let it overwhelm him without letting it destroy him.
Heat can remove inclusions,
Draco said.
If we heat it again, it might destroy the cloudy parts.
He leaned in and kissed Draco, and Draco let him. He made a needy sound in the back of his throat, and Harry rolled over on top of him, exploring his mouth again. He pulled away after a moment, long enough to say,
You're forgetting, Draco. We don't want to destroy the bad parts. We have to encourage them. Balance.
Draco pulled back, scrunching his nose distastefully.
I feel like you're trying to tell me something.
I'm more than just a potions prodigy, Draco,
Harry said airily.
I'm a man of philosophy as well. You're going to have to deal with it.
Oh?
Said Draco, nipping at his lip.
Why is that?
Harry lay down on top of him, pressing his ear to Draco's chest and listening to his rapid heartbeat.
Because if I wait long enough, you might fall in love with me too. Then you're going to realize that I'd never hold you back or try to kate you, and you're not going to want to leave me, either.
Draco exhaled in a rush, but a denial Harry half expected never came. Instead, they lay there, quietly, and Draco's heartbeat didn't slow down for a long, long time.
Dear Harry, my mum wanted me to write and see if you were coming to the borough for Christmas this year. Well, she wanted me to write and remind you that you are coming, since we both know that no one else really has a say in that matter. I've got a couple of weeks off, and Lavender's coming with. I have something I want to tell you, so maybe we could meet in Diagon this weekend for Christmas shopping. I sent an owl off to Hermione, but I guess she's still in Australia. It's been 2 weeks already. I thought she and Bulstrode had that spell sorted before they left. Anyway, Mom made me invite Bulstrode as well, because I guess they connected over Celestina Warbeck, of all things. So if you and Malfoy are talking again, I reckon you could bring him. Dad said something nice about how upstanding he seemed at the ministry twirl over the summer, and that got Mum in a tizzy over what a fine young man he's apparently become. Makes me want to sick up. Anyway, I'll see you at the Leaky on Saturday, say around noon. Ron.
Ron was wearing a Weasley jumper, but it had a large B knitted into the front instead of an R. Harry grinned as he wound his way through the pub from the Floo. Even making a decent salary, Weasleys had a way of upcycling unlike any other. Harry supposed that with all the training, Ron didn't fit so well into his old jumpers anymore. He noticed Harry's approach and waved happily.
It's Bill's, Ron said upon catching Harry's smirk. I figure it was better than wearing Charlie, since my middle name starts with B, you know.
Right, Harry said, grinning. They stared at each other awkwardly for a moment, and then Harry couldn't take it any more. He threw his arms around Ron and hugged him, not at all concerned with how gay they looked. Ron hugged him back, which was an even bigger surprise. It was here, a week before Christmas, that Harry realized his platonic marriage to Ron was never in danger at all. It was just that there had been a different sort of piece missing, one that Ron could never fill, and Harry needed both him and Draco. They might have difficulties, but any friendship did, and it wasn't fair for him to compare Ron as a child to Draco as a man. Seeing Ron now, wearing his brother's Weasley jumper in public, without so much as a blush, just showed how much his self-esteem had grown, and now, Harry was pretty sure that Ron wouldn't be worried about coming in second to the boy who lived either.
It's really boring without you,
said Ron when they pulled apart. Finally noticed Harry's robes and snorted.
Merlin, you look just like Snape. Bloody hell, are you ever going to cut your hair? Tell me you aren't growing it as long as Snape's.
Harry called the way Draco had threaded his finger through his hair just this morning, and decided that Ron could bugger off if he didn't like it.
Maybe just to my shoulders, he said. Ron snorted again. Whatever, mate. Listen, I need to get something for Ginny and George.
He wrinkled his nose.
Mum's making me get Percy a present too. He's coming for Christmas this year, and she's going nuts trying to make sure everything's perfect. I was thinking of regifting that color-coded planner Hermione gave me in 4th year.
Harry perked up.
Oh, maybe I can give him the one she gave me. Two's always better than one, right? I was going to chuck it in the fire, but I always felt guilty every time I was about to do it.
She'll be pleased it got a good home, Ron said, hopefully.
They stopped at the broom shop first, well, because they were young, Quidditch-obsessed men, not to put too fine a point on it. Harry stared in awe at the new firebolt model, which burst into real flames when flown. He decided that he'd had quite enough of flying through fire for one lifetime, regardless of the declaration.
Guaranteed safety spells on every model.
Ron bought himself a new tin of broom wax, and they wondered a bit, having no idea how to choose presents for friends and family, even after years of practice. Harry picked up an arithmetically aligned broom compass for Millicent, for lack of any better idea.
This really isn't my speciality,
Harry admitted after another fruitless hour.
Maybe we should start with Hermione.
They headed to Flourish and Blotts without requiring any discussion, but the shop was huge, endlessly filled with books and people, and one step inside the door had them both quickly backtracking.
Maybe we shouldn't get her a book this year,
Ron suggested.
Agreed. What else does she need? I don't know,
said Ron.
Maybe one of those fancy dictaquills so she can finally write that bloody book about the hunt for things that cannot be named.
Harry laughed, but it was still a good idea.
Brill, you get her that and I'll get her one of those easy added writing journals.
That sorted, they moved on to various and sundry Weasleys. He and Ron ended up going in together on a precise prose quill for Percy because they were sort of expensive, and Mrs. Weasley would have been really miffed if they'd actually re-gifted old homework journals to him. He'd be really pleased with it, Harry suspected, since they edited everything one wrote with it to be as dry and academic as possible. Harry picked up some new Quidditch gloves for Ginny and an indestructible quadrant for George, who, Ron said, had recently destroyed his last one with a new prototype. He'd have to go to Muggle London for Mr. Weasley, who had recently decided definitely needed a PlayStation and that new Dance Dance Revolution game. It was more a gift for Harry, really, since he desperately wanted to watch Mr. Weasley playing it. He'd picked up a fishing net with a dream catcher weaved into it for Luna and a pack of rare seeds for Neville. He had 2 overflown bags worth of sparkly toys and Kneazle nib for his little munchkin, Severia. He'd even got Millicent something.
What should I get your mum?
Harry asked, crunching his nose. Ron shrugged. They walked past Haberdasher, and he said,
"Oh, knitting pattern."
All things considered, Harry thought with a sigh that probably wasn't a bad idea. Pulled Ron into the shop, and they looked around, identical grimaces on their faces.
"May I help you?"
Harry cleared his throat.
"Have you got, I don't know, fancy patterns or yarn or something?"
The shop witch raised wild grey eyebrows.
"Who are you shopping for, dear?"
"My mum,"
said Ron, and he gestured helplessly at his grey Weasley jumper. The bee was done up in a flourish that was waved about like a flag in the wind.
"Ah,"
said the witch knowingly.
"Come with me. I've just a thing."
15 minutes later, he and Ron exited the shop, confused and vaguely disturbed. Harry had never realized how deep knitting could get, nor did he think he'd ever wanted to know. Yet he was pretty sure that Mrs. Weasley would like the bright yellow flying yarn, and Ron had picked her up a new set of non-clicking knitting needles. He had no idea what one knitted with flying yarn, but the witch had assured them both with a disturbing wink that Ron's mom would know. After that, only Draco was left, and Harry reckoned for Ron lavender. He had absolutely no idea what to get Draco. He was poncy and elitist, so clothing was right out, since Harry would never have good enough fashion sense to get something he liked. He had even more money than Harry, so expensive nonsense was out too. Since he was terrified of entering Flourish and Blots, it was no to books as well. What did he like? Quidditch, Transfiguration, potions. Harry, probably, sort of. Sex? Maybe Harry could get him flavoured.
No, Merlin, no.
What else? He definitely liked being free. Harry grimaced, thinking the word. What could he give him that would show Harry didn't want to stifle him?
"Well, are you getting Malfoy?"
Ron asked, somehow reading his thoughts. It startled Harry enough that he couldn't hold back the shock.
"What? How did you know I'm getting him anything at all?"
Ron shrugged.
"Aren't you? You've picked up something for just about everyone else, and you've not talked about him at all, even when I mentioned Hermione saying he helped her out with her animagus form. That's weird for you. You always have an opinion on Malfoy." "Yeah, but what?"
Harry said again.
"When did you get so perceptive?"
Ron blushed.
"I just thought you were friends with the pacey kid is all."
"Oh,"
Harry said. "Right, yeah, we are. I don't know what to get him." "If it were me," Ron said, "I'd get him a one-way portkey to Antarctica."
Harry snorted, unable to prevent a laugh that burst forth. He had no desire whatsoever to send Draco to Antarctica, but, well, maybe there was something in that suggestion. Something completely different from what Ron intended. Harry diverted back to the Quidditch shop. There was in fact something Harry could get him, something that he wouldn't be able to get on his own, something that would hopefully show Harry had no intentions of caging him. The shop owner looked pleased when he and Ron re-entered. He approached the desk and, inwardly cringing, tossed his head casually to flick his overlong fringe away from his forehead. He could practically feel Ron's eyebrows soaring up.
"Miss Potter," the man said, beaming. "What a pleasure!"
Harry smiled as charmingly as he could.
"Are you selling tickets for the World Cup this summer?" he asked.
"But of course."
Harry grinned, leaned forward conspiratorially. People always liked when they felt like Harry Potter was giving them special attention.
"How about private seats down with the English national team?"
The shopkeeper whistled.
"There are a few here and there, I've heard, but they aren't really for sale to the general public, you understand."
"I just want one," he said, "for my friend. Kiggle's his favourite player. If you can get me in contact with whomever I need to talk to, or help me get one, I'll buy my next broom from your shop and I'll let you pick which one I get."
The shopkeeper's mouth hung open for a moment, then he snapped it shut.
"I know the captain is here," he said. "I'll write him and see what I can do."
Harry beamed.
"Brilliant. If you can help me get the tickets before Christmas, I'd be really grateful. I can be reachable any time, whatever I need to do."
"I'll do my best, Mr. Potter. Merry Christmas."
Harry waved, and he and Ron returned to the street. A light snow had begun to fall, and it stuck to Ron's hair, which was kind of fetching, Harry could admit, in a completely bromancy sort of way. Ron was fit, but he was not Harry's idea of fit. After so much exposure to red hair, he'd rather desensitized himself to the appeal.
"Just one?" Ron asked.
He was grateful he chose to ask about that instead of the fact that Harry had just used his name to try and score something that regular people couldn't get. He still felt sort of sleazy about the matter, but Draco was bloody hard to shop for.
"Want to go to World Cup alone?"
Harry smiled to himself.
"Draco would." "Draco?"
Ron repeated slowly. Harry shrugged. It would be a testament of exactly how much Ron's perception really had improved if he figured it out. Much like the shopkeeper, Ron whistled slowly.
"More than Harry,"
he said. He stared at him, eyes wide, and nearly walked into an old witch carrying a little basket of dissected slugs.
"Yep."
Ron faced forward again. They carefully didn't look at each other.
"Well,"
Ron said.
"Yep,"
Harry repeated. And that was all that was said on the matter. Ron cleared his throat.
"I suppose this is a good time to bring up lavender," he said.
"Oh?" said Harry. They were still carefully not looking at each other. Matters of the heart were entirely too much to bear when they were about your best mate. It was gross, frankly.
"Yeah, I already got a Christmas present, you see."
Harry had a feeling he could guess where this was going, but when Ron pulled him to the side into the mouth of an alley and fished into his pocket, Harry realized he hadn't really been prepared at all. Ron snapped open the little box, displaying it carefully close to his body. Aura instincts making him wary of unscrupulous people who might try to mug them for it. The ring was sparkly and big and bright.
"Merlin?" "It's ruby," Ron said nervously. "She likes those. Calls the red. And the halo, that's what the jeweler called it. Those are amethyst. I picked those because they're the colour of lavender. It's a bit, well, loud, but lavender likes that sort of thing, you know. You'd think she'll like it, Merlin. I should have gone with something more traditional, like emeralds and sapphires, but bugger it all. Harry, say something."
It took Harry a moment to find his voice. Not because the ring was red and gold and purple, but because he just realized that his best mate was planning on getting married, and Harry had only got off with another person for the first time a few weeks ago.
"Mate, she'll love it."
It was, after all, overwhelmingly lavender. Ron exhaled in a rush, slipped the box back in his jeans pocket.
"Good, okay, brilliant. I just wanted to make sure. I felt like I couldn't do it until you gave me an idiot check. I trust your opinion, you know, even if you're rubbish at women."
Harry felt warm all over, despite the snow.
"Getting better, man, though."
Ron scrunched his nose, all his freckles merged together for the duration. Right, well, why are all my friends gay? He then wondered, as they made their way back towards the other end of Diagon. First you, now Hermione's galvanating off with Millicent Bulstrode, and Slytherins at that, the both of you. It's not right, Harry, the things you put me through. I've been imagining 100 years of Christmas dinners with Malfoy ever since we left the broom shop, and Harry, it's not a pretty sight. Are you sure you're up for it? With his colouring, he's going to be a right eyesore at 120, all that white. Harry laughed and shoved Ron with his shoulder. I'm sure think. No red and purple rings, though. Besides, I'm bisexual, really. Remember Ginny and Cho? Oh, how could I forget? Disasters all round. They had dinner at the Lakey and Ron paid. It was only as weird as Harry let it be, since Ron didn't seem to give it a second thought. This, too, was like separation, Harry thought. They'd taken their friendship and sorted out all the diseased parts and left only what was healthy and good. Now, if only he could figure out how to replicate it in the lab. Narcissa wrote Draco on Sunday. Harry watched a big grey eagle owl land daintily in front of the coffee carafe in the staff room when McGonagall was debriefing the first-year apprentices on the end of their dual term. Severia and Peep jumped up, batting at its tail, and Harry was embarrassed that his Kneazle had picked up such annoying habits from such an annoying cat. He swept her up, sending McGonagall a guilty look, and set her in his lap for vigorous petting.
Malfoy, personal mail afterwards,
McGonagall said.
Yes, headmistress.
Now, as we approach the last days of Jewel Term, I remind you all once again of the necessity of maintaining your studies during the holiday. It was not that long ago that apprentices weren't allowed to leave their masters and mistresses for more than a day at a time in order to ensure maximum knowledge retention. Don't make me regret this leniency that Hogwarts extends to you in the name of holiday goodwill.
She eyed them all sternly. Everyone watched her back, somewhat more warily, except for Luna, who was twirling her wand in the air in front of her, eyes glazed, focused somewhere in the middle distance. Peep wound all around Neville's legs, leaving white fur on his brown robes. Hermione and Millicent still weren't back, and Harry was beginning to worry that this Christmas was going to be a repeat of last year's.
When you return, do remember that you will begin the second phase of your apprenticeships, and the rigor of your studies will increase significantly. You will be teaching the first-year classes of your chosen subject under supervision. You will be evaluated at the end of the Austria term on your knowledge of the subject and the student's success in your class. This is on top of your requirements for meeting your master's prescribed curriculum and satisfactorily completing your inter-subject project. This is, I will be frank, the time when most apprentices decide that they are unsuited to a lifetime of academia. If you make it through the next term, I have every confidence that you can achieve your mastery, but do not take this holiday as a chance to slack off. Use it to get as far ahead in your studies as you feasibly can. You will sorely regret it if you don't.
Well, that was uplifting,
Harry muttered to himself as they all filed out. Severia had fallen asleep, and now he was relegated to being her transport. She nuzzled against his robes and didn't leave any fur on them, unlike white cats who would not be named. The truth is always uplifting, even if it's not what you want to hear. Harry jumped up, setting Severia's nap.
Luna?
Hello, Harry, she said. Are you going to the Burrow for Christmas this year? The Weasleys invited my dad and me. We're very excited to try Christmas goose. It's such an unusual culinary choice for a holiday, don't you think? We always have spaghetti. It's much more festive.
Definitely, said Harry, who rather liked spaghetti any time. She beamed at him.
I got you a Christmas present. I think you'll like it more than your boggart.
Harry paled. What do you mean? She looked at him funny.
Well, no one really likes their boggarts, do they? But they do typically like Christmas presents.
Oh, right, he said. I got you a present too. I think you like it much more than your boggart.
That's great, Harry. My boggart is myself without any friends, so as long as you don't give me that, I'm sure it will be wonderful.
Well, that rather put a damper on things. The truth is always uplifting indeed, he thought wryly. Draco swarmed out then, clutching his letter in his hand. McGonagall gave me 3 extra assignments for the holidays, he said. I suppose I should be grateful that I won't have an excuse to fuck around, but really... Language, Malfoy, Neville said. He tipped his head towards a gaggle of second-year Slytherins, snickering at them as he passed by. They were all trying not to look scandalized, but in fact being exactly that. Mud, like my mother, Longbottom, Draco muttered. Hello, Lovegood. Have you seen the Nagle's nest on the 4th floor banister? Luna's eyes lit up.
You saw it too. I fed them yesterday. Well, see you at Christmas, Harry. Draco?
And she was gone. Harry lifted an eyebrow at Draco. You're brilliant for being nice to Luna. I'm not nice, said Draco, as if the very idea was insulting. But there really is some sort of nest up there. I think it's mutated doxies, unfortunately. Harry chuckled, and they began a short walk to his room in the dungeons of Mutual Accord. At his portrait hole, Draco stopped and waited instead of going in, and Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Not going to open the door? He asked. It's your rooms, Harry, Draco said, rolling his eyes. I'm a guest. You're so Neanderthalic sometimes. Right, Harry drawled. Severus shifted in her sleep, stretching out as if she owned the place being Harry's arms, which she probably did. But Harry had a feeling they were both trying to pull the wool over, so he set her down on the floor. Blinked sleepily at him for a moment, and then, with whatever the cat equivalent was to a shrug, she pressed her front paw to the portrait. The gentleman in the Botticelli reached down and scratched at his canvas by her cheek. She obligingly rubbed against it, mirrored once, and the portrait swung open. Draco smirked at Harry over his shoulder as he swept inside, navy blue robes fanning out behind him, not at all unlike Snape's. Damn it! Harry had worked hard to copy the billow with his own robes, and it wasn't right that Draco could do it too, and probably better. Once inside, a kitchen elf brought tea and, weirdly, spaghetti. Harry shrugged and dug in, as it was going on supper time anyway. He clumsily swirled spaghetti around his fork, and he watched Draco pop open the seal on his letter and scan it with a furrowed brow. All this time, he thought at Severia. The little beast really had been opening the wards for Draco. Or was it the door, not the wards? Are you squib or not? He asked in some exacerbation. She stared up at him from the floor, patiently waiting for him to give her some of his wizard food, which was no doubt better than nasal food. Her eyes narrowed at the question, but she didn't deign to reply. Draco made an annoyed sound and tossed a letter in the fire. When Harry caught his eye, he was scowling. What? My mother is going to Greece with Pansy's mother for Christmas. I hate Greece. All that sun. Harry snorted. You could come to the Weasleys with me. Ron invited you, sort of. Hermione and Millicent would probably be there too. He added, trying to sweeten the deal. It was a lost cause, though, and he'd really only mentioned it because Gryffindors like to explore all hopeless options. He swirled up another bite of spaghetti, but nearly choked on it when Draco spoke again. Oh, okay. Harry stared at him. Draco transfigured his into panna, a much more manageable pasta, but smirked again at Harry when Severia popped up into his lap and delicately took a saucy piece from his fork. Always a good idea to make friends with those who can be useful to you, Potter, whether they be wizard or Kneazle, don't you think so? Harry shot his treacherous Kneazle a baleful look as she swirled his own spaghetti around his bowl. Transfiguring it was a brilliant idea,
but he'd be damned if he admitted it.
Okay,
he repeated, just to be sure. Draco shrugged, but suddenly seemed uncomfortable.
Yeah, fine. Look, I was thinking about the separation and conjunction bits. Uncle Seth made that healing potion at third year, the one that worked on everything he tried. He didn't try it on one particular thing, though. It was always too dangerous.
What thing?
asked Harry, for now allowing Draco his shady sidestepping. He had a feeling he knew the reason for it, and it made him want to explode like a bad potion. Or a good potion, maybe, considering Harry's fondness for explosion. It was a lot more difficult to open one's heart up in the light of day, or whatever approximated it in a dungeon beneath a murky lake.
I was thinking about this book I read on legendary potions that summer. There was once a time when the word poison wasn't generic. It was the name of the first potion that killed everything. Always, and no one ever found an antidote. Then all the other potions came after it, and were called things like liver poison or blood poison, and it became so ubiquitous that it lost its original meaning. Universal poison.
Harry's head echoed with a wordless sound of excitement.
The opposite of panacea, he said.
Draco smirked.
Think so? Maybe.
Where would we find that? Surely the recipe has been lost or destroyed by now.
Then it's a good thing I saw a bottle of it locked up in Uncle Seth's personal supply room a few years ago.
Harry chewed on his lip, thinking.
Is Miguela using the same one as Snape used?
She's using his student's cupboard for classes, but his personal store was connected to his rooms, and those are still unused. He smirked again. McGonagall couldn't break the wards or convince the castle to betray the wards of a former headmaster.
But Snape liked to,
Harry said.
And I'm pretty sure he sort of likes me now too, since he's been calling me moron instead of Potter a lot lately. You think he'd let us in?
Maybe,
said Draco, but then his expression shifted to something like worry.
I think it would really depend on how much he trusted you not to kill yourself with it.
Harry deflated.
He half expects me to kill myself brewing pepper up for Madame Pomfrey.
Draco made an annoyed sound.
We're going to have to ask, and hope that his curiosity as an unfulfilled alchemist will outweigh the value he places on your life.
Oh, that's no problem,
Harry said. He hopped up, his spaghetti bowl disappearing, leaving Severus mid-lick against air.
Let's go find him. He's always sulking near Hufflepuff. He likes to stalk the first years from frame to frame when they leave the den after dinner for the library.
Draco eyed him strangely.
It's really odd that you know so much about Snape's habit, given your history.
Harry dismissed this.
Nah, it says a lot about us, I think. I'm in constant state of war with myself about whether I want to impress him or make his portrait life as frustrating as possible, so we tend to keep tabs on each other.
They found him near a group of second-year Hufflepuffs on the opposite end of the dungeons, and Harry tried not to feel annoyed at the hero worship he received from the students for saving them from the discomfort of Snape's escort.
Still alive?
Snape said, pushing an old wizard aside as he entered a quaint domestic kitchen scene. Harry decided to dangle the carrot close.
Maybe not for much longer, if you can help.
Snape rolled his eyes.
Don't be a pud, Potter.
Then his curiosity overcame him, and he said,
What are you planning?
We need your poison, Uncle Seth,
said Draco,
with the capital P.
Snape's eyes widened.
Absolutely not. Oh, Professor, it's not like you need it anymore, and we'll be really careful. McGonagall would have me burned if you kill yourself.
Harry scowled.
I'll wear my dragonhide gloves, a ventilation mask, safety glasses, and lab robes. It will be perfectly safe. Accidents happen, Potter, especially with Gryffindors. Do you not understand that there is no antidote? If you accidentally ingest any of it, you will die. Probably painfully. I can't say that I ever had a reason to confirm that theory, but it is an educated guess. Well, there might be an antidote after we study it.
Snape was interested again. The academic in him would always win out over silly things like ethics.
"Panacea?"
he asked slowly. Harry nodded, and Snape glanced around, trying to see from his frame if they were alone in the corridor.
"Draco, you told him about my work?"
"Yes." Snape scowled.
"Alchemy would be the death of us all,"
said Snape, as if he weren't already dead. He fixed his eyes on Harry. The paint glittered with his anger and his curiosity.
"We can't discuss this here. Meet me by my rooms."
He disappeared from the frame, and Harry turned to Draco, beaming.
"He is going to do it."
"He hasn't given in yet," said Draco. Harry shook his head, still grinning.
"You don't know him as well as you thought, Malfoy. He's given in."
Then he snagged Draco's hand and took off running, forcing the other men to follow. They made it to the other end of the dungeons in short order, but Snape was already tapping his painted foot against the painting over his door. It echoed weirdly, as the painting was completely subjectless, and in fact, completely colourless. It was 3 times 6 feet of black oil paint. Slytherins could be so paranoid sometimes.
"Draco, don't touch anything. I'm afraid I can't adjust the wards to you at this point. Only my sworn apprentice can handle anything without painful repercussions. Now, Potter, I am going to let you into my rooms, and you are going to behave yourself. You will not rummage through bookshelves. You will not swim through Pensives. You will come in, shut the door behind you, and tell me what the fuck you are thinking."
Draco sat stiffly on the settee, and Harry slumped into what he suspected had once been Snape's favourite armchair. The sconces had flickered on as soon as Snape unlocked the door for Harry and Draco to enter, and the fire lit in the hearth. Not a bad set of rooms, really. Lots of potions, books, obviously. There's probably 3 years' worth of back issues of Ars Alchemica stacked on the floor by the settee. It sent a weird chill down Harry's spine.
"It's all about opposites, Professor,"
said Harry.
"They create the others. Every alchemy needs an Azoth. Potter, whatever the Azoth was is a loss to history. Or can you not comprehend that alchemists have been searching for the catalyst throughout history, and Flamel never told his secrets?" "It's change," said Harry. "The opposites have to take on the characteristics of the other, like when those texts wrote about sulfur becoming mercury. Sulfur was stagnation and mercury's constant flux. When they become one another, the philosopher's stone can be created."
"We still don't know how to create that change, though," said Draco. "And I don't fancy the idea of drinking poison in order to find out."
"I won't be drinking it, honestly,"
Harry said. He frowned. He'd spent way too much time around Hermione without Ron to temper it recently. He wondered if Snape had continued living down here during his tenure as a headmaster, or maybe if he'd come down here to get away from the utter rot that was his life those last few years. He wondered if he'd been reading that one on the top was the May 1998 issue, when he realized Harry entered the castle and the battle began. Feeling macabre, Harry picked up the top magazine. The cover story was titled, "Unlove. 11 versions of Omortentia from 11 different countries, and the one ingredient that changes in every culture." The magazine's spine was bent open in the middle of this article, as if it had sat that way for a year and a half.
"Potter, I told you not to touch anything."
"Now you ever finished reading this article?" Harry asked. Snape found said nothing for too long, past comfortable.
"No."
Harry bit his lip.
"Do you want me to read it aloud for you?"
"No," Snape said, but Harry wondered if he might have gotten a different response had Draco not been with them. There was a certain pride among Slytherins, and perhaps among godfathers and godsons. He tucked it away in his robes anyway.
"Look, Uncle Seth, are you going to give us the poison or not?"
"What will you do with it?
I didn't bother to look up from the stack of magazines. The February 1997 issue had a really stirring account of what one experienced upon ingesting both a flame-retardant potion and an averlet match. Merlin, what people would go to in the name of research.
"We're going to pour it over this stone," Draco answered for him, "and then I'm going to transfigure it."
"Into?"
Snape asked. Harry could practically hear the raised eyebrows.
"The opposite of universal poison, obviously,"
said Draco. Harry smirked. Now who was starting to sound like Snape? Or maybe Draco was starting to sound like Harry sounding like Snape. It made him feel warm and happy, and also a little disturbed.
"Obviously,"
Snape said. Harry had his robe shifting.
"Draco, you will make sure that Potter wears all of the safety gear?" "Of course,"
said Draco,
scandalized.
"Do you honestly think I'd arrest Potter's stupid ass when the Ministry is just looking for a reason to have done with Mum and me like they did Dad?"
Harry frowned down at the page and did his best to seem invisible. Draco liked his stupid ass well enough the other day, but what really concerned him was the other bit. Would the Ministry really try to kill Draco and Narcissa? Well, more reason to make this bloody stone. Then let him try to fuck with Harry's love.
"Potter,"
I looked up. Snape was regarding him soberly.
"I will say this only once, and you will never repeat it to anyone."
Harry nodded.
"I will give you this poison for this experiment, not because of your whining, but because you have shown yourself to be an excellent potion student since embarking on this foolhardy journey. I have been surprised at your talent and your restraint. Do not make me regret this. I do not wish to spend eternity in a frame with you. I have enough to deal with avoiding Dumbledore." "Brilliant," said Harry. "You'll undo the wards for me."
Snape huffed as if being in Harry's presence for too long was unbearable. I was quite sure it was for him.
"Yes."
He disappeared from his frame. The interior one was also solid black, and Harry heard movement behind the first door down the hallway. It clicked open a moment later, and blue-green light filtered out against the smooth stone floor. Harry pushed it open carefully and stood momentarily speechless, staring at the array of carefully sorted potions and exotic ingredients shimmering under the highest quality Everlar stasis spells. There were unicorn hairs as brilliant as if still attached, and dragon teeth still glistening with saliva, and orc tails as fresh as they were when they went extinct. Harry had never seen such a beautiful sight, other than Draco, of course.
"It's there,"
said Draco, coming in behind him. His hand towards the corner where Harry couldn't, at first look, even see the bottle behind the glare of wards. They were so thick and fierce that the access of magic exposure made him nauseous as he got closer. Draco grabbed his wrist.
"Harry, put on your gloves, idiot!"
Harry pulled them from his pocket and slipped them on, then did up his ropes and cast appropriate safety spells over them to make them lab standard. Figured he should probably not just walk the halls carrying a vial of life poison, so he looked about and found one of Snape's travel bags hanging from the door.
"Goggles, Potter. I release the wards when I'm satisfied you're protected. You will take the vial and return immediately to your lab. I will reset all the wards and meet you there."
Harry nodded. Right. He'd forgotten his safety glasses, of course. Could have kicked himself. He'd been doing so well, and then, at the first sign of excitement or danger, he bollocks it all up. Draco cleared his throat. Harry turned to find him holding out a pair of top-quality glass goggles.
"Thanks."
Harry breathed and slipped them on. Snape finally dropped the wards one by one. The vial became more visible as each layer failed, until, finally, it was just a normal bottle with a cork lid and wax sealing. Harry picked it up and slipped it carefully into the travel bag.
Let's go.
His hands were shaking from adrenaline by the time he and Draco got the doors locked and walked up around the classroom. He'd never felt so wound up before. Not even when he died. He'd had animagus meditation to guide him through then. Now he didn't have anything.
Boggart,
Harry muttered and set the bag on the work table before turning away. He thumped down the wall until he was set up on the floor and propped his arms up on his knees, needing the moment to get his head on again.
Poison,
he murmured to himself, and repeated it.
Poison, poison, poison.
Until it didn't seem like a real word anymore, much less something that would kill him quicker than Avada Kedavra. Then the trembling lessened and finally subsided. He took a deep breath, feeling suddenly exhausted, probably mentally. Draco was standing in front of him, frowning severely.
You don't have to do this. Harry grinned at him wryly. If I don't, then you'll just do it yourself.
Draco looked away, and that was all the confirmation Harry needed. He shrugged.
Probably Slytherins and greatness, you know. It's bred in.
Harry smirked.
Whoever said Slytherins were cowards, I wonder. You lot do anything for your name in a book.
Draco sneered and turned away.
Only if it's a good book.
Snape arrived then in the red-tinted Caravaggio.
You've secured the room? Of course,
said Draco. Snape nodded. Everything about his countenance was tense, alert. Like a deer listening for the hunter, Harry might have thought he was just afraid, as they were.
Outline the procedure for me, Potter. I want you to be certain you've thought this through.
Harry did so. Snape did not seem overly reassured by the process or the fact that Harry had indeed come up with a thorough plan, but he didn't tell them to stop, which was probably about as good as could be expected.
Begin, then,
he said, and settled in to watch, his eyes intent. Draco suited up to help, and soon they were both standing over a cauldron with the stone and the poison laid out before them. Harry hesitated.
I was going to use distilled water since it's the purest, least reactive base, but...
He trailed off, frowning. It just didn't seem right. It felt too easy. How many other alchemists had attempted the very thing, using the purest base to give the stone the properties of eternal health?
That won't work,
said Draco, biting his lip with one of his canine teeth. Harry stared at it, mesmerized.
We don't want to neutralize it or destroy it, and the water might do that. Aqua Fortis,
said Harry, and all at once, more to convince himself than to convince Snape or Draco. It was the best base for separating and refining, and that was precisely what they wanted to do. Separate out the diseased, cloudy areas, and refine the stone into one of pure health, without somehow discarding the cloudy bits. Which meant they would first have to make it a stone of pure disease, and then transform disease into health. Merlin, what a mess.
Right,
said Draco. He summoned Harry's stash of the stuff from his kit. It started bubbling as soon as he tipped it into the cauldron, and they both stood back, small frowns on their faces as they waited for it to reach a suitable temperature range. It didn't take long. It seemed to Harry that both their bodies tensed further then.
Shall I put the stone in?
Asked Harry. There was a part of him that would probably always want Draco's opinion on a delicate potion. It was the part that remembered who truly shown Harry how to love potions like Draco did. Their hands were pressed against the table only inches apart. Harry stood his over until their little fingers touched, felt more confident from that tiny touch. Draco sighed, prostrated. He summoned Harry's copy of the Emerald Tablet and began flipping through the pages. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Not used his wand for that.
What? I don't know.
The cauldron chirped to alert them that the heat was rising too much, and the pressure of making a decision snapped him out of his indecision.
Stone in first, Draco decided.
Harry levitated it in, careful not to splash. didn't react to the aquafortis at all, and after a moment, when it was all still pacific, Harry reached for the poison.
"There is about 5 ounces of the stuff," he said. "I reckon we should save at least 1 ounce so we can reverse brew it, you know, in case we ever need it again."
Like, in case they buggered up the stone somehow.
2 ounces,
Snape suggested.
"I am not certain, but given that you've used 1/2 liter of base and the stones look as though it will displace about 30 milliliters of water, that is the amount I would use. Add it slowly."
Harry nodded, set up a tiny wart around the vial, and used his wand to slowly peel off the wax. He wasn't certain what would happen if the heat from melting the wax off touched the poison. When all the wax was gone, he set his wand aside. There's no good spell for summoning out the cork top, not without jostling the vial anyway. There was nothing for it. He'd have to do it manually, like any other potion. He reached into the wart and grabbed the poison. His dragonhide gloves were too slick, and he slipped out of his hand.
"Potter,"
Snape said tightly.
"do not kill yourself." "I'm trying,"
Harry said, voice as tense as his shoulders. Draco made a pained noise and stepped back. Couldn't get a good grip on the cork. The gloves were too stiff.
"I'm going to have to take these gloves off. I can't grab the top to pull it out." "No," said Draco. "Are you mad?" "Obviously," Harry said. "I'm trying to make a philosopher's stone." "Potter, that is out of the question." "Well, what the hell do you two expect me to do then? I've been scrabbling at this fucking cork for 5 bloody minutes and I can't even get a good grip on it. It's in there tight and it's not coming out with an accio even if I was stupid enough to try one. I need to pull it out and I need to take this glove up to grab hold of it, so untwist your fucking knickers and get the fuck out of the way because I'm going to do it."
Snape snorted, disgusted.
"I hope you're watching this, James Potter. This is your goddamn son."
"I'll bloody well tell him myself this kills me," Harry growled, even as he was shaking his right hand to wondrously banish the glove to the table.
"Harry, this is really stupid,"
Draco said neutrally.
"This is, in fact, one of your stupid ideas, and recall that you willingly walked to the Dark Lord, so there are many contenders for the stupidest shit done by you."
Harry eyed him narrowly. He was well past being in the mood for this.
"Back off, Draco, and put up a bloody chill charm."
Draco did so, but made sure everyone knew he was furious about the whole thing. The angrier Draco got, the quieter he got. He was practically breathing the words by this point. A chill charm flew up between Harry's outstretched hands and the two men. He took a deep breath, wrapped his finger around the cork and pulled. It popped free. The liquid inside sloshed dangerously. Harry had his breath. It didn't spill over. He released his breath in a rush and carefully set the cork aside, inside up.
"Scourgify my hand, please, just in case," he said. "Then, can you help me get the glove back on?"
Draco did so, and once both hands were regloved, Draco retrieved the jigger, and Harry carefully tipped in 1 ounce of poison. Draco poured it into the cauldron, and they repeated the action with a 2nd ounce, and Harry recapped the vial. As soon as the 2nd ounce was in, the ingredients began to react violently. Harry had barely enough time to jerk Draco away before the entire cauldron began to hiss and steam.
"Now the sorting spell,"
said Harry, exhaling in relief.
"Do you separate our impurities?"
He was getting rather good at the spell. Ever since Snape first assigned him the task of locating the spells that would identify, quantify, and separate out minerals in a composite, felt like that one assignment had changed the entire course of his life. Cast a spell, and the hissing stopped. The steam evaporated at once. The room was left in a deathly, echoing silence.
"Did it work?"
he asked. Snape peered down into the cauldron as best as he could.
"I cannot tell." He was just going to have to check himself then. "Okay," he said. "Shield spell again." Draco obliged, and once it was firmly in place, Harry approached the cauldron. Hal feared that as soon as he peered over the edge, it would blow up in his face. It didn't. He looked into the cauldron. Inside, there was about 2 liters of pure crystal clear water. No aquafortis at all. Holy shit! Draco came over then and looked in. "It's water." "Yeah," said Harry. "The nitric acid from the aquafortis. It released the hydrogen and oxygen molecules that make up water." "Where'd the rest go? The nitrogen, right?" Harry nodded absently, still feeling somewhat dazed that his separation spell had worked on a cauldron full of molecular fucking compounds. It was insane. It was amazing. A nitrogen and another oxygen would have been left. I think they got absorbed. Look there. He pointed to the centre of the cauldron, where the red stone sat on a pile of something like sludgy sand. Both the stone and the sand looked sickly and dull. "It's combined with the poison and the impurities." "Brilliant," Draco breathed. "It's separation." They both looked to Snape for confirmation and found him staring back intently. His mouth was parted slightly. Didn't even seem to realize he was doing it. Suddenly he shook his head once, as if disbelieving his own thought. "And separation?" he agreed. His voice rasped oddly. He cleared his throat, added, "I never achieved this step in the process. You have surpassed me in this." Harry's stomach dropped. Something in those words made the whole thing seem real in a way it hadn't before. Made it seem 1,000 times more dangerous than before. "We have to recombine them next," Draco said after confirming with Harry's notes. "Conjunction." They had to recombine the sulfur-infused quartz, the poison, and the calcinated ash. The question was how. Harry wanted to use fire, but he had no idea what ingredients composed poison, and that was just asking for death. Harry glanced up at Snape. "Did you ever study poison when you were attempting panacea?" Snape pursed his lips. "Once." "Any idea what's in it, then?" asked Draco, and Harry looked at him gratefully and inappropriately aroused. So bloody hot when Draco was on the same wavelength as him. It was like they were quartz resonating at the same frequency. "I found traces of angel trumpet, hemlock, oleander, mercury, arsenic, antimony, lead, and thallium. However, I'd barely begun analyzing it when I learned that the Dark Lord was searching for a sample of the very thing. I could not risk him discovering through legilimency that I owned any, and was forced to put it aside. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say." "So, nothing too serious, then?" Draco said dryly. Harry closed his eyes as he thought, trying to recall everything he'd ever read and absorbed about potions making. In his head, images flew by. Every reaction he'd ever read about or experienced with both distilled water and aquafortis. Then he went through all the ingredients Snape listed and tried to remember how they reacted with one another and the 2 bases. There were too many variables. Fuck! He pulled on his hair in frustration. They really needed to know what else was in that potion, but it could take years to analyze it properly, especially when they had no idea how old it was or if any decomposition reactions had already occurred. And now that there was a live poison out in the open, they needed to neutralize it as soon as possible. "We're going to have to use fire," Harry said. "It's the one constant in alchemy. I don't want to risk attempting conjunction with any acids when we don't know what else is in the poison." Draco's eyebrows lifted. "We've no ideas what fire will do either, idiot." Harry waved him off. He was getting a headache, and frankly, he just wanted to go back to his rooms, tie Draco to his bed, banish his clothes, and suck him off all night until he had nothing left to come. "We have to do something," Harry said. It's way too dangerous to be left like this." On that, neither Draco nor Snape could disagree, so they both just stared at him mutinously. "Thank you," Harry said, sneering. Draco put up a shield charm again, furiously wordless. "Incendio?" It didn't catch. "Incendio?" Harry said again. Nothing.
"I'm afraid it would take a much stronger flame,"
Snape said quietly.
"I'd suspect it, but it is often best to start with the least dangerous option."
Harry swallowed. What did that mean?
"Flame whip?"
he asked hopefully.
"No,"
said Snape. Draco's sharp intake of breath said that he'd figured it out too. He turned and walked away as if distancing himself from Snape's portrait would make the fact any less true. He shook his head, blonde hair flying. "No," said Draco, but his voice was hoarse when he said it, and Harry knew exactly what he was feeling then.
"I can't stop fiend fire,"
Harry whispered.
"I don't know how."
"I do," Snape said.
"But it is not easy."
It sounded like the words were being pulled from his mouth like teeth. Every syllable painful and unwanted. He was dead, and even he was frightened of it. Perhaps fire became even more terrifying when one was highly flammable paint and canvas, though he'd not seemed at all bothered by incendio.
"Fuck,"
said Draco.
"Fuck!"
He was pulling on his hair. Little round strands coming out in his fingers, and all Harry could think of was the feel of Draco's horrified breathing against his neck, and the stomach-churning sound of Crabbe dying, and the 10 sharp bruises on his waist that had taken 4 weeks to fully disappear.
"Professor, there has to be another spell." "If there is,"
Snape said,
"I do not know it."
"We could burn down the whole bloody castle."
"What the deuce?"
said Snape.
"And trap ourselves in," Draco said. "Are you mad?" "Fine, Draco,"
Snape said.
"Do as you wish. Carry the fucking poisoned stone around in your fucking pocket if you so desire. It is your life. At least for the brief seconds between when your skin touches it or breathes in its dust and when your entire nervous system disintegrates between your bones."
Draco shuddered and retreated to the corner of the classroom. Harry glared at the portrait.
"How do you end the spell?" "It can only be performed wandless. Wild magic does not respond to wands."
Harry nodded. He could have figured that himself.
"And the incantation?" "None,"
said Snape.
"Pure will. You must destroy it utterly. It will take everything you have."
He laughed humorously.
"Of course."
He turned around.
"Draco, go out. I'll get you when it's over." "Fuck off, Potter,"
Draco said and stayed right where he was.
"Bloody hell, Draco, I want this fucking well over with. I've got a goddamn migraine and this fire terrifies the shit out of me, and I want to go to bed, but I can't because I've done something extremely stupid and dangerous, and I've got to fucking fix it first, so if it's okay with you, get the fuck out so I can sort this." "I'm not leaving."
To demonstrate, he flicked his wand in an annoyed arc, and a set of sharp, shimmering wards snapped into place.
"Proceed."
Harry could have screamed in frustration, but it was going on midnight by this point. The last thing he wanted to do was attract the attention of students or faculty. It was at this point, however, that he realized he didn't know the incantation for fiend fire.
"I'll do it,"
Draco said, like it was Harry's very own quartz. He didn't have the energy to argue anymore. He needed to save everything he had to stop this hateful spell before it grew too big. The memory came to him of his visit to the Room of Requirement during 8th year. It was still burning. Couldn't stop it this time. They would burn forever, too. Draco slashed his wand, murmured an incantation that Harry was grateful he couldn't hear. The cauldron immediately lit up in furious gold flames. The fire screamed. Draco made a pained sound. Harry took his hand and squeezed hard. had the stone conjuncted again. It should have made a sound like glass cracking under pressure, but it was hard to hear it over the screaming. Took a couple of steps closer, legs trembling from the adrenaline. Behind the flames, Harry could make out Snape's portrait, the man himself staring avidly at the reaction. The flames had nearly reached the ceiling now. Harry had no idea if conjunction had been achieved yet, but if it hadn't, they would find some other way, because he could not stand to be in this room with this fire another second. Closed his eyes, his feet were grounded firmly. He pulled, and his magic came, rushing up from his toes and surging into his fingers. Threw it at the cauldron, and the fire swerved backwards at the impact. When it steadied again, it was half as tall, but it had noticed them now. The flames reached out for them, calling their names, screaming and writhing. As one, they jumped back, and Harry stumbled against one of the rickety old student desks. Draco grabbed him before he could fall, and they turned to face the fiend fire again.
"Again, Potter?"
Snape yelled. Harry nodded. His face was bloodless, but the heat was so great that he was sweating. He pulled up his magic again and shot it towards the burning cauldron. It was prepared this time, and only another third of its flames were destroyed. Harry could barely breathe from his terror, and it was not helping his concentration at all. And he was tired, physically and magically. He tried calling up another blast of magic, but the attempt left him dizzy and disoriented. He stumbled forwards, and the fiend fire reached out. He watched, dazed, as hellish fingers curled towards his face, seeking life and soul. He'd almost welcome it at this point. He was so tired. Then Draco yelled and jerked him backwards, away from the flame. He swung his arm, and a burst of fierce white light shot from his fingers and slammed into the cauldron. It flung it from the table into the wall beyond. The sound of iron clanking against stone rang through the room, petrifyingly loud. When it stopped reverberating, the fire was gone, and the only sound was Draco's furious panting. Harry pulled himself to his feet. Dizzily, he stumbled into Draco and was immediately crushed within his arms. "Don't you fucking dare," Draco whispered. "What?" Harry croaked. "Don't you fucking dare," he repeated. "Don't you fucking dare, you stupid, idiotic, half-witted twat." Harry swallowed, nodded. "Okay." Draco's arms tightened momentarily and then released him. He remained upright through sheer bloody-mindedness. He approached the upended cauldron warily. The lip was deformed and melted. Harry kicked it away, and it clanged as it rolled over the stone floor. Beneath it, the stone sat smouldering. It was recompressed into a single snitch-sized blood-red stone. It was beautiful and translucent, but it was still poisoned, and even conjunction had not fixed that. Even fiend fire had not fixed that. Or maybe that was precisely what was supposed to happen. "Harry, Mel and I are taking the 7 a.m. International Portkey out of Sydney on Friday morning. We have stopovers in Jakarta and Cairo, then we'll take the 3 p.m. to London, assuming we don't get delayed at customs. We'll fly directly to the Weasleys from arrivals. Could you have the elves pack up all our things and bring them with you? I'm bloody knackered, and we haven't even left yet. Don't forget Peep. I know he's a little shit, but Mel will kill me if you leave him behind. See you soon. Hermione." And not a bloody word about whether they'd fixed her parents or not. Chapter 13. Magnum Opus. Magnum Opus, the process of creating the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest work. Ron opened the door when they and Luna apparated into the Weasley's back garden, already beaming, Ginny right behind him. His smile barely faltered when he saw Draco standing stiffly behind Harry, trying to hold the terrified Peep as far away from his dark-coloured robes as possible. Severia and Crookshanks, for their part, sat cleaning their paws and behaving on top of Harry's levitated trunk. As it turned out, Luna also had a cat, a yellow Tom named Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore Grindelwald, which he abbreviated to Alpervu. Ron scrunched his nose. Merlin is like a cat carnivore. Mrs. Weasley's voice came drifting out. Is that Harry, Ron? Let the boy in. He needs to eat. Better come in, then, Ron said. He opened the door wider so they could float their trunks in. Mrs. Weasley launched herself at Harry as soon as he was through the door. Oh, your skin and... She paused as her hands reached his shoulders. Well, I'm glad to see they're feeding you up there. Oh, and here's Luna. Dear, you look as lovely as a raindrop. Your father tells us that you've really impressed Phyllis with your work. Luna handled the hugging with much more ease. Even her cat wound its way about Mrs. Weasley's legs during the event. Then she was passed off to Ginny, and the two disappeared up the stairs, chuckling about who knew what. How are you liking your studies, Harry? Arthur and I expect great things from you, young man. A cure for lycanthropy, maybe? Nothing too strenuous, then, Harry thought wryly, but refrained from saying so. Snape lets me brew pepper up sometimes when I haven't blown my eyebrows off recently. Behind him, Draco snorted. It attracted Mrs. Weasley's attention, and then she was off, wrapping him, too, up in a big hug. He met Harry's eyes above her head, and he looked bewildered and faintly terrified. Better get used to it, Malfoy, Ron said, chewing on an apple. This is your life for the next 3 weeks. Come in, Mrs. Weasley sat then, bustling Draco off to the table. You're entirely too thin, Draco. We were just finishing lunch. Have a mince pie. Or do you rather like Yorkshire pudding? They're left over from last night. Draco was silent and uncomfortable. I took pity on him and sat down beside him, sliding the mince pie halfway between them. It was entirely too much for either of them separately, as it was not a normal-sized mince pie, but might do well enough if they split it. Harry smiled at him from beneath his lashes as he took a bite, and it seemed to relax Draco enough to follow suit. In a few days since the fiend fire, Draco had been unnervingly quiet and introspective. He spent most of his days working on his transfiguration research on the other end of Harry's city. He'd narrowed his eyes as Harry any time he mentioned going to the lab to work on his patience project, until Harry had given in and read through Snape's back issue of Ars Alchemica to pass the time. Slytherins might not be cowards, but it appeared that they didn't bounce back from abject terror quite as quickly as Gryffindors. Ron sat down across from them and began on round 2. Is that Hermione's trunk you brought in? When is she coming? Today, said Harry. I and Millicent are fleeing in sometime after 3. Oh, poor dear, said Mrs. Weasley, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Did she say about... you know? Nope, nothing. On this, Harry was annoyed. He desperately wanted to avoid another debacle like last year's Christmas, and was so bloody hard to do that when he didn't know what Hermione's mood was going to be. She was too efficient in her words sometimes. Bugger, said Ron. Mrs. Weasley gave him a stern look. Well, hopefully she gets it before Lavender, so we can at least get that sorted. He grimaced. I suppose I'll ask Lav not to come if it turns out for worse. What a sweet girl, Lavender, Mrs. Weasley said mostly to herself. She returned to her cooking. It was Christmas Eve, and she was in a fine mood. The kitchen smelled delicious, and it was torturous to smell, as much of it was only prep work for tomorrow's Christmas dinner, and therefore unavailable to Harry at present. The hearth was half full of bubbling cauldrons, and when Mr. Weasley flew in from work, he barely missed landing in the bread sauce. Happy Christmas Eve, he said, stepping out. He ruffled Harry's hair as he passed and stopped short by Draco, who'd only recently begun to look untense. What's this? A new face? Happy Christmas. Good heavens, you must be the Malfoy boy. Yes, I am, said Draco stiffly. He held his hand out, though it looked as if it pained him to do so. Very pleased to meet you. It was the most he'd spoken altogether in 3 days. Likewise, Mr. Weasley said, not missing a beat. Ron grimaced into his pumpkin juice, but, on the whole, was faring rather better than Harry had expected.
It was either Christmas spirit, or a training, or the fact that he'd invited Lavender, and he didn't want to open himself up to return fire. They retreated to the living room shortly after. Harry pulled Draco aside when the Weasleys had gone through and said, "You okay?" Draco's mouth was set firmly, but he nodded once. "I should have gone to Greece." Frankly, Harry was surprised he hadn't, but he'd never been one to look a gift Thestral in the mouth. "Well, I'm glad you're here," he said. "With me," he didn't say. Draco glanced away, very briefly. When he looked back, his expression was neutral again. "As long as Millicent shows, it will be fine." The Celestina Warbeck started up then. Harry and Draco shared a mutual grimace. "You can tell yourself you came because of the project," Harry said, smirking a bit. He was desperate to unravel the tension between them, but had no idea how. He was tired and sort of regretting ever being so pretentious as to assume they could do alchemy and complete the great work. Draco rolled his eyes and turned towards the living room, but stopped when the Floo flared to life. There was a startled yelp and a clanging sound that sent Harry's heart into overdrive as memories of a cauldron full of fiendfire roared through his mind. He turned at once, already calling his magic forth, and flipped his hand, sending a spell to stop the gravy cauldron before it tipped over. Hermione's travel bag had knocked it swinging. "Oh, think, Merlin," Hermione said, stepping out. "I'd forgotten about the limited hearth space at the holidays. Oh, Millicent's coming next. Bugger!" She floated out the two most cumbersome cauldrons and held them aloft with the Floo activated again before replacing them once Millicent had exited. "Thank fucking Merlin you're here," Draco whispered. Neville would have been so pleased with his progress of not swearing so loudly in public. Millicent wrinkled her nose. "Draco, you look vaguely terrified. Have the wasp lost Kilgore to Puddlemere?" Draco scoffed. He was certain he was the only one who saw through it. They would never hear an iron cauldron clang again without seeing that demented fire. As if she'd play for such a boring team. The living room door opened and Ron stuck his head back in. "Hermione," he said. She squealed, dropped her things, and ran to hug him. Neither of the Slytherins seemed to find this at all tasteful, judging by their expressions. "What?" Ron asked when he'd set her on her feet again. Harry froze. "Oh, there you go." Hermione took a deep breath, and then her face broke out in a grin. "It worked! Millicent figured it out. They're bloody pissed off, but they remember me, so who cares? They're flying in for Christmas to stay for a week. They go back to Australia for another few months to get their practice sorted, but then—" "Hermione," Mrs. Weasley said, coming in, "I just heard the most unladylike things coming from your mouth, young miss. What's got into you?" "My parents remember me, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione said, beaming and not at all bothered by the chastisement. Mrs. Weasley's face crumpled, and she held out her arms for Hermione. "Oh, thank heavens!" Harry took Draco's hand in the chaos. No one was looking, and he could risk this little pressure, he figured. "There's still time for Greece if you really want to." Draco's eyes were fixed on the scene before him, which, now that Mr. Weasley and Ginny had entered, resembled an attack of red-headed piranhas over bushy-haired chicken bone. "I think I'll stay," he said. His hand squeezed Harry's once, then released. The loss of the contact left Harry feeling a little bereft, but it was nothing compared to the soar of contentment he'd felt when Draco's fingers willingly meshed with his. He stuck his hand in his pockets to keep himself from being tempted and curled his left hand over the stone. It was fever-hot, even through all the indestructible wards. He liked having Draco here. It felt like conjunction, and he thought that maybe this was just as real an alchemy as the stone in his pocket. Whether or not it was safer was yet to be determined. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to the streaking orange glow of cannon chasers zooming around on the posters on the ceiling, which wasn't surprising since he'd fallen asleep to the same sight not 6 hours ago. He groaned and rolled over, shoving a pillow over his head to block out the nuisance.
Grey eyes were looking back at him from the cot adjacent. It was too early for reasoning skills, for I couldn't tell if the glint in them was amusement at his predicament or murder premeditation. Ron snored on, oblivious to all.
Morning,
Harry whispered. His voice was croaky, but he really didn't care. This was, in fact, the first time he'd ever woken up next to Draco. It didn't even matter they were in separated beds. It was the best Christmas present Harry could ever have received. Draco's hair was mussed. It looked far too fetching, to be fair. His nose scrunched as he tried to fight off a yawn and lost.
Morning,
said just as quietly.
I had a nightmare that the Cannons won the league.
Harry grimaced. If that happened, then there would just be more promotional material made, which would likely end up equating to more Loomis in the Dark posters.
Merlin help us all.
They stared at each other. Felt like 8th year with Draco and Neville Spadd when they were friends reaching across a brief divide to shake hands. Harry reached out and Draco took his hand. He laced their fingers together and let their hands fall to hang between their cots.
I still choose you,
said Harry. Draco smiled, bit his lips.
Boys!
Mr. Weasley knocked on the door. They dropped their hands. Harry sighed. Knob turned and Mr. Weasley peeked in.
Happy Christmas,
he whispered.
Ready for breakfast?
Be right down, Harry said. I'll wake up Ron.
Mr. Weasley lifted his eyebrow at that, as if to say, Better you than me, and slipped out of the room. Harry rolled out of bed and pulled on the shirt. It was Ron's, but that never stopped him before.
Up you got, mate,
Harry said, prodding Ron's rib with one icy-cold toe. Ron whined sleepily and rolled over. Harry prodded him again, this time with all 5 icy-cold toes. This time Ron yelped and sat straight up. Harry grinned at him.
It's Christmas.
Brilliant,
said Ron as if he hadn't been asleep 2 seconds before. He was up and dressed faster than Draco. Downstairs, Ginny, Hermione, Luna, and Millicent were already crowded around one of the table, sorting out waffles and eggs with a plump. Charlie was in from Romania with a very rakish-looking young man whom he sleepily introduced as Claudio. Breakfast was long and drawn-out and pleasant. By the time George arrived with Angelina shortly before 11, Draco seemed to have relaxed again. Every now and then, when no one was looking, Harry reached for his hand and held it for a few seconds. They had a pick-up game of 4-on-4 Quidditch after lunch. Millicent was a ferocious beater, and even though they'd never worked together before, she, Angelina, and Ginny performed as if they'd always been on the same team. Harry, Draco, and Charlie were perhaps at a disadvantage, since all 3 of them had only ever played Seeker, and Claudia had never played competitively, but it was still good fun. Even though Ron and the girls creamed them, repeatedly. Bill and Fleur flew in an hour before supper, and sat in the garden with Hermione and Luna to watch them play. Harry was exhausted by that point, and they were really doing little more than flying about and half-heartedly tossing a quaffle among them, but Draco had relaxed significantly, and it was worth the sore thighs and fingers for that. Inside, Mrs. Weasley served them almonds pie and mulled wine. Harry and Draco took theirs and sat cross-legged in front of the hearth in the living room, trying to get warm after 4 hours in the cold. Their knees touched, and that, more than the fire, warmed Harry's insides.
It's so lovely to see gaps being bridged,
said Mr. Weasley. He smiled beatifically at Millicent and Draco. Perhaps he'd got into wine somewhat earlier.
Really captures the spirit of Christmas.
Harry shifted uncomfortably. So far, they'd been almost able to avoid this conversation by mutual agreement, especially given that Mrs. Weasley had issued the invitation to begin with. But with wine came truth and all that. It was, Harry reckoned, bound to come up sooner or later.
I admit I'm surprised to see you here, Draco,
said Bill, watching him closely. He sipped his mild wine. Draco's face paled.
I'm glad, though,
Bill interrupted. He smiled.
It's good to have you.
Draco deflated.
Thank you.
And just like that, it was over. Harry let out a relieved breath.
Around them, conversation picked up and carried like a warm hum over the living room. Harry sipped his wine, warmed his fingers by the fire, and felt the tension draining from his shoulders. He loved the Weasley. He even loved Ron. How could he have ever thought he didn't? It seems that it was only minutes before the flute activated again and Lavender stepped out, followed by her mum, who was carrying a huge plate of pies and pasties. The quiet murmur of sleepy, happy voices changed to something much louder and more exuberant when she ran to hug Ron and began chattering happily about all the things she'd been doing during her time off from Orrery. Then Percy arrived, and then came Andromeda with Teddy. Hermione apparated out briefly and returned by Floo with recently restored Mr. and Mrs. Granger, fresh off their flight from Australia. They were uncomfortable for only a few minutes before Mr. Weasley rounded them up and engaged them onto the mechanisms of the new television he'd acquired and made to work on the magic. The burrow was full to bursting, but Mrs. Weasley seemed in her element, handing out mild wines and ciders and eggnogs like they were going out of style. They settled down to supper shortly thereafter. It was good and warm and happy, and Harry felt like he'd been floating along all day. There was a nice reprieve from everyday stress of an apprentice in near-death experiences. After supper, Mrs. Weasley pushed another glass of mulled cider in their hands and shooed Harry, Draco, and the others back to the living room for presents. Mrs. Weasley got a very coy look on her face when she unwrapped Harry's flying yarn. Mr. Weasley was ecstatic with his game. He set off right away trying to figure out how to set it up on the telly, and Harry let him have at it for a while. If he hadn't figured it out in 20 minutes, he'd go and help. Got Teddy a new colour-changing teddy bear, and it was already syncing up with Teddy's own hair colours. Hermione loved her gifts from him and Ron, and was very pleased with the autographed "And Lumos in the Dark" poster of the Cannon's new season team lineup. Harry managed to smile for him. He'd willingly contributed to his own inability to sleep. Friendship was so difficult sometimes. The gift Harry was really waiting to be opened, however, sat in front of Draco's crossed legs, untouched. Harry nudged him with his shoulder. "Open it," he said quietly. The others were all chatting happily with one another, and he'd take any careful moment he could find. Draco glanced at him sideways, frowning. "What is it?" He rolled his eyes. "Open it, stupid." Draco frowned some more. Finally he sighed and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small package which he set in front of Harry on the floor. "You first." "Same time," Harry offered. "Same time," Draco agreed, albeit reluctantly. Harry took the little green paper-wrapped package from him and was surprised by the weight of it. Shrunken then. Only when Draco picked up the parchment envelope with his name on it did Harry begin to peel back the paper. Inside was a little wooden box. He flipped the lid on it and peered inside. There was a tiny cauldron, no bigger than the palm of his hand. It was super adorable as far as cauldrons went. He pulled it out, carefully admiring the fine details and the sturdy bottom. It must have weighed at least 20 pounds, though. "It's shrunken," Draco said. Harry glanced at him to find that his blonde eyebrows were lifted in a manner which suggested Harry to be an idiot. Harry tapped it with his wand, and the cauldron grew until it was a standard number 2, made completely of pinkish-grey gneiss they'd become so intimate with. He beamed. It was brilliant. "I transfigured it," Draco said. "You replaced the one we melted." Then he shrugged, as if he was suddenly uncomfortable, but was determined to show that he didn't care. "I don't know if any dead beetles have crawled over it, but I suppose it wouldn't be a bad idea to take it out there and let one of them try. It may be useful yet." That, Harry thought, was a brilliant idea too. "I love it," he said. "Now I can brew cell ammoniac potions too, since I've got a handmade stone cauldron." Draco grinned crookedly. He slipped his fingers beneath the seal of the envelope Harry had given him and reached in. There was a sheet of black parchment with animated firework. He flipped it open. There was a single silver foil ticket inside. Harry heard his startled intake of breath. "The what cup?" he said. "Yep."
He flipped it over and ran the back, detailing the things afforded with said ticket. One hand reached over and gripped Harry's knee hard. "It's for pitch-side seating with the team. Hermes is playing for England this year. Harry." "Obviously," Harry said. Draco turned to him. "There's only one, though. Where's yours?" Harry smiled softly. "I'm not going. This is just for you." Draco looked away again. "Because I'm afraid of being caged," he guessed. He didn't have to answer, but he did anyways. "I'll never cage you. I want whatever you're willing to give. And if you ever want to leave, I love you enough to let you go, and let this be enough." Draco made a short sound in the back of his throat. Fingers clenched against the edges of the ticket. He cleared his throat. "Thank you. It's brilliant." Harry beamed at him. Draco had a smile behind his glass, and he sipped on his mild wine again. "I've never had this drink before," he said. "That thought it was coming." That sounded about right for Lucius Malfoy, Harry reckoned. "And now that you've had it, what do you think?" Draco shrugged and swirled his glass, sending a little orange rinse spinning. "It's nice. My mother used to say there was life in wine. I wonder what she'd said about adulterated wine." "I wouldn't trouble her with that," Harry said. "Maybe just cast fiend fire on the glass to separate out the common parts." As soon as he said it, he stiffened. "Sorry, No," Draco whispered and stared harder into his glass. "Wait, I'm thinking. Shut up." Harry did. "It's wine," Draco whispered a moment later. "Aqua vitae, it's wine." Harry lifted his eyebrow. Even he knew that. "Distilled wine, really? Even better, it's purified, and it's wine, it's fermented." He glanced around the room, then casually flicked his wand, erecting a muffling charm. "That's what we need for the next step." The next step was fermentation, a process that started with decay and putrefaction and ended with rebirth of the spirit, quite literally in the case of wine, and thus the reason wizards called alcoholic drinks such. It was, according to Harry's notes, a process both metaphorical and alchemical. First came death and decay, only after it could life renew. Harry rather thought he was a living example of alchemy, as he'd done the very thing one night in the Forbidden Forest. The room erupted in laughter all around them, startling Harry and Draco both. Harry turned and found more than a dozen people, red-faced, looking at him. "What?" "Mum was telling them about when you and I went to Australia for the first time, when you know." Harry flushed. "I was trying to help." Everyone started laughing again, and Harry could practically feel Draco's curiosity, like it was a tangible thing. Like fuck he'd explained this one. Unfortunately, Hermione seemed to find this was an appropriate time to get him back for snitching on her animagus form. She grinned at Draco and said, "He said to my dad, 'Don't you recognize us? We're famous.'" Draco snorted, bumped his shoulder into Harry's. Harry grinned at him reluctantly. He shrunk his cauldron and tucked it in his pocket. He had precisely the right way to break it in. It was nice just sitting here in front of the fire, listening to so many people being so happy together. Mrs. Brown and Mr. Lovegood were having a very unconventional and robust conversation about printing with edible ink. Mr. Weasley, with the help of Mrs. Granger, had finally got the PlayStation working and were fumbling through their first attempt at Dance Dance Revolution. It was more perfect than even Harry had ever hoped when he went out to Muggle London to buy it. He could already see Mr. Weasley improving and hoped in time that he would get into the really acrobatic moves for all family gatherings. It was really late before the Grangers, Mrs. Brown, and Mrs. Lovegood left for their own homes. Harry, Draco, and Ron were all yawning hugely by the time they stumbled into bed. Even the stupid little posters above his bed didn't keep him from passing out, dead asleep within minutes. "Lavender still wears negligee to bed," Hermione announced the next morning, flopping down on Ron's bed and shoving him towards the edge to get more comfortable. He groaned and stuffed a pillow over his head. "Did you know?" "Better get off his bed," he advised sleepily. "She might come in and screech at you. Does she still do that too? Hermione removed herself immediately from Rom's bed and replaced herself on Harry's instead. Harry should have seen that one coming. I don't know, she admitted, but I've no inclination to find out. Merlin, I didn't think it was possible to sleep 5 women in Ginny's room, but somehow it happened. I'm sure it didn't hurt that you shared a bed with Mill, said Draco into his pillow. Hello there, Malfoy. Awake, are you? Unfortunately. Why are you? Hermione sighed philosophically. I didn't share a bed with Mill. We're being respectful. All 3 men snorted. She elbowed Harry in the ribs, and he stuck his head up long enough to glare as best as he could without his glasses. Why aren't you 3 up yet? Lavender's already downstairs making breakfast with your mum, Ron. Did you know this would happen? I'm sleeping, he said. I have no idea how you can sleep with those neon quaffles zooming around on your ceiling, she said. Harry, get up. I can't go downstairs alone. Lavender's making me feel inadequate, and I refuse to bow to gender stereotypes. So hire a fucking house elf to cater full English. Then have it make me some fucking tea since you're so determined to wake me up, Draco said. By this point, sleep was a lost cause. Harry briefly considered smothering Hermione with his pillow, but in the end decided that it would take too much energy. He dragged the blanket off his face and rolled to face Hermione. She looked at him expectantly. He hoped he had morning breath. Oh, good, you're awake. Apparently not bad enough morning breath. At that point, the door opened again, and Mill, Ginny, and Luna came in, all 3 eyeing Harry's bed with thinly disguised interest. Great.
Hermione, I thought you were seeing Millicent, Ginny said.
As did I, Millicent agreed. She went to sit on the edge of Draco's bed, wordlessly handed him the sporting section from the Prophet.
Harry, when are you going to start seeing someone?
Ginny asked. Harry froze. Hermione felt it and looked at him oddly.
Oh, never, probably, he said.
Never? Ron asked, finally turning his head to blare at them. He raised an eyebrow, smirking sleepily in Harry's general direction.
Why? Haven't any fit blokes caught your eyes by now?
I'm interested in that answer as well, Draco said. His hair was mussed again. It reminded Harry of that one night when he'd sprawled on Neville's bed and made Harry choose him. Ron, Harry's bisexual, not gay, Hermione said, as if this were a conversation they'd had more than once. Harry really hoped it wasn't. Don't presume he's only looking at other men.
When he prefers men, Ginny said. Thank you, Harry. That's why we didn't get back together, didn't you know, Hermione? He never wanted to have sex.
He better not have, Ron muttered. Hermione was staring at him again, and given she was only 6 inches away, it was more disconcerting than usual. Ginny looked to Hermione as if sharing something profound and said,
We like the same Quidditch players. It should have been a dead giveaway.
Yes, but... Harry groaned and flopped back against the bed. Whatever happened to holiday spirit and all that rot?
Dexter Loop as fit as fuck,
he said in his own defence. Looked to Ron for support, and Ron shrugged.
I suppose. If you like having bollocks near your face and stuff, I don't really think I will, though. I'm grossed out enough by my own after a day in aura training, and I know where they've been, you know. Can you imagine what Loops would be like after 3 hours Quidditch game? There was entirely too much for Harry. His face felt like it had been set on fiend fire. Butter?
The voice was muffled, as if buried beneath a pile of socks and pants, which in fact it was.
Potter, come here immediately.
Was there no mercy in this world? None at all. He rolled over and reached blindly about in his bag. His fingers closed around the frame, and he tugged it out. Snape glared at him from an 8x10 canvas.
I do not want to know a single thing about your sex life or lack thereof, Potter. Stop this at once. Oh my God, said Ginny, cackling and carrying around Snape's portrait. Miss Weasley,
Snape said, deadly quiet.
If you would like for that incident I witnessed during your 4th year
to remain clear of Dumbledore's ears and given his habit to gossip the entire ministry, then I suggest you desist.
Ginny sobered at once.
Yes, Professor, sorry. I have to,
Harry said, glaring at Sir Portrait.
He's making me work on my projects during break. Do you think Snape believes in Christmas spirit? I do not,
Snape affirmed, in case there were any questions.
I wish I had a portrait of Professor Flitwick to carry around,
Luna said.
He's rather handsome, isn't he? But he isn't dead, so it wouldn't work anyway. It's okay, since he's very easy to find when I have questions about my project.
There was an awkward silence. Then Draco said,
I wish I had one of McGonagall, actually. She's not easy to find.
On that note, Harry decided it was time to end this. He had a better way to keep Snape quiet. He rolled out of bed and offered his free hand to Hermione.
Ready to face Lavender's cooking?
I suppose, Hermione said. Harry scrounged for his shirt on the floor and came up with a blue one that said, Yes, the carpet matches the curtains, and slipped it on, though he did eye Ron with some degree of horrified curiosity. Ron shrugged, and having had enough, Harry tucked Snape's portrait underneath his arm and led Hermione from the room. The rest of them could sit there and laugh at his sex life all they wanted. Downstairs, Lavender was pouring Mr. Weasley some tea with her wand while instructing Mrs. Weasley on how to make homemade filo pastry. Harry and Hermione took their usual seats at the awkward end of the table and watched, feeling equally inadequate.
Morning, Hermione, morning, Harry,
Lavender said, as she set a spoon to stir Mr. Weasley's tea. Fleur, sitting 2 seats down next to Bill and Angelina next to George, both sent Hermione horrified looks, to which Hermione grimaced in response. Bonding over inadequacy, Harry could well understand. He set Snape's portrait on the table and refused to meet George's eyes afterward.
Breakfast is just about ready,
said Lavender. Fleur and Angelina winced as if the words were painful to hear. The others filed down the stairs and filled in the extra seats. Charlie and Claudia ambled in not long after, but all the chairs were taken by then, so they ended up leaning against the counter, looking well pleased at the huge plates Lavender handed them. They tucked in right away, and Harry rather wished he'd had the idea to stand up to eat, since Lavender took the last seat between him and Ron, beaming at him as she floated the last 2 plates to him and Hermione.
Everyone dig in,
Mrs. Weasley said, beaming.
Lavender's just about made the whole thing, so be sure to say thank you.
Lavender smiled, blushing. One half of her face dimpled, and one half still had 4 sharp slashes up her cheek and another 2 down her neck. I rather thought it made her look even more fit than she'd been at Hogwarts. He did have a bit of a thing for that bad boy, bad girl look. Draco Millicent, par exemple. He took a bite and stopped. Next to him, Hermione froze. All around the table, bodies were tensing as if a wave had rushed through them. Harry stared at Ron, horrified, and then found Mr. Weasley giving him the same look. Hermione's fingers dug into his thigh painfully. Fleur looked as if she might well be on the verge of tears, but it could have been from the hormones, since she was pregnant.
Is it okay?
asked Lavender, sensing the disquiet. At this point, Harry, and he was sure nearly everyone else, was feeling a very acute and terrifying sensation. Because it was brilliant. It was the best thing he'd ever eaten in his life. It was better than anything Hogwarts had served. It was horrifyingly better than Mrs. Weasley's cooking. And there came the fear-inducing problem of having to tell Lavender it was good without letting on that it was so good it was better than Mrs. Weasley's. Ron caught Harry's eye, smirking smugly. "Oh, no, it's good, Brown," said Millicent, who was generally unaffected by discomforting situations.
"I like it,"
Luna, also unaffected, added.
"It really is very nice,"
came chorus of replies, and breakfast resumed. Next to him, Harry felt Lavender deflate in relief, which was great and all, but still remained one of the most uncomfortable meals of his entire life. And he'd had to eat Hermione's camp cooking for 9 months.
Later that day, Harry and Draco managed to sneak off to Diagon Alley long enough to buy 1 bottle of rectified spirits and 3 bottles of pure red wine. The man tending the till at the off-license gave them a very steady look, as if he knew exactly what they were up to. Harry was quite sure he didn't. They paid and returned to the burrow before anyone was the wiser, except for perhaps George, who lifted his eyebrows upon their return. Harry spent some time being highly visible playing against Mr. Weasley on the PlayStation, but Mr. Weasley was much better and there was only so much humiliation one man could take. He put in his time with the jewel ball, he rather thought. Once he was sure no one could say he hadn't been around on Boxing Day, they snatched up Snape's little portrait, Harry's little cauldron, and 4 bottles of alcohol and slipped out the back door. It was cold and blustery, but there wasn't any snow this year, so they were able to make it to the area behind the shed without leaving tracks. Draco got the cauldron fire going, while Harry and Snape flicked through copies of various alchemical texts and personal notes.
Salt, sulfur, and mercury are all required for transformation,
Snape said,
as they represent the path divinity took when it created the world. Have you got each of these?
Harry scrunched his nose.
Salt of earth, that's a stone. Sulfur obviously infused in it. Mercury is often represented by aqua vitae, so once we distill the wine, we'll have that.
Draco settled a flame and came over to join them.
But the salt and the sulfur are from previous steps. With each operation, the meaning changes a little. We have to match it to the effects we're trying to achieve. We want to transmute gold, therefore, we need to represent salt, sulfur, and mercury in ways that will encourage that.
Harry chewed his lip. Snape was stuck to the back of the shed with a sicking spell, but had already turned to rummage around in his bookshelf for another reference.
Salt is the body, said Harry. The stone's changed with each operation. I think it's new and relevant to this step. We wanted to be able to transmute gold after the fermentation operation. We've already done that metaphorically with the stone itself. It's gone from common gneiss to pure quartz. Not only that, but pure red quartz. It's precious now. And sulfur?
asked Snape.
Sulfur is the spirit, said Draco. The spirit we're aiming for with this operation is gold, thus...
He reached into his pocket and tossed a galleon to Harry.
Gold.
Brilliant,
said Harry. He set it on their tiny work table next to the stone.
And we have the wine for mercury, but we still need to give the gold a reason to change.
He shook his head.
I don't know how to represent that. What's a catalyst? The opposite of change,
said Snape.
A stasis spell, perhaps. A stasis spell combined with a forced change, Harry said. Maybe it needs to be transfigured.
He'd thought transfiguration came at the end, though.
Into what?
said Draco, eyebrows raised.
Something common, something worthless,
said Harry. Trailed off thinking, but was coming up with nothing. What was worthless? Voldemort, the Dudley Cannons, life without Draco. None of which could be distilled in a bloody potion.
Money?
said Draco suddenly.
What?
Harry said.
That's like the opposite of true.
Draco shook his head.
No, you're overlooking the most important thing. Money is only as valuable as people let it be. Spiritually, it's worthless. I was wrong about the galleon being the spirit. It's the catalyst. The spirit of the transformation is what's valuable. And that's life. Life with meaning.
Oh, I can hardly represent life with meaning any more easily than I can something worthless,
Harry said, scowling.
It's love, you 2 idiots,
said Snape. They jerked their heads at his frame, but he was studiously staring at the book laid out in his desk and refused to meet their gaze. When he finally did look up, his expression was carefully neutral.
Like any potion,
The alchemical process is personalized for each individualized wizard. The reason it hasn't been made widely available like a standardized pepper-up is because there is no standard process. Its magic is in the transformation, not the product.
"Oh," said Harry softly. He furrowed his brow, feeling wrong-footed. So long, he said,
"How do I represent love?"
Snape's mouth flattened.
"What does it mean to you to love, personally, Potter?"
He bit his lip. Unwillingly, his eyes met Draco's and found Draco looking back at him. He swallowed again. There was nothing for it.
"It means Draco."
Draco made a tiny, vulnerable sound.
"Then you must put something of Draco's essence in the potion."
Snape did not sound overly surprised.
"Like polyjuice?"
Harry said, still staring at Draco. He'd been unable to look away, in fact.
"I need your hair."
Recklessly, Draco reached up and plucked out a single hair. He handed it to Harry. Finally, Harry broke eye contact to turn and arrange everything in the cauldron. It was hot enough now that he could add the wine, and did so. All 3 bottles of it went in, followed by the one of rectified spirits, then the stone, and then the galleon, representing worthlessness, followed. Finally, he added 1 cup of dried sacred herbs, including mistletoe from the Weasley's kitchen door, to encourage the putrefaction process. They watched silently as the wine heated up and began to decay the coin, fermenting it and the herbs like it had once been fermented itself. Even with the frigid, cold December air, the heat of the cauldron and Harry's embarrassment kept him from shivering. It must have been half an hour before the herbs were completely decayed and blended in with the melted galleon. It smelled like rot and petrichor, and reminded Harry of being in the Forbidden Forest with Draco and seeing him alive. And through the whole time, not one of them said a word. The potion turned dark and sludgy, with a bubbling milky white center that moved and undulated as if it were alive. It was like looking down a tunnel of white light while dying. Harry stared at it, blinking hard.
Dumbledore, he thought, and train stations, and having any reason to live now that Voldemort was dead.
Harry moved to add the final ingredient. The single hair that represented Harry's love, what made life worth living, what turned into gold. Draco grabbed his wrist before he could drop it in.
"Wait!"
Harry's breath hitched. Was he not going to let Harry use his hair after all?
"What?"
Draco bit his lip with his right canine tooth.
"It needs one of your hairs, too." "Why?"
Draco looked away.
"Because if it's going to work for me, too, it has to represent my love as well."
"Oh," said Harry. They looked at each other, and it was another full 30 seconds before Harry realized what Draco meant. His heart jumped into his throat and pounded furiously.
"What?"
Draco didn't reply, just reached up with his free hand and plucked one of Harry's hairs. He held it out over the cauldron next to the one of his own that Harry held.
"Ready?"
he asked. Harry nodded mutely, as one that let the hairs drop into the potion. He sank to the bottom and disappeared beneath the thick wine and detritus.
"You need to cover the cauldron now,"
said Snape.
"The first 6 operations are pairs, as you've no doubt seen. Separation and recombination each time. Now you must distill the mixture until all volatile essences are released and purified."
Harry nodded.
"So, boil and condense again and again. Capture the vapors,"
Draco suggested.
"When they precipitate, they may be necessary to the elixir."
Harry nodded again. He rummaged in his kit for his alembic and then attached it to the top of his cauldron. Once secure, he raised the flame again. They settled down on the dead grass, leaning against the shed wall beneath Snape's stuck frame. Somehow their shoulders came to touch. and neither of them moved away. It was warm and quiet in their little area, and there was something profound in watching his hair melt into Draco's. In 20 minutes, the first round of distillation had completed. Harry separated out the impurities, then emptied the alembic back into the cauldron to start the process again. He sat back down next to Draco. The backs of their hands were touching. Harry closed his eyes and focused on the feeling. Half an hour later, the second round of distillation was too completed. This time the solution was even more concentrated than before. Again he separated out the sludgy impurities and emptied the purified, condensed vapours back into the cauldron. He could see through the liquid now. The stone sat at the bottom, blood-red and vibrant, even in the murky solution.
"It's making the Mother Stone,"
Snape said hoarsely, when Harry transferred the impurities for a third time.
"I know,"
Harry said, almost numbly. It was really working, and he had no idea how he'd come to deserve this, or when he'd become good enough to do it all. When he approached Draco with the idea of working on alchemy together, he'd never really thought they'd succeeded. He never thought they'd even get to the first operation. It was, he could admit, just a desperate measure used to spend time with him. But it was something different now. There was an alchemy in them too, somewhere. Harry settled in for another round of distillation. It was close. So close. It might be the final round, he reckoned. This time, when he sat down next to Draco, Draco's hands slid into his and their fingers interlaced. Harry's breath hitched. He said nothing, and they watched the steam rising through the still and condensing at the top. Their scents were mingled together somewhere in that steam, and Harry didn't know how to handle that. He was currently blocking out everything that had been said today, on account that he didn't think he would be able to get through this process if he didn't. The fourth time was indeed the last one. The liquid condensed at the top of the alembic was purer, even than distilled water, and 1,000 times more precious. Harry separated the shimmering gold wine sludge of impurities from the crystal-clear pure solution and the blood-red stone, still sitting at the bottom of the cauldron.
"Now what?"
he said. His voice caught somewhere in his throat. Draco stood up and came to look at the work table. There was a large flask of shimmering clear solution, a red stone, and a flask of shiny, thick sludge, not unlike dying blood.
"This is where the transfigurations comes in,"
Draco said. He swished his wand once, and the sludge turned hard as stone and perfectly spherical. He swished it again, and the clear liquid did the same. Draco said,
"Distillation. 3 stones distilled into their most perfect formulations."
He pointed to the first one, elixir that was sparkling and crystal clear.
"Mercury, the life force."
He pointed to the stone, still blood-red and strong.
"Salt, the body."
He pointed to the last one, made of reduced wine, spirits, and decayed plant matter.
"And sulfur, the spirit."
"It's brilliant," Harry whispered. He reached for Draco's hand again and squeezed. Draco finally looked at him. He smiled a little hesitantly.
"It's a permanent transfiguration. I'm good at those. Most people's won't last more than a few weeks, but I'm not most people."
Harry nodded. He didn't need to be told that.
"You're brilliant,"
he added in case there was any doubt. Draco flushed, and they were quiet again, staring down at the 3 perfect stones. There were 7 operations in alchemy, and they'd completed 6 of them. Snape cleared his throat.
"You can't turn this project into the Board of Governors. They'll wring you dry."
Harry looked down at his cauldron and then at Draco, who was watching him silently from the ground.
"I know that too."
But what would they turn in for their inter-subject project instead?
"There's no shame in failure,"
Draco said.
We'll write about the experience, but we'll show that we failed at the first step instead." "Right," said Harry. He took a deep breath. "There's only one step left. Coagulation."
Draco nodded. He looked up at the sky. It was getting dark, but perhaps...
"I know what to do."
"Tell me,"
said Harry. "They're already separated. We recombine them one final time. I've transfigured their molecular formulations. They won't melt now, but they will be receptive to change when heated. When they reach appropriate temperature, you'll need to charm the sulfur one into the salt and then the mercury around them both. I'll transfigure them into a single solid structure with each layer separate but combined."
"That is highly dangerous," Snape said. "The third one will still be highly reactive. It is, in fact, everything reactive from the original mixture, condensed into one thing." "Alchemy has proved to be a very dangerous undertaking," Harry said, shrugging.
Draco pursed his lip.
"We'll take precautions."
Snape rolled his eyes.
"Gryffindors and Slytherins? Merlin help us all."
Harry slipped on his dragonhide gloves and placed all 3 stones back in his gneiss cauldron. Draco raised a number of fierce wards. Once they were both satisfied that things were as safe as they could possibly be, Harry lit the fire again. At first, nothing happened. It wasn't until the flame turned blue hot that the explosion occurred. It rushed outwards and slammed into the wards like a bright wall of fire and reaction. The walls were acutely outlined by fire pressing at them on all sides, pushing steadily outwards with no sign of retracting. They both stepped backwards, pressing their backs against the shed. Snape was yelling something that Harry couldn't understand over the sudden certainty that these wards were not going to hold. He took Draco's hand and Snape's portrait and started running towards the field, but they only made it a few steps before you heard the deafening roar of the wards breaking and felt the heat of the explosion rushing over his skin. Harry was thrown to the ground hard. He skidded several feet and heard his shoulder crunch somewhere along the way. Vision darkened and he felt dizzy. But Draco landed on top of him, gasping for breath, and he forced himself not to black out. It was just a dislocated shoulder, nothing to worry about. He struggled to his feet, trying to drag Draco with him, but then the second explosion went off, and with it came a rush of sickly, wet vapors. He breathed in and immediately knew the error of it. They'd never counteracted the diseased part of the stone to make it panacea, and they were breathing instant death. Draco's face was turning purple, and he was gasping in the most horrifying way, as if his lungs were closed off and his throat was full of water. God, he was asphyxiating, right in front of Harry's eyes. Harry had never known terror like this before. Fiendfire didn't even come close. Voldemort didn't even come close.
"Draco!"
Harry choked out. He could barely breathe himself, but he had to get Draco out of there, had to fix him. Why weren't the vapors affecting him as badly? Why wasn't Snape still talking? Why hadn't anyone come out to see what the explosion was? Oh God, the Weasleys! If they came outside and breathed the... Draco's eyes searched him out desperately. His hands were clawing at his throat. Harry grabbed hold of him beneath his arms and pulled hard as he could, away from the infected air. He barely noticed the agony of his own dislocated shoulder. Draco's lips were blue. He was desperately forming words, but Harry couldn't hear him. He shook his head and belatedly realized that he was crying and his face was soaked. "Aaand," Harry said, and didn't care that it came out as a sob. "I'm going to save you. Just be still. Don't use oxygen." Draco pressed his lips together tightly, and Harry dragged him, but they were a long way away from the edge of the diseased area, and then Draco's eyes dulled, and he started to twitch, and... "No!" Harry screamed.
He heard the back door of the burrow slamming open and dozens of feet pounding out. Oh God! He couldn't let all the Weasleys run into this air. Choking, he slashed his hand furiously around himself and destroyed every last molecule of the diseased vapours. He could barely see through all the stupid tears in his eyes, and Draco was still twitching, and he could not lose him like this. Could not lose him at all. He heard an agonized, keening sound and distantly understood that it came from him. Draco was his love, and he'd sort of said he loved Harry too. There would never be anyone like him again. And Harry choked again, and it came out as a sob. He fell down next to Draco and pressed his ears to his mouth. God, he wasn't breathing. Harry lifted Draco's chin and then pressed his combined fists down into his sternum, humming brokenly. His heartbeat was non-existent. He could barely remember the song he was supposed to use to keep count, but it didn't matter because it wasn't working. Even when he leant down, closed Draco's nose, and breathed everything he had into his lungs. Merlin, he was dying, and Harry would never live again. He couldn't. No. Harry transformed. He didn't know why precisely, except that he was losing his mind with panic and it had felt necessary. He'd never been so useless in a dangerous situation before. He felt himself come all over Crow, and then he was slammed with a sudden sense of clarity. Crows didn't feel like humans did. They didn't panic like humans did. Harry cocked his head distantly, took in Lavender sending off a Patronus for a Mediwizard, and Hermione rushing forward to take over chest compressions where Harry had left off. She fell to her knees right next to him and pressed her mouth over Draco's, and that was good. That was necessary. But something else was necessary too, and only Harry could do that part. He looked around. When he saw Draco, he nearly lost his breath again, but he was a crow now, and they didn't do that sort of thing. Draco stood several feet away, looking on at the scene with groggy confusion. He was blue and clear, like the beetles and runespores and thestrals that had once been so attracted to him. He fluttered over, landed on his shoulder, and dug his talons in hard. Draco finally seemed to take notice of him. "Harry," he said drowsily. He looked drunk, disoriented. Even in spirit form his lips were blue, and Harry hated it. So he flapped his wings and pulled with his claws, still digging into Draco's barely there flesh. Draco resisted at first, but Harry was a collector of the dead, and he'd be damned if Draco sodding Malfoy escaped him. He caught furiously, and Draco scrunched his nose, but did stumble along a few steps when Harry tried to take off again with him still attached. "Touch!" Harry wanted to scream at him. "God, touch your body again before you die!" He looked into Draco's eyes and tried to will the command into his head like some sort of desperate backwards version of legilimency. Draco blinked quickly and seemed to become slightly more coherent. "Harry," he said again. He reached up and stroked his fingers down Harry's feathered back. Harry pulled him closer to his body. Hermione was crying all over Draco's face as she breathed into his mouth, and she hadn't even cried over her parents. Not until she'd nearly got them back again, anyway. "Come," Harry thought at him. Draco looked down at his body. "I'm dying." "Not yet," Harry thought. "Go back, go back, go back." He pecked him sharply, and finally, Draco seemed to understand. He took a few more steps forward and kneeled down next to himself, watching Hermione perform CPR with a macabre sort of curiosity. He still hadn't touched, though, and Harry had just about had enough of this. He took off from Draco's shoulder and flew several dozen meters up in the air.
Then he turned and swooped down as fast as he could, like when he was doing a Ronsky feint, and at the last minute turned his body and let it slam into Draco's half their back. The force of the impact knocked him forward, and his translucent spirit sprawled onto his physical body and sunk inside it. Harry tumbled to the ground, his other shoulder dislocated now too. His vision began to darken, and he forced himself to transform, using the pain of change while injured to keep him conscious long enough to make sure. Next to him, Draco gasped for air. Hermione sobbed in relief, and Harry passed out. It was New Year's Eve when Draco woke up. He and Narcissa had kept a constant vigil over his bed in Bill's old room the whole time. He was downstairs now having tea with Mrs. Weasley, and Harry was staring out the window, counting constellations and remembering that one night when Draco's touch had changed the meaning of the number 88 for him. On the bedside table, Snape's repaired portrait sat empty. He was no doubt back with McGonagall again, discussing the danger of allowing apprentices to attempt alchemy for inter-subject projects. It felt weird having Snape on his side, even if Snape's way of being on Harry's side was to roll his eyes, tell McGonagall that Harry was entirely too stupid to ever successfully manage even a fraction of the alchemical process, and this was proof that he'd never come close. Harry tossed the Philosopher's Stone back and forth between his hands. It reflected bright red against the walls. Severine Crookshanks were jumping around after it, and it almost made Harry smile. Just hadn't smiled too much in the past 5 days, and the expression felt uncomfortable now. He rolled his shoulder. Well then, fuck, but they still hurt, even after the Mezzi wizard had yanked them back into place. It probably would have helped if he'd bothered to take the pain potions he was then provided with. They sat untouched on Draco's bedside table. Harry was attuned to the rhythm of Draco's breathing now. Thought he'd always be aware of it on some level. It was the most comforting sound in the world, and it kept him calm every day as he sat up here and stared at the walls and windows, waiting. It was because of this that he knew right away when there was a change in it. He looked down at the bed. Draco was looking back at him. His eyes were tired, but they were grey and alive and mercurial, and that was all that Harry needed. "Hey," said Draco. Harry felt his eyes begin to burn again, and he had no idea why, because Draco was awake, and that was good. "Hey," he said. He was confused by the raw sound of his voice. Maybe he was just confused by his voice, full stop. He couldn't remember speaking a word since Boxing Day. He reached out to take Draco's hand in his, which was trembling for some reason. Harry had no idea what to say to him, so he squeezed his hand and turned back to the window. It was something after 10 now. The new year was only hours away. "That's Draco," said Draco. His voice was scratchy, as if he'd been strangled. Harry winced. "You can see its tail just there, between Ursa Major and Minor. It's a circumpolar constellation. Never goes away, but it's never very noticeable. It's subtle." "You're noticeable," Harry said, swallowing. "Your absence would have been more so." He turned back to look at Draco, and was almost painful to see his face. He'd been so sure, so agonizingly sure, that he'd lost Draco. Take 1,000 dislocated shoulders to make sure it never happened again. Harry set the Philosopher's Stone on the bedside table, and Draco's eyes followed the movement. Draco smirked. "Well, brilliant." "Or stupid as fuck," Harry corrected. He squeezed Draco's hand as hard as he could, and Draco squeezed back, eyebrows lifted wryly. The door opened then, and Narcissa returned with tea for Harry, which she dropped on the floor of Bill's room when she saw that Draco was awake. She let out a little sob and rushed to his side, flinging her body on top of his. Draco's breath rushed out in a huff, and Harry's insides clenched at the sound. He snatched up the blood-red stone and set it back into his pocket before she or anyone else could see.
Draco. Narcissa sobbed over and over. The sound alerted the rest of the household, and suddenly there were a dozen or more people crowding into the tiny room. Millicent and Hermione were first to arrive, and then Ron and Lavender, Ginny and Luna were called down the stairs that he was awake. Harry had Mrs. Weasley yelling something into the flue, and then McGonagall was rushing up the stairs, and Snape was back in his frame, and it was, in short, a clusterfuck of Weasleys et al. Draco looked extremely discomfited, especially as he was still half covered by his mother, who would not let go of him any more than Harry would his hand.
"Mr. Malfoy,"
said McGonagall, and she seemed on the verge of losing it, or as if she had done very recently.
"I am pleased that I won't have to interview for a new apprentice."
Draco smiled at her from somewhere behind his mother's hair. "Me too, headmistress." McGonagall blinked and looked away. She allowed Mrs. Weasley to lead her downstairs for some tea, letting Mr. Weasley, Charlie, and Bill come in and say that they were very glad Draco wasn't dead, and that they hoped he wouldn't be too put off by their back garden to not come back for Christmas next year. Though it felt like hours, it wasn't really all that long before most everyone was satisfied that Draco wasn't going to suddenly die, and left again for him to get some rest. At 11:30, just Harry and Narcissa remained. They each took a side on his bed and took one of his hand, and stared at each other over Draco's reposed body like a silent battle of wills. Harry refused to leave, and didn't much care what Narcissa made of it. She cleared her throat. "Mr. Potter," she said at last. Harry blinked, felt Draco's tendons stiffen beneath his hand. "Your experiment nearly killed my son." Harry winced. "I know." She stared at him for several more minutes, each one more agonizing than the last. Draco said nothing. Finally she sighed and said, "But you saved him, at great personal risk. As I understand it, Severus told me that you remained inside the same lethal fumes, with no regard for your own person, trying to get Draco to safety." "Correct," said Harry, deciding it was best to keep his answers as short and objective as possible. Felt Draco's eyes on his face and refused to blush. Didn't know how much Draco remembered, but in front of his mother was not the time to discuss it. "That does not surprise me," said Narcissa. "I recall another time when you attempted to throw your own life away. Is this a habit of yours?" Harry smiled down at his lap entirely self-deprecatingly. "It appears so." She was silent for several more moments, but her voice was harsh when she finally spoke again. "Do you intend, therefore, to continue treating something my son holds dear with so little regard?" Harry's head snapped up. "Sorry, what?" She waved her hand frustratedly. "Your life, Mr. Potter. My son values it." She glanced pointedly down at her joined hands. "Will you continue to try to kill yourself and leave my son unhappy? I will not have it." Harry blinked. "What?" "Harry, honestly," Draco sounded. "You sound moronic. Don't you know any other words?" Harry turned his attention back to the bed. Draco had managed to pull himself up in reclined position, and appeared to be watching this exchange with some amusement. "I love him," Harry said somewhat stupidly. By the lowering of Narcissa's eyelids, he could tell that she agreed. "Obviously, Mr. Potter." She stood, releasing Draco's other hand. "But what will you do about it?" And then she was gone. The door shut softly behind her. Harry stared at it for several moments, mind curiously blank. "It was death, wasn't it?" Draco said then. Harry turned his attention to him, and Draco added, "Everything in alchemy, I figured it out. When I was suffocating, it came to me and it made me calm. I wasn't sure if I should return to my body because it felt natural, you know. Death's only a transmutation of life. That's why most wizards can't complete the great work. It's why no one would have been able to but you before. And now me." "Because we died," Harry guessed.
In truth, he'd thought of nothing but Draco since Boxing Day, and the reason that they'd finally succeeded in making a stone hadn't been important enough to waste time on. Now he pulled it back out of his pocket and stared critically at it.
Yeah, said Draco. Death is the catalyst. It's the others that we were missing. It was good that I died.
Harry's brow furrowed, moving furiously to head off the burning sensation he could feel building up in his eyes again.
I don't want you to die ever again.
Draco rubbed his thumb along the back of Harry's hand.
Now I won't have to, and neither will you.
Harry exhaled in a rush. He really wasn't even sure he wanted to live forever, but there was a certain draw to it if Draco would be there too. Downstairs, the Weasleys started counting to midnight. 10, 9. He put the stone away and moved to lay down on the bed next to Draco. Harry curled himself around Draco's body and sighed in relief when Draco's fingers came up to count through his hair. Closed his eyes and breathed in Draco's scent as the voices downstairs erupted in cheers. Mr. Weasley drunkenly began a rousing rendition of Auld Lang Syne, and Harry hugged Draco tight. Whomever one was with at the stroke of midnight was supposed to be the person they were with all year. If one took a sip of elixir of life with another person, would that mean they were with that person forever?
Look, I love you,
Draco suddenly said, as if the words were too much to hold in. Harry made a tiny sound that he was sure he would be embarrassed about later.
You too, you prick. Don't fucking die.
I won't, Draco said. Epilogue. June 2002. It had to be Dumbledore, Harry thought, staring fixedly at the wardrobe. It was just, how did a bloody portrait move things about in the castle? And then again, Harry doubted being dead would put much of a damp on Dumbledore's scheming, quite frankly. But that didn't necessarily mean he had to play along. He narrowed his eyes. Ahead of him, to the left, stood a wardrobe, ground faintly blue from within. Ahead of him, to the right, stood a mirror, angled just far enough away that he couldn't see his reflection. Harry had stumbled on this room on the way back from his Potioneer's Guild examination, exhausted and elated that he was within weeks of calling himself Potion's master. He'd done well. He'd done really well. He didn't need his results to know that, so the question was, what did Dumbledore think he would learn from another viewing of his boggart and his heart's desire? There was no question that this was not a coincidence. Harry was nearly a potions master. Potions master didn't believe in those. He shifted, getting more comfortable in his spot on the floor, leaning against the wall. Did he look in the mirror? Where did Dumbledore get off on still trying to control him? He was 22 years old, for Merlin's sake. He'd already done his Dark Lord thing, and he'd passed the potions apprenticeship with a very bored and orny Severus Snape. He'd more than proved himself. The door beside him creaked open, and Draco peered in. His eyes fell on Harry, took in his disgruntled expression. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him.
There you are.
Here I am, agreed Harry, scowling at the wardrobe. He heard Draco sigh from somewhere above and to his right, and then he was moving in front of him, coming around to slide down the wall next to Harry. He rolled his head over to regard him, grey eyes deathly blue in the reflected light.
I'm afraid to ask, he murmured. I was sure you'd pass, but you look so angry that I'm beginning to worry.
Harry breathed a laugh, turned his head to face Draco. Their noses brushed, and the brief connection sent a rush of wanting right through Harry. He couldn't help himself. He pushed himself up and swung a leg over Draco's thighs to straddle him.
I passed,
he said against Draco's lips. Draco groaned and arched up, his hands coming around Harry's waist to tuck him closer. Harry threaded his fingers through Draco's hair, fingers scratching lightly over his scalp.
What's got your knickers so knotted, then?
Draco said through a gasp.
The bloody mirror,
Harry said.
And the wardrobe, too. I don't like them. They're dated,
Draco said, peering at them.
But not especially offensive.
Harry nipped his earlobe to bring his attention back to where it ought to be, and Draco responded appropriately, huffing out a little moan and arching his neck invitingly.
"It's Dumbledore's doing," Harry said. "He's scheming again. There's a boggart in that wardrobe, and the mirror shows the thing one ought already know."
Obviously unconcerned by lurking dark creatures, Draco's hand came around to unbutton the front of Harry's apprentice robes, and Harry, thinking this was a good idea indeed, did the same with Draco's. Their hands clashed more than once, but Harry was rather more inclined towards speed and finesse, and so this bothered him not at all. Finally, Draco was pushing his robes off his shoulders and down his arms. Tucked his t-shirt over his head and bent down again to lick Draco's feverish skin, delighting in the throaty moan that followed.
"Yes," said Draco. "I was thinking about this all day, about how much I wanted to fuck you after my exams last week, how good it was. Wanted you to fuck me after yours."
Harry growled and kissed his way from Draco's neck to his jaw before reaching his mouth to kiss his fiercely there. He undulated his hips in Draco's laps, reminding them both of the way Harry had ridden him after Draco's Transfiguration Mastery exam. He'd not known why Draco was so randy afterwards until now, when he was still riding the high of his own shattering examination.
"Take those robes off, Apprentice Malfoy."
Draco smirked against his lips.
"Not any more. Results came today while you were in exams. You may call me Master Malfoy."
Merlin, that only made Harry harder. He hadn't thought it was possible.
"Master Malfoy," he murmured. "Well, I like the way that sounds. Perhaps tonight I shall, but now, Master or not, you'll do what I say, and I say, take off those robes."
Draco snapped his fingers. The rest of their clothes disappeared.
"Vanish to your rooms," he said. "They'll be back when you conjure them. I promise I didn't destroy them this time."
The lamp look left Harry's face to be replaced by one of amusement and maybe arousal.
"You're better at that than me now. It's hot."
Draco laughed breathily.
"I've another thing I can do better than you now, too. Watch."
Scrambled off him, and he stood flicking open his water bottle to pour some into his hand. Closed his fist, then his eyes, concentrating. When he opened his hand again, the water was slick and viscous.
"The examiners like this one. Olive oil from water. Wondless."
Harry's eyes darkened. He could feel arousal settling into his body like a hot, dark blanket.
"What will you do with that?"
he asked softly. Draco smirked, turned, and leaned against the wall, supporting himself on one hand. With the other, covered in oil, he reached back and ran his fingers down the cleft of his own arse. Harry made a faint noise in the back of his throat, took 2 quick steps forward before Draco stopped him with a word.
"Harry, be patient. Don't you want to see my Transfiguration Mastery in action?"
"Yes," Harry growled. After a few minutes, Draco cleared his throat.
"What's your problem with the boggart in the wardrobe?"
he asked. Harry shook his head, but being as he was still pressed against Draco's skin, it made very little difference. Pressed a kiss to Draco's back.
"Nothing now."
Draco laughed.
"Then what boggart-related philosophical thoughts had you so wound up when I came in?"
There was so much there, so many things that he had no idea how to explain. Could drink the elixir for 1,000 years and never have enough time to explain to Draco all the fragmented thoughts running through his head at the side of the mirror and the wardrobe. They'd caused this. But there was one thing he knew now, one thing he'd not known when he and Hermione came up on the same room in 8th year. He'd once dearly wanted to just be himself, but if he looked in the mirror now, there would be 2 people looking back. Just them, like a regular mirror. Both his greatest fear and his heart's desire were the same as they were then, but changed. Transmuted. He'd created a philosopher's stone, but this was his great work.
"Me without you,"
I murmured against his sweat-soaked skin.
"That's what it meant. I was never afraid of being myself at all. I was just afraid of me without you. You are my Azoth."
The end. Thank you for listening to Azoth by Zeitgeistic. I really hope you enjoyed this book and you will stay on for the next one I will record, which will start very soon, so everyone can be quite excited about that. I really enjoyed reading this book, and thanks again to Zeitgeistic for letting me read this book. It is one of my favorite Drarrys ever, and I'm so happy I got the chance to do this. As always, if you would like to stay up to date, you can follow me on YouTube, Spotify, or also AO3. Thanks to all of you for listening.